Hey there, welcome back to the channel. In this video, I've put together a new collection of interesting stories, so whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or just listen in the background, this should be a good one. Feel free to let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always interesting to see where everyone is tuning in from. Now, let's start with the first story. It is titled,
"You're off the project until you publicly apologize to my ex-husband." My wife, the CFO, yelled in the all hands. I just nodded. Okay. Next morning, she smirked, "Learned your lesson?" Then she saw my desk cleared and the resignation letter. The company lawyer burst in pale, shouting, "Ma'am, tell me you didn't." It started on a Thursday morning, the kind that already smelled like burnt coffee, recycled ambition, and bad decisions dressed in business casual. The office was buzzing with that fake kind of productivity people put on before an all-hands meeting. You know the drill. Everyone suddenly clicking their mouse extra loud like the sound itself makes them look important. Me? I was in my cubicle running on 4 hours of sleep and pure caffeine spite. For the past 3 weeks, I've been cleaning up an audit disaster left behind by the company's favorite visionary consultant, also known as my wife's ex-husband, Adrian Foster. Yeah, you heard that right. My wife's ex, a man whose entire personality could be summarized as LinkedIn post with bad lighting. Adrian had been demoted a few months ago after his revolutionary compliance automation nearly burned down our accounting system. Instead of firing him, upper management gave him a participation trophy title, strategic consultant. Translation: someone who gets paid a 6-figure salary to say buzzwords like synergy and cross-functional alignment without doing anything measurable. Meanwhile, I was the guy working nights reprogramming his mess so the company wouldn't get slapped with a federal audit fine. I was expecting at least a quiet acknowledgement at the all-hands meeting, a simple nice work Mason, maybe even a fake clap from HR. I should have known better. The meeting started like every corporate cult ritual. My wife, Jenna, the chief financial officer, hair flawless, tone, managerial, smile expensive, stood at the front of the room with her assistant hovering nearby, holding a tablet like it was the Ark of the Covenant. Behind her stood Adrian, wearing that smug, "I just survived another demotion" grin and the kind of cologne that could double as a fire hazard. She cleared her throat. "Good morning, everyone. Today's all hands will be short. I just want to address the recent audit situation." I leaned back in my chair, sipping my coffee, waiting for my pat on the back. Instead, she slammed a folder on the conference table so hard half the interns jumped. "Before we move forward," she said, glaring at me like I just insulted her dog, "I need to make something clear. Mason is off the audit project until he issues a public apology to Adrian." The entire room went silent. You could have heard a stapler drop 3 cubicles away. Even the HR director, Karen with a K, blinked so hard her eyelash extensions nearly took flight. Adrian folded his arms, doing that fake humble head tilt people do when they're secretly thrilled to be part of drama. "It's not personal," he said, pretending to sound gracious. "It's just about maintaining team harmony." Team harmony. This is coming from a guy who once misspelled the word budget in a board presentation and blamed the intern's energy. I set my coffee cup down and just stared at them both. Not in anger, not in shock, just that calm, neutral kind of stare that says, "Oh, you think you're in charge now? Cute." Everyone was waiting for me to explode, to argue, to defend myself, to throw out a "that's ridiculous." Instead, I smiled. Okay, just one word: crisp, clean, polite. The verbal equivalent of pulling a grenade pin and walking away. Jenna blinked. "Excuse me?" I said. "Okay," I repeated, calm as meditation music. Then I leaned back, crossed my arms, and looked around the room like we were voting on whether pineapple belongs on pizza. She was expecting a scene. The whole office was people were already adjusting their mental popcorn supply. But instead, I gave them silence. The kind that makes people uncomfortable because they don't know what comes next. HR coughed nervously. Someone at the back whispered, "Did he just say okay?" Adrian shifted in his seat, clearly thrown off that I wasn't performing the meltdown they all wanted. See, I'd learned something about corporate life a long time ago. Loud anger gets you labeled unprofessional. Quiet compliance. That's how you start wars. Jenna gathered her notes, visibly irritated that her dramatic little power play didn't hit the emotional notes she rehearsed in front of the bathroom mirror that morning. "Fine," she said sharply. Meeting adjourned. People scattered faster than interns, avoiding unpaid overtime. Adrienne lingered behind, pretending to help her collect papers, but mostly trying to look important. I grabbed my coffee mug, stood up, and gave him that half smile I reserve for people who think they've won. "Congratulations on the promotion," I said, tone smooth as butter. Hope you enjoy the view from middle management purgatory, he chuckled awkwardly. You know, Mason, you really need to learn how to work with people. That attitude is what keeps you from real leadership roles. Right? I said, pretending to think about it. Because leadership's about letting your wife's ex manage your projects without basic literacy in Excel. His smile faltered for half a second before he recovered. It's just business, man. Sure, I said, nodding like I believed him. Just business. But inside, I was already 3 steps ahead. Because here's the thing. When someone tries to humiliate you publicly, the real power move isn't fighting back. It's letting them think they succeeded. Let them dance on your ego while you quietly pull the floor out from under them. I walked out of that meeting with my dignity intact, my reputation slightly bruised, and a new plan forming faster than my coffee could cool. Back at my desk, people avoided eye contact like I was contagious. HR peeked out from her office, probably drafting an email with incident in the subject line. One of the interns, Jake, mouthed, "Are you okay?" from behind his monitor. I smiled and mouthed back, "Never better." I spent the rest of the morning off the project, which really just meant I had time to clean up a few personal files, make a few encrypted backups, and recheck some contracts I hadn't looked at since the company rebranded. Every click was therapy. Every file I saved was a quiet little act of defiance. Around lunch, Jenna texted me. "Jenna, we'll talk about this later." Me? Sure thing. Bring Adrian. He seems to be running things now. No reply. By 3 p.m., Adrian sent me a Slack message, probably thinking he was extending an olive branch. "Adrian, no hard feelings, right? Let's keep this professional. Of course, I'd hate to see you get emotional at work again." He didn't respond either. When I got home that evening, Jenna was waiting in the kitchen, wine glass in hand, acting like nothing happened. "Rough day?" she asked, swirling her Chardonnay, like she was auditioning for the Real Housewives of Finance. "Not really," I said, loosening my tie. "I just got some free time," she laughed nervously. "You're not actually mad, are you? You embarrassed Adrian during a meeting. You practically called him incompetent." "Because he is incompetent," I said. "You know that better than anyone. You divorced him." Her jaw tightened. "That's not the point, Mason. He's trying to rebuild his career. You don't have to make it harder." I smiled. "I didn't." "You did." She sighed and looked away. "You know, sometimes I think you don't understand how corporate politics work." "Oh, I understand perfectly," I said, grabbing a beer from the fridge. "I just don't play checkers with people who think they're playing chess." She rolled her eyes. "You're being dramatic." "Me? Never," I said, leaning against the counter. "But hey, thanks for the public character assassination today. It really added some flavor to my Thursday." She took another sip of wine, clearly realizing this wasn't going to end in a hug. "You could just apologize, Mason. It would make things easier." "For who?" I asked. "You, him? The HR department that's already drafting a memo titled, 'When Spouses Work Together, a Cautionary Tale.' Mason." I put my beer down and smiled faintly. "You know what? You're right. Maybe I should apologize." Her face softened. "Really?" "Yeah," I said. "Tomorrow morning publicly." She exhaled, relieved. "Good. That's all I'm asking." "Of course," I said, walking past her toward the stairs. "You'll get your apology." What she didn't realize was that my version of an apology doesn't come with tears and graveling. It comes with strategy. It comes with silence, paperwork, and a smile that says, "You should have known better." That night while she scrolled through her phone in bed, probably texting her friends about how she handled the situation professionally, I was in the study revisiting old files, contracts, archives, system diagrams, my insurance policy, the kind of paperwork that makes or breaks empires. As I flipped through an old digital folder labeled Consulting Agreement, Legacy Systems, a grin crept across my face. Clause 9b. It was still there. My secret ace. I leaned back in my chair, sipping what was left of my beer, and whispered to myself, "Congratulations, Jenna. You just lit the fuse." There's a specific smell offices get when politics start rotting the air, like burnt toner and silent resentment. It had been 4 days since Jenna's little performance at the all-hands meeting, and people were still whispering like middle schoolers in detention. I couldn't walk to the coffee machine without catching fragments of gossip floating through the cubicle jungle. "Did you see how calm he was? Maybe they're fighting at home. I heard she made him sleep in the guest room." Oh, the drama. If this place ever went under, it could survive another decade, just selling its gossip as reality TV. Adrian, my wife's ex and my newly self-appointed supervisor, had officially returned to strategic consulting, which is corporate speak for let's pretend this guy still matters. He'd somehow convinced upper management that his catastrophic system redesign was ahead of its time, which in Adrian language meant, it still doesn't work, but I found better synonyms. He strutted into every meeting like he owned the building. All smiles and cologne strong enough to knock out a small horse. His PowerPoint slides had gradient backgrounds, motivational quotes, and exactly zero substance. My favorite was the one titled The Future of Integration, a holistic approach to team resilience. Spoiler alert, it was 12 slides of circles and arrows pointing to nothing. Meanwhile, Jenna was all business. No pet names, no casual, hey babe, not even a smirk. She'd gone full CFO mode. Emails with per my last message, calendar invites labeled urgent alignment and meetings that felt like cross-examinations. We used to talk about vacation plans. Now we discussed budget variances. I wasn't sleeping next to my wife anymore. I was sleeping next to the company's risk management strategy. On Tuesday morning, I arrived early, mostly to enjoy 10 minutes of silence before the circus began. I grabbed a cup of the world's saddest coffee, sat at my desk, and opened my inbox to find 36 unread emails. 20 of them were from Adrian. Subject lines like re-audit workflow alignment, follow-up on follow-up, touching base on yesterday's touch base. I swear this man could write a novel about nothing and still CC half the company. I clicked one open and nearly laughed out loud. Hey Mason, just looping back on our ongoing collaboration. I noticed your risk flag parameters don't match our new operational philosophy. Let's recalibrate our synergy moving forward. Operational philosophy. The man was talking about code and using words better suited for a yoga retreat. I replied, hey, Adrian, thanks for flagging that. I'll make sure my parameters align with your evolving spiritual journey. Then I hit send and took a long, satisfied sip of coffee. By 9:30 a.m. the day's first meeting began. Jenna had called it an interdeep departmental transparency sync, which if you speak corporate, translates to mandatory group therapy session. The entire compliance department crammed into conference room B, where the thermostat was permanently stuck between sauna and freezer burn. Adrian stood at the head of the table like a motivational speaker who'd lost his audience years ago. Morning team, he chirped, clapping his hands. Before we dive in, I just want to acknowledge the great progress we've made bridging departmental silos. Translation, he wanted credit for something he didn't do. Jenna sat next to him, tablet in hand, pretending to take notes, but mostly keeping her eyes on me like she was studying a particularly uncooperative science experiment. Adrian clicked to his first slide, a stock photo of people high-fiving. Let's talk about emotional alignment and compliance, he said. I nearly choked on my coffee. Emotional alignment. He smiled like a man who'd read half a self-help book and decided he was Gandhi. Yes, we're all people before we're employees. If we can connect emotionally, we can build trust, and trust leads to better audits. Right? I said, leaning forward. Because nothing says trust like a surprise HR meeting. A few people snorted. Adrian ignored it. And to demonstrate this, Jenna and I are going to lead a quick exercise. Now, if you've never seen your wife and her ex lead a corporate team building exercise, congratulations. You've probably made better life choices than I have. Let's do something fun, Adrian said, grinning like a man seconds away from being punched. Everyone pair up with a coworker and share one professional insecurity and one personal strength. He looked right at me. Mason, why don't you start with me? Of course he wanted that. I smiled. Sure thing, boss. We faced each other across the table like duelists. The room was dead silent, except for the hum of the overhead lights. My professional insecurity, I said. I sometimes worry about working under leadership that doesn't understand basic compliance frameworks. A few people coughed to hide their laughter. Jenna pinched the bridge of her nose. Adrian, visibly trying to stay zen, forced a smile. Okay, and your personal strength. I leaned back. Patience. That got an actual laugh from the back. Adrian's smile cracked for half a second before he plastered it back on. Good one, he said through his teeth. My professional insecurity is I can be too visionary and my personal strength is emotional intelligence. I nodded seriously. Interesting. I would have gone with creative resilience and selective memory, but sure. Jenna finally cut in. Okay, that's enough. Let's move on. The rest of the meeting went downhill fast. Adrian tried to present his new audit collaboration framework, which was just my old system rebranded with new colors and worse functionality. Every time he stumbled through an explanation, Jenna jumped in to smooth it over like she was protecting a fragile intern instead of her ex-husband. I didn't say a word. I didn't have to. My silence was doing all the heavy lifting. When the meeting ended, People scattered like pigeons after fireworks. Adrienne stayed behind, pretending to pack up slowly. Jenna lingered too, obviously waiting for the post-meeting talk. "Mason," Adrienne said finally. "You were a little sharp back there. We're trying to foster positivity." I smiled. That's what I was doing. I felt very positive about being honest. He sighed. "Look, I know this is weird, but we're professionals. We can rise above personal history." "Couldn't agree more," I said, grabbing my notebook. "You start." Jenna exhaled loudly. "You two sound like children." I raised an eyebrow. "You made me report to your ex, Jenna. I'm already living in an HR case study." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. "Just try to be civil." "Always am," I said, heading for the door. Back at my desk, I found another email waiting from her. Not from Jenna, my wife, from J.L. Thompson, CFO. "Mason, please ensure all your current documentation aligns with Adrienne's consulting revisions by Friday. We'll be reviewing team adaptability metrics next week." Team adaptability metrics. That's CFO code for I'm testing your compliance through passive-aggressive paperwork. I replied, "Understood." Copying HR for visibility. It's amazing how fast an HRCC can change someone's tone. The next 2 days were an absurd circus of fake smiles and overcompensating professionalism. Adrienne started dropping by my desk uninvited, using phrases like quick sync and collaboration culture. He'd lean against the cubicle wall like he was in a sitcom, sipping from his company mug with the words, "Innovation starts with you" printed on it. "Hey, man," he'd say. "Just checking if we're aligned." "Oh, we're aligned," I'd reply. "You're facing north. I'm facing the exit." By Thursday afternoon, I was done pretending. During a review session, he proudly showcased a new code model that was literally my design from 6 months ago, copy-pasted and renamed FosterFlow 2.0. And oh, the nerve. Everyone nodded politely, pretending not to notice. I watched in silence, arms folded and sipping my coffee. When he finished his speech, he looked at me expectantly. "So, Mason, thoughts?" I smiled. "Yeah, I think plagiarism is the sincerest form of flattery." The room went silent. Jenna shot me a death glare. Adrienne's smile twitched. "You're funny," he said, voice tight. "Thanks." "Mine," I said. "It's a coping mechanism." After the meeting, Jenna cornered me in the hallway. "You're pushing it," she hissed. "I'm not pushing anything," I said. "I'm just adapting per your last message." She groaned. "You're impossible." "Yeah," I said, walking past her. "That's why you married me. Twice the entertainment, half the meetings." That night, we sailed through dinner in silence. She scrolled through her phone while I replayed every conversation of the day in my head, each one confirming what I already knew. This wasn't just office politics anymore. This was a marital Cold War disguised as quarterly alignment. When she finally looked up, she said, "Adrienne thinks you're undermining him." I almost laughed. "I don't need to undermine him, Jenna. He's doing that all by himself." She shook her head. "You can't keep doing this. You're making me look bad." "Sweetheart," I said, pushing my plate away. "You made yourself look bad the moment you asked your husband to apologize to his replacement." She didn't respond, just got up and walked upstairs, leaving her wine half finished. I cleaned the table quietly, poured myself another drink, and looked out the window at the dark city skyline. My reflection in the glass looked tired, sure, but amused. Because even as the office descended into chaos, I wasn't panicking. See, the beauty of corporate warfare is that everyone thinks they're the hero until the paperwork says otherwise. And me, I wasn't done yet. Friday morning began like every other exercise in corporate self-delusion. Lukewarm coffee, a calendar full of meetings that could have been emails, and an inbox screaming for attention like a toddler with an iPad. I'd barely sat down when the company-wide Zoom invite popped up on my screen. Mandatory all hands hosted by CFO Jenna Thompson. The subject line already smelled like drama. Mandatory hosted by my wife at 9 a.m. on a Friday. That wasn't an update. That was a public execution with better lighting. I texted my coworker, Ryan from it, me. "She's doing it, huh?" Ryan. "Yep. HR brought donuts." "That's how you know it's bad." I sighed, closed the spreadsheet I'd been pretending to work on, and joined the call. 200 tiny faces appeared, tiled across my monitor like a digital hostage lineup. Some had cameras off, others were pretending to type, and a few had that glazed "I'm mentally on Indeed.com" expression. Jenna appeared in the center box, perfectly framed, hair immaculate, that CFO calm plastered on like a PR stunt. "Good morning, everyone," she said brightly, voice smooth enough to butter toast. I appreciate you joining on such short notice. Oh, here we go. Adrian's face hovered beside hers, beaming like a proud intern who had just discovered the share screen button. He wore a navy blazer that screamed, "I practiced this speech in the mirror." Jenna continued, "As you all know, we've been working on re-establishing a culture of collaboration after recent tensions." Tensions? I almost spit out my coffee. Tensions is what you call a bad Wi-Fi signal. Not your CFO publicly disciplining her husband because her ex couldn't follow basic compliance procedure. She clicked to the next slide, a company stock photo of smiling employees around a whiteboard, the kind of picture that smells like unpaid overtime. Now, I wanted to address an internal concern regarding leadership behavior. Someone in the chat wrote, "Oh boy." She looked directly into the camera at me. It's been brought to my attention that certain individuals have been creating a culture of fear and inflexibility. The room, or rather the entire digital hive, went silent. You could feel 200 people holding their breath. While technical excellence is important, she continued, team harmony is equally vital. When feedback becomes confrontation and collaboration turns into control, we all lose. I took another slow sip of coffee. Classic corporate translation. We're not mad you fixed the system. We're mad you made us feel stupid about it. Then came the dagger. Effective immediately, she said. Mason will be removed from oversight of all ongoing compliance audits until further review. My Slack blew up instantly. Private messages flooding in. Dude, what did you do? Are you okay? You need a lawyer? Adrian, ever the opportunist, leaned forward with that condescending smile he must have practiced during his divorce hearings. To clarify, he added, this isn't punitive. It's about promoting a safe and creative work environment. Safe and creative. Yeah, because nothing screams creativity like firing the guy who kept your company from a federal fine. My screen lit up with faces pretending to look sympathetic while secretly loving the drama. HR blinked so hard I thought her webcam froze. Even the CEO's little window flickered, probably debating whether to step in or grab popcorn. Jenna clasped her hands, waiting for my reaction. The moment hung heavy, awkward, almost cinematic. She expected me to argue, to unmute, defend myself, make it messy. That's what everyone wanted. The fireworks, the scandal, the emotional confession. Instead, I smiled just slightly. Then I unmuted. Okay. One word, calm, polite, and lethal. 200 faces froze. Adrian's smile twitched like a dying battery. Jenna blinked twice, thrown completely off script. Sorry, she asked, voice trembling just a little. You're right, I said evenly. Culture is important. Please proceed. Then, without another word, I clicked leave meeting. Boom. Gone. No mic drop, no outburst, just silence. The digital equivalent of walking off stage and letting the applause die awkwardly. My phone buzzed immediately. Ryan messaged me again. Ryan, bro, you just ended the internet. Me? Nah, just optimizing system efficiency. I stood up, stretched, and looked out the window. Outside, the city hummed. Car horns, distant sirens, the usual Friday chaos. It felt poetic. While the company combusted in HR-approved language, I had peace and an iced coffee. Within 10 minutes, my inbox exploded. Emails from Jenna, HR, the CEO, even the company lawyer, Melissa. Subject lines like urgent, please respond, and let's clarify communication protocol. I didn't open a single one. Let them sweat. Silence was the most underrated weapon in business. It forces everyone else to narrate your motives. By lunch, the rumor mill was spinning so fast it could have powered the server room. I overheard snippets as I walked past the break area. Did you see him just leave? Apparently, he's resigning. No. So, I heard he's suing. Wait, he's married to the CFO? Yeah. Some of them didn't even know. Corporate America, where people you've worked with for 3 years don't know you're married to upper management, but they can quote your Slack emojis. Around 100 p.m., I finally checked my phone. Jenna had texted, Jenna, what was that? You embarrassed me in front of the entire company. Me, sorry, I thought we were promoting transparency. No reply. At 2:30, she called. I didn't pick up. Then she called again. Finally, I answered on the third ring just to enjoy the suspense. Her voice was sharp enough to cut glass. You can't just log off a company meeting like that. Sure, I can. I said. I clicked a button. Mason, be serious. I am serious, I said. You wanted an apology. You got acknowledgement. That's practically the same thing in corporate language. She sighed, frustrated. You're impossible. Thanks, I said. Put it in my performance review. Click. I went back to my desk, humming softly, pulling up some old files. Not work files, my own archives. Things I'd kept from my early consulting days when this company was a 2-room startup run by caffeine and delusion. Back then, I'd built the backbone of the system, the compliance engines, the audit triggers, the security protocols, the kind of code that makes or breaks billion-dollar acquisitions. And somewhere in that dusty contract folder, I remembered a particular clause, something I'd written when I was young, paranoid, and legally creative. But I wasn't ready to touch that card yet. Not until they played theirs first. By evening, the entire office had descended into chaos. Someone leaked the Zoom recording. It was already circulating on the company chat channels under the name CFO versus Husband, Dawn of Compliance. HR tried to delete it, but you can't stop the internet once it smells scandal. My phone buzzed again. Ryan calling this time. Dude, he said between laughs. You went viral internally. They're making memes. One's got your face over Thanos saying, okay, accurate, I said. Perfectly balanced, he snorted. You're insane. Maybe, but I'm also unemployed for the weekend. Man, he said, lowering his voice. You sure you want to poke that bear? Jen is furious. Good, I said. Me means she's predictable. After hanging up, I made dinner. Steak, medium rare, because I deserve something satisfying. Jenna didn't come home until late. When she walked in, she looked exhausted. Her power bun now a war crime. Do you have any idea what you've done? She snapped. Yeah, I said calmly, slicing into my steak. I saved myself a meeting. This isn't funny, Mason. The CEO wants answers. The board's asking questions. HR is threatening to mediate. Perfect, I said. Maybe they'll finally learn what mediation actually means. She threw her bag onto the couch. Why can't you just cooperate for once? Because, I said, looking up. I'm not the one who turned our marriage into a management case study. Her eyes flashed. You've humiliated me. You've humiliated yourself, I said, tone still even. All I did was stop participating. For a second, she said nothing, then softer. You're going to regret this. Maybe, I said, finishing my bite. But not tonight. She stormed upstairs without another word. I waited until I heard the bedroom door slam before pulling out my laptop again. If the morning had been humiliation, the night was clarity. I wasn't just angry. I was awake. I'd played by corporate rules too long. Polite, differential, logical. But the game was rigged. People like Adrian failed upward while people like me cleaned the mess quietly in the dark. No more. I typed a few lines of code, disabling some back-end redundancies, not destructive, just delicate edits. The kind of changes no one notices until they matter. Then I saved everything to an encrypted drive labeled DRK Core. A little inside joke. When I shut the laptop, I felt lighter, peaceful, even. Let them think they'd won. Let them print memos and whisper about damage control. Monday would come soon enough. And with it consequences. Because in corporate America, silence isn't weakness. It's the sound of a plan taking shape. And me, I was done talking. You ever have one of those mornings where you wake up and realize the storm you caused is now trending on Slack? That was me on Monday. I opened my laptop and before the login screen even blinked, my phone buzzed nonstop. Emails, messages, notifications. The company hadn't just imploded. It had turned into a full-blown corporate opera. HR sent a reminder about professionalism. The CEO sent a "we value every voice" email that sounded suspiciously like damage control. Even Adrian, the ex-husband turned consultant turned peacock in a blazer, had sent me a no hard feelings note, complete with an emoji handshake because nothing says maturity like passive-aggressive clip art. But I wasn't angry. Oh no, I was calm. Dangerously calm because that kind of chaos meant one thing. They'd finally stepped exactly where I wanted them. 19 years ago, back when this company was called Delta Financial Tech and ran out of a second-hand office above a nail salon, I'd been one of the original architects. Just me, a couple of developers, and a whiteboard that smelled like regret. We'd built the audit systems from scratch, line by painful line of code, duct taped together with caffeine and paranoia. And because I didn't trust anyone, least of all the founders, who thought legal review meant asking their cousin who'd once watched Suits, I'd written a few protective clauses into my consulting agreement. Nothing dramatic, just insurance, the kind of thing people overlook because they assume the nerd writing it is harmless. Clause 9b. That was my secret weapon. Buried in 4 pages of boring legal jargon. It read, in the event of termination without cause, All derivative systems remain property of the consultant. Translation: if they ever tried to remove me unfairly, I own the bones of the company's tech stack. Every script, every compliance tool, every data model, mine. They could fire me, sure, but they couldn't use the system I built without paying for it. I'd written it back when the company had no legal department and no one read anything past page 2. 18 years later, it was the digital equivalent of a loaded gun gathering dust in the basement. And after Friday's little public humiliation, I figured it was time to start polishing the barrel. I logged into my old archives, encrypted of course, and there it was. My original contract, time-stamped, digitally signed, notarized. I even had the original email thread where the founder approved it with a thumbs-up emoji. Classic startup energy. I couldn't help but grin. The beauty of a long career in tech is that people forget you were there before the rebranding, before the mergers, before the shiny logo. They forget you built the engine while they were still learning how to buckle their seat belts. So, while Jenna was upstairs in our home office, probably FaceTiming Adrian about strategic messaging, I was in the living room, laptop open, resurrecting a ghost. I spent hours cross-referencing code versions, system logs, and IP ownership trails. Every keystroke was therapy. Every timestamp was vindication, my music playlist, Lo-fi beats for lawful revenge. By 1 p.m. I had a complete record showing that 90% of the current compliance infrastructure, yes, the same one Adrian bragged about reimagining, was a derivative of my original framework. My name sat quietly in the metadata of every core file like a digital signature that never sleeps. That meant Clause 9b wasn't just a bluff. It was ironclad. Around 2 p.m., Jenna shouted from upstairs, "Mason, can you hop on a quick call? The CEO wants to discuss Friday's incident." Ah, the incident. The corporate euphemism for train wreck we caused but want you to fix politely. I joined the Zoom call. On screen were Jenna, the CEO, HR's favorite emotionless mannequin, and Adrian, smirking like he'd just been promoted to class president. "Good afternoon, Mason," the CEO began. "We wanted to clear the air after Friday's unfortunate situation." I nodded. "Sure, let's clear it." "Mason," Jenna said, professional tone fully loaded. "The company feels your reaction was disproportionate." I raised an eyebrow to being publicly reprimanded for doing my job correctly. Adrian jumped in, smiling, that patronizing smile. "Hey man, we're not blaming you. It's just tone matters. You could have handled it with a bit more empathy." "Empathy?" I repeated. "For the guy who almost crashed our audit system." He chuckled awkwardly. "We're all learning." I leaned forward. "That's true. For example, I'm learning how much patience I have for corporate hypocrisy." The CEO cleared his throat. "Mason, let's stay constructive. We'd like to move forward, but we need your cooperation to ensure a smooth transition." "Transition?" I asked. "To what?" "To new leadership on the compliance side," Jenna said carefully. There it was. The soft corporate breakup. "It's not you, it's structure." I smiled slowly. "So, let me get this straight. You're removing me from oversight based on a public accusation with no documented cause." The CEO hesitated. "Let's not use words like removal. Think of it as reallocation." I leaned back. "Got it. So, termination without cause." Jenna frowned. "No one said termination. Right?" I said, keeping my tone easy. "Just confirming for my notes." They exchanged looks. HR scribbled something in her notebook. Adrian sipped his water, probably trying not to choke on irony. "Anything else?" I asked. The CEO forced a smile. "We'll have HR follow up with the necessary documents." "Perfect," I said. "Please do." And just like that, I ended the call before they could say another word. The second I closed my laptop, I exhaled. Calm, measured, triumphant. They thought they'd boxed me out. They had no idea they just pulled the trigger on Clause 9b. That night, Jenna acted like everything was fine. She poured herself a glass of wine and talked about investor calls, dinner reservations, quarterly updates. I nodded, smiled, played along. Every marriage has its rhythms. Ours just happened to alternate between romance and legal chess. After she went upstairs, I stayed up late reviewing system access logs. There it was, the telltale sign of arrogance. Adrian had rebranded one of my frameworks under his own consultant account. Audit Core F9 was now FosterFlow 2.0. Cute. I opened the server portal, scrolled down, and smiled when I saw the fine print. I see proprietary module licensed to Mason Drake Consulting LLC. The man had just stolen something. Something I legally owned and used it in a corporate environment that had technically terminated me without cause. The poetry of it was almost beautiful. At midnight, I drafted a short email to legal@delta.com. Subject: inquiry regarding IP ownership of derivative compliance systems. Hello. As per my original 2006 consulting agreement attached, I retain ownership of derivative systems developed under Audit Core v9 architecture. Recent company activities appear to be utilizing said framework without renewed licensing. Please confirm authorization. Regards, Mason Drake. Founder, Drake Core Systems LLC. I hit send and smiled. At exactly 12:04 a.m., I received the automatic response. Your message has been received. Legal will review within 35 business days. Translation: they'd start panicking by Wednesday. I closed the laptop, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling. I wasn't angry anymore. I was in that rare golden stage of revenge where patience becomes power. I didn't need to yell. I didn't need to fight. The paperwork would do the talking. And the best part, Jenna didn't even know. She still thought she was holding the leash. CFO, queen of the spreadsheets, married to the man she'd publicly disciplined like an intern. She'd find out soon enough that she'd married the system she'd just tried to dismantle. Before heading to bed, I poured one last drink and toasted to the quiet brilliance of fine print. Clause 9b, my silent accomplice. The fuse was lit. The thing about corporate explosions is that nobody ever hears the first click. It's always quiet, too quiet. One day you're in a meeting arguing about brand synergy. The next your entire infrastructure is eating itself alive. My plan wasn't about revenge. Not really. It was about control. I'd lost that the moment my wife, my CFO, decided to turn a company meeting into a marital firing squad. Now I was taking it back one silent keystroke at a time. That Friday night, the office was dark except for the pale glow from my monitor. Jenna was upstairs in her home office FaceTiming her executive circle, which was just code for her wine-drinking therapy group. They all spoke in those self-help mantras like, you have to own your narrative. And remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Meanwhile, I was downstairs owning my narrative by disabling license keys. I didn't delete anything. I'm not a monster. I just let a few systems expire. A graceful shutdown. No alarms, no chaos, just quiet expiration dates slipping into the digital night. People underestimate how much of a company runs on assumptions. They assume passwords never change, backups always restore, and compliance tools hum eternally in the background. Me, I was the guy who built those assumptions into existence. So, all I had to do was let them rest. I sat there in the faint hum of server fans, sipping coffee gone cold, printing out my resignation letter, a simple 3S sentence masterpiece of politeness. Dear Jenna, effective immediately, I resigned from my position. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute. Best, Mason Drake. The smiley face wasn't professionalism. It was sarcasm bound in Times New Roman. A digital wink for whoever found it first. I signed it, slid it into an envelope, and left it on my spotless desk. Upstairs, I heard laughter, the glass clinking kind. I imagined her telling her friends how she'd handled the Mason situation, probably describing me like a stubborn intern she finally disciplined. I smiled at the thought. They had no clue the intern just owned their infrastructure. By midnight, I'd scrubbed every trace of personal data from the system, transferred the core repositories to a secure cloud under my LLC, and revoked all active licenses tied to my name. Not maliciously, legally. Clause 9b wasn't revenge. It was maintenance. They could still function, sort of. They just wouldn't know why everything suddenly needed my permission to breathe. I powered down the monitor, stretched, and caught my reflection in the glass. The look on my face wasn't anger. It was satisfaction mixed with caffeine withdrawal. I went to bed early for the first time in weeks. Jenna thought I was sulking. In reality, I was waiting for Monday morning, 9:00 a.m., a more satisfying alarm clock than any sunrise. Saturday passed quietly. Jenna spent most of it pretending to work while subtly checking if I'd apologized yet. She floated by my desk once, wine glass in hand, scanning the empty surface where my laptop used to sit. You're not coming to the investor brunch tomorrow. I didn't even look up from my book. Wouldn't miss it, I said. Good, she said too quickly. Because Adrian will be presenting and it would look bad if you don't worry, I said. I'll be the picture of professionalism. She smiled, satisfied, not realizing that the picture I had in mind was me walking out of the frame entirely. Sunday evening, I cooked dinner. Steak, garlic, potatoes, wine for her, whiskey for me, domestic calm before corporate Armageddon. She seemed lighter, like she'd already rewritten the narrative in her head. The big dramatic scene from last week was just one of those moments, something she could file away as character growth in her imaginary TED Talk. Halfway through dinner, she said, Mason, I think things are getting better, Adrienne said. The board's impressed with how I handled everything. I almost laughed. Impressed, I said, chewing slowly. Yeah, that's one word for it. She smiled proudly. See, it's all smoothing out. I nodded. It will be eventually. She missed the tone entirely. That night, while she watched some mind-numbing Netflix reality show upstairs, I made one last adjustment. A single delayed trigger in the license database. A timed expiration that would quietly deactivate their high-tier compliance dashboard Monday morning. Not enough to destroy anything, just enough to make it clear who'd really been running the show. Then I closed the laptop for good. The soft click felt like a punctuation mark. Monday, 8:59 a.m. The office was buzzing with artificial confidence. Jenna walked into the building wearing her favorite victory heels, the kind that made her sound like a small army approaching. Adrian trailed behind, clutching a stack of printouts he definitely made just for show. The all-hands meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock sharp. I wasn't there. I was at home in sweats, bowl of cereal in hand, watching the internal company live stream through a backdoor feed I'd built years ago for diagnostic purposes. Jenna opened the meeting with a bright PR-approved smile. Good morning, team. I know last week was challenging, but I'm proud to say we're moving forward stronger than ever. Someone off camera sneezed. Foreshadowing, probably. Adrian stepped up next, clicking his little remote like he was launching the next iPhone. Thanks, Jenna. Today, I'll be demonstrating our updated compliance dashboard streamlined for maximum efficiency and transparency. He turned to the projector. As you can see here, blank screen. He clicked again. Nothing. The audience shifted. Jenna frowned. Adrian laughed nervously. Technical glitch, he said. Can you already checking? Came a voice from the back, panicked. The screens behind him flickered like dying fluorescent lights. Then one by one, the dashboards vanished, replaced by error messages. License invalid. Contact administrator. Adrian's smile froze. Jenna turned pale. The CEO leaned forward, whispering something off mic. Adrian stammered. It's a temporary issue, just a network hiccup. He tried to open the investor portal next. Same message, access revoked. Contact Drake Core Systems. At home, I poured another bowl of cereal. The meeting descended into chaos. People started whispering. It ran around rebooting things. The CFO's composure cracked like bad porcelain. Adrienne fumbled through excuses, claiming legacy software interference. Jenna finally snapped, slamming her hand on the podium. Get Mason on the phone now. Oh, sweetheart, you already did. You just didn't know which phone line I answered. By 10:15, my personal phone rang. Her name lit up the screen. I let it go to voicemail. A few minutes later, a text. Jenna, system's down. Please respond. This isn't funny. Me, funny. No. Educational. Definitely. 5 dots appeared, then vanished. She was typing, deleting, typing again. I could practically feel the panic vibrating through the airwaves. Another text came through, this one from Adrian. Adrian, hey man, we're in a bit of a jam. Can you jump on a quick call? Me, sorry, I'm off the project. It felt poetic. By noon, my inbox exploded with emails from corporate. Urgent, critical, Mason, we need your expertise. I didn't respond to any of them. I wasn't being petty. I was simply respecting boundaries, the ones they'd so enthusiastically enforced. Around 3 p.m., I took a long walk around the neighborhood. The weather was perfect. Blue sky, soft breeze, the kind of day that makes you realize peace isn't about forgiveness. It's about distance. When I came back, I brewed coffee, sat on the porch, and watched the chaos unfold via company Slack leaks, screenshots, frantic messages, employees joking that the ghosts of it past are haunting us. By 5 p.m., Jenna's tone had shifted from fury to desperation. Jenna, can we talk privately, please? Me, sure. Send a calendar invite through your system. No reply. Later that night, she came home. Not the confident CFO anymore, just a woman whose empire was slipping through her manicured fingers. She dropped her bag by the door and looked at me like I was a fire she couldn't figure out how to put out. Mason, she said softly. What did you do? I sat down my coffee. I resigned. You disabled the systems. I disabled my systems. I corrected. Big difference. You can't just clause 9b. I said, calm as ever. Look it up. She blinked. What clause? The one you never read. Her face went blank the way it does when realization lands like a falling piano. You're saying you own the bones? I finished for her. Every audit engine, every compliance database, every derivative module. I built the skeleton, Jenna. You just dressed it up in designer suits. She sank onto the couch, silent for once. I stood, stretched, and said, "Don't worry, I didn't break anything. I just reminded you who built it." Then I walked past her to the door. "You should probably tell Adrian to stop presenting dashboards that don't exist," she whispered something I didn't catch. Maybe an apology, maybe disbelief. Either way, I didn't stop to listen. Outside, the air felt crisp and clean. Freedom always smells like coffee and server dust. I wasn't angry. I wasn't even smug, just done. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't a scandal or a scream. It's a quiet exit sign with a smiley face. Monday mornings are supposed to start with bad coffee and fake smiles, not panic calls from the CFO's office. But when your wife's ex is running the show on a system you legally own, the universe tends to reward irony. At precisely 7:43 a.m., my phone started buzzing like a nest of angry bees. The company hotline, my personal line, even LinkedIn messages. Every platform screaming some version of help. I ignored them all, letting the chaos marinate. Nothing makes executives sweat like silence. By 8 o'clock, I was eating cereal on my couch, watching the storm unfold on my private admin dashboard. Not to brag, but it was cinematic. Error alerts flashing like fireworks. Database clusters stalling. Compliance bots begging for missing credentials. My masterpiece of controlled failure. The best part, everything was reversible. I hadn't destroyed a thing. I'd simply withheld permission. Like a landlord changing the locks on a tenant who forgot they don't actually own the building. At 8:15, I got a text from my friend Ryan in ET. "Ryan, dude, the network's melting. Dashboards being blank. CEOs screaming. Adrian's crying. Me crying. Crying. Or corporate crying. Ryan. He's in the bathroom with his blazer off. So real crying." I couldn't help but laugh. Adrian, Mr. Synergy himself, reduced to a puddle of panic while I sat in my pajamas spooning frosted flakes. Karma was punctual today. By 8:30, the internal Slack channels were chaos incarnate. Someone posted a screenshot. License error. Contact administrator. Drake Systems LLC. My old logo. Still there. Still smug. At 9 o'clock sharp, Jenna's number lit up my phone again. I answered this time, mostly because curiosity is a hell of a drug. Her voice was pure caffeine and desperation. "Mason, what the hell did you do?" "Good morning to you, too," I said. "The entire system's offline," she snapped. "Investors are calling. The CEO is threatening to pull contracts in Adrian, let me guess," I said. "He's presenting graphs that don't exist." "This isn't funny," she hissed. "Of course, it's not funny," I said. "It's tragic. A company this size, crippled because nobody read Clause 9b. Someone should have hired better lawyers." "Mason," she said, voice softening just enough to sound rehearsed. "You made your point. Now, please fix this before it ruins us." "Ruins you?" I corrected. "I'm fine." She exhaled shakily. "Please, I'm asking you as your wife." "Wife," I said. Interesting choice of word after last week's meeting. "Which role are you using, CFO or spouse?" "Mason, tell you what," I interrupted, setting down my cereal. "I'll consider it if you make a public statement acknowledging that I own the Dracor framework. I don't even need an apology. Just truth." She hesitated. "That's impossible." "Then so is your login," I said and hung up. Silence. Sweet liberating silence. I opened my laptop and watched the chaos unfold like the world's most satisfying live feed. The CEO's admin console was flashing unauthorized. The investors' dashboards displayed service suspended. It was in meltdown, rebooting servers like a defibrillator with no heart to revive. And Adrian, oh, poor Adrian, was in a meeting trying to manually explain data trends he couldn't access. Ryan sent another update. "Ryan, bro, he tried to draw the graphs by hand on a whiteboard. Me, art therapy." I almost felt bad almost. By 9:30, my email inbox overflowed with messages titled urgent. The CEO himself sent one that began with Mr. Drake instead of, "Hey, Mason." That's when you know they're scared. They switched to formality from CEO Prime Union Holdings. Subject, immediate assistance requested Mason. It appears our systems have encountered a serious licensing issue. We believe this may relate to your legacy infrastructure. Please contact me immediately so we can resolve this amicably. Regards, Douglas P. Henley. Amicably. Corporate for before I call my lawyer. I poured another cup of coffee, cracked my knuckles, and replied from Mason Drake to Douglas P. Henley. Subject: Remediate assistance requested Douglas. I'd be happy to assist. However, as the rightful license holder of the Drake Core framework, see attached contract clause 9b, my consulting services would need to be re-engaged under standard vendor terms. Please have legal contact my office to discuss retainer options. Warm regards, Mason Drake, founder Drake Core Systems LLC. I hit send and took a long sip of coffee. That was my version of lighting a cigar after a clean job. At 10 o'clock, Jenna called again. I ignored it. Then she called from her office phone. I ignored that, too. She tried email next subject, please. Inside one line. They're blaming me for a second. Just a second. I felt something. Not guilt exactly, but nostalgia. I remembered the woman I married before she became the company. Back when she laughed without spreadsheets and kissed me without scheduling it. Then I remembered her standing in that meeting room shouting, "You're off the project until you apologize to my ex-husband." Yeah, sympathy deleted. Around 11, Ryan texted again. "Ryan, bro, AITAH just sent out a company-wide memo saying, we're experiencing temporary technical adjustments in corporate translation. We're screwed, but don't panic." Ryan, people are panicking. Me good. By noon, Bloomberg-level panic had set in. The compliance team couldn't access investor data. The audit files were frozen. The automated report system was spitting out error codes like a broken slot machine. Adrian tried rebooting a server manually, which is kind of like trying to perform brain surgery with a spoon. Jenna's third text of the day came through at 12:47. "Jenna, the CEO's threatening to fire me. Please, Mason, I'll fix this with you privately." Me, send me the statement. Jenna, what statement? Me. Acknowledging ownership. Drake Core Clause 9b. You remember? Jenna, you're blackmailing me. Make no, I'm invoicing you. At 1:30, the company lawyer, Melissa, called me directly. She sounded winded, like she'd sprinted through 5 meetings and 2 existential crises. "Mason. Hi, it's Melissa from legal," she said. Her tone trying to stay professional but cracking around the edges. "We're reviewing the contract and well, it appears Clause 9b is indeed enforceable." "Appear," I said. "It's notarized, time-stamped, and signed by your founder." "Yeah," she sighed. "Technically, you own the framework." "Technically," I repeated. "You're welcome to test that theory in court." She exhaled audibly. "Can we discuss a buyout?" "Sure," I said casually. But my rates have gone up. Supply and demand, you know." She groaned. "I'll get back to you." "Take your time," I said. "You've got about 0 system access left." By mid-afternoon, when the company was hemorrhaging productivity like a sitcom with no writers. The CEO was on the verge of a breakdown. Investors were threatening to pull out. And the internal network chat looked like a therapy session. Meanwhile, I was sitting on my porch, laptop balanced on my knees, watching the chaos from my back-end view. I didn't need popcorn. Their Slack logs were entertainment enough. Then around 3:45, Jenna showed up at the house. She didn't even knock, just stormed in, heels clicking like tiny gunshots. "You need to stop this," she said, standing in the doorway, chest heaving. "They're about to shut down operations." "I told you," I said calmly, not even looking up from my laptop. "I didn't break anything." She crossed her arms. "You crippled us." "I paused your subscription," I corrected. "You can resume anytime. Just need to sign the vendor agreement." She glared. "You're enjoying this." I looked up finally, met her eyes. "Not enjoying, just appreciating accountability. It's rare these days." She sank into the armchair opposite me, her entire posture deflating. "They're going to fire Adrian." "I'll send flowers," her voice softened. "And me." "Actions have consequences," I said, echoing the line she'd used on me once. "Remember?" She didn't respond, just stared at the floor. After a long silence, she whispered, "You win?" I leaned back, tilting my head. "It's not a game, Jenna. It's business. The part you always forgot." For the first time in weeks, she didn't have a comeback. No corporate buzzwords, no damage control jargon, just quiet. After she left, I reopened my email and saw a new message from the CEO. Subject: Contract negotiation. Mason, we'd like to retain Drake Core Systems immediately. Legal is drafting a new consulting agreement. Expect payment terms within the hour. Respectfully, Douglas P. Henley. I smiled respectfully. That's corporate for we surrender. By 6 p.m., my bank app pinged with a deposit notification. An obscene consulting retainer paid in full. The same company that publicly humiliated me was now paying me to fix the mess they created. Adrian reassigned to a strategic ideation. Translation: no duties, no access, no future. Jenna suspended pending internal review. HR called it temporary leave to ensure objectivity. I called it karma on PTO. As the sun dipped below the skyline, I closed my laptop and poured a whiskey. For the first time in years, the world felt balanced. You could call it revenge. And I called it realignment. The company got their lesson. Jenna got her reckoning. And I got my piece, plus a very comfortable retainer. And the best part, I didn't raise my voice once. Because in corporate America, the loudest power move is silence and a well-timed invoice. There's a distinct kind of silence that only happens after corporate disaster. A heavy buzzing quiet where everyone pretends to be working while secretly updating their resumes. You could feel it through the walls of Prime Union's glass tower that Tuesday morning. The air conditioning hummed, keyboards clicked like guilty confessions, and somewhere deep inside the building, a printer jammed dramatically, as if protesting the incompetence surrounding it. By 9 cam, Jenna's name was trending on the internal Slack board. Not officially, of course, but through coded messages. Anyone heard from finance? CFO not in yet. Should we even submit the Q3 review? Translation: is the queen dethroned? She was still on leave, which in corporate language meant the board sharpening the guillotine. Adrian, the man who started this entire circus, had gone radio silent. According to Ryan Innit, he'd been seen leaving the office carrying a cardboard box full of personal items, including a novelty mug that said, "I'm kind of a big deal." I almost wished I'd been there to see it. I was on my porch again, coffee in hand, scrolling through my phone as if I didn't own half their infrastructure. Technically, I did. Drake Systems had been reinstated under a formal vendor contract the night before. The retainer they'd wired me could have bought me a Tesla, a vacation home, or a lifetime supply of pettiness. Though, honestly, I already had plenty of that. At 9:32 a.m., my phone buzzed with an incoming call. Unknown number, but I recognized the area code immediately. The company's legal department. I answered casually. Drake Systems, Mason speaking. Mason, thank God, said a voice I recognized. Melissa, the company's lead counsel. She sounded like someone halfway between a stroke and a meltdown. We have a situation. I took a slow sip of coffee. You usually do. No, I mean a real one. Papers rustled on her end like she was flipping through a legal exorcism. I'm in the CFO's office right now and well, ma'am, tell me you didn't. There was muffled whispering. Another voice. Jenna's shaky, defensive. It wasn't supposed to be public. Melissa groaned into the phone. Mason, you're going to want to sit down for this. I looked at the chair I was already sitting in. I'm good, she sighed. Jenna tried to delete your Clause 9b documentation from the shared legal server. I paused mid-sip. Tried? Yes, Melissa said, voice strained. Tried as in failed spectacularly. Your clause triggered an automatic backup to the board's cloud repository the moment she tampered with it. The alert went straight to the CEO and the audit committee. I almost spit out my coffee. She what? She thought she could update the contract to remove the clause retroactively. Unfortunately, that's not how contracts work. So the board knows? I asked. Oh, they so know? Melissa said grimly. They're in full panic mode. I've got 3 partners from the parent company's legal division dialing in from New York demanding explanations. Jen is in tears, the CEO's pacing, and Adrian's name just got mentioned as a possible liability. I leaned back in my chair, grinning. Sounds like Tuesday. Mason, Melissa continued, voice dropping to a whisper. Off the record, I told them to stop digging before they make it worse. Clause 9b isn't just airtight, it's nuclear. If they keep poking it, they're going to find out they technically licensed their entire audit suite to your LLC for indefinite use. Technically, I said, feigning innocence. Legally, she corrected. It's your system. All of it. I let that sink in for a second. The same people who treated me like an expendable employee now couldn't run a compliance check without my permission. God bless meticulous paranoia and a good lawyer from 2006. Mason, Melissa said, snapping me out of my thoughts. The board's calling an emergency session at noon. They want you there. I blinked. You want me to come back into the building? They're begging you to come back, she corrected. I'd strongly recommend showing up. I couldn't help it. I laughed. This is going to be fun. Walking back into that office felt like stepping onto a movie set after a scandalous finale. Every head turned when I entered. Some curious, some terrified, most pretending to look busy. The receptionist nearly choked on her gum when she saw me swipe my visitor badge. Mr. Drake, she stammered. You're here for the board session apparently, I said. Where's the confetti? She didn't get the joke. I rode the elevator up to the 14th floor. Executive level. The doors opened to the familiar smell of stress, expensive perfume, and denial. Outside the boardroom, Melissa was waiting, clutching a thick folder like it was her emotional support animal. They're inside, she whispered. And Mason, maybe go easy. No promises, I said. When I walked into the room, it was like a scene out of a courtroom drama. The CEO, Douglas, sat at the head of the table, red-faced and sweating. 3 board members joined via video call from New York, their faces pixelated, but clearly annoyed. Jenna sat near the end, pale and quiet. Quiet, her hair tied back in a defeated bun. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Douglas cleared his throat. Mr. Drake, thank you for joining us on short notice. I smiled. I wasn't doing much. Just running your systems from my couch. One of the board members, an older woman with steel gray hair and a voice that could curdle milk, said, We've reviewed the documentation surrounding Clause 9b. I nodded. Ah, yes, my favorite bedtime story. Her frown deepened. It appears that due to the language in your consulting contract, you retain ownership of the company's core compliance infrastructure. That's correct, I said cheerfully. For nearly 2 decades now, Douglas shifted in his chair. And Jenna attempted to, how should I phrase this? Revise the agreement. All eyes turned to Jenna. She looked like she wanted to vanish into her ergonomic chair. I made a mistake, she said quietly. I thought it was archived data. I didn't realize the gray-haired board member cut her off. You attempted to delete a binding legal document during an active investigation. That's not a mistake. That's misconduct. The room went dead silent. Melissa tried to smooth things over. Let's remember everyone's under stress. Stress doesn't justify tampering with legal records. The woman snapped. Douglas rubbed his temples. Mason, what would it take to make this right? I smiled faintly. Depends on your definition of right. Mason, he said, trying for diplomacy. You're clearly within your rights, but we'd like to avoid a public fallout. Investors are already nervous. Understandable, I said. I'm willing to help. Relief spread across his face. Too soon. For a price, I added. Douglas sighed. Of course. What's your number? I leaned back, savoring the moment. I don't want more money. You've already paid me. What I want is a statement, public acknowledgement that Dracor Systems is the sole architect and owner of the compliance framework that includes full credit in all investor documentation. The board murmured. Douglas hesitated. That's unconventional. So is being fired by my wife, I said. One of the New York board members chuckled before catching himself. After a tense silence, Douglas nodded. Fine, we'll issue the statement. In return, you'll restore system access. Within 24 hours of publication, I said. Written, signed, distributed. He extended a hand. Deal, I shook it. Please doing business again. As I turned to leave, Jenna finally spoke. Mason, wait. I stopped at the door. She stood, eyes glistening, voice trembling. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I gave a small humorless smile. You meant to embarrass me in front of the company. Everything after that is just cause and effect. I lost everything. She whispered. No, I said, you just learned who everything belonged to. Then I walked out. By the time I got home, my inbox was already buzzing with the press release draft. Prime Union Holdings acknowledges and thanks Dracor Systems LLC led by Mason Drake for the proprietary infrastructure that powers our compliance and audit platforms. We are proud to continue this partnership under a renewed strategic agreement. That's corporate code for we messed up and he owns us now. Ryan texted me 5 minutes later. Ryan, bro, you're a legend. They're calling you the Ghost Founder. Me? That's Dr. Ghost Founder to you? I poured myself a drink and sat back watching the sunset. For the first time in months, I felt calm. Not vengeful, not smug, just calm. 'Cause this wasn't about revenge anymore. And it was about balance. And the beauty of balance, you don't need to raise your voice to achieve it. You just need to write one clever clause and wait 18 years for karma to mature. You could measure the chaos inside Prime Union by the sound of Jenna's heels. The faster she walked, the closer someone was to being fairy. And that Monday morning, her heels could have registered as a seismic event. Click, click, click. Like an approaching lawsuit with lipstick. From what Ryan texted me, the office looked like a financial apocalypse. Investors were calling. The servers were crying. And the only person with working credentials, me, was making a second cup of French press coffee at home. When you're in control, you don't rush. You let the panic breathe. By 9 a.m., the company Slack had devolved into full-scale hysteria. Departments were tagging me like I was tech support for the universe. At Mason, can you restore access for accounts payable? We have payroll stuck mid-process at Mason. Drake, please respond. Compliance bots have gone feral. At Drake Systems, you are our only hope. I sipped my coffee. They finally got it, I muttered. Then came the email from the CEO. Subject line in all caps, never a good sign. Urgent, all systems compromised. Mason, we need immediate intervention. Investors are threatening legal action. I understand you're within your contractual rights, but this has gone beyond a disagreement. Please call me before noon. Douglas, I didn't reply. You never respond when they're panicking. It ruins the power curve. At 9:37, Jenna called again. I almost didn't pick up. Almost. But curiosity is a dangerous hobby. Mason, she said, voiced breathless. We're collapsing. Good morning to you, too. Don't do this, she said. The board's in meltdown. The systems are unresponsive and Adrian's, let me guess, I said, hyperventilating into a branded mug. Not funny, she snapped. You're making a point. I get it. But we're both going down with this ship. I leaned back in my chair. Jenna, the difference between you and me is I brought my own lifeboat. Her tone softened, desperation sneaking through the cracks. Please, can we just talk privately? Sure, I said. Send a calendar invite through your system. I could practically hear her grinding her teeth through the phone. Then click. By Tenedo, the company was trending internally as the Titanic of tech. Someone in marketing leaked a meme showing Adrian as the captain clutching a coffee cup while the ship sank. For the first time in my career, corporate suffering was entertaining. Then, right on cue, Ryan called. Bro, you will not believe this, he said between laughs. Jenna just called an emergency investor meeting. Of course she did, I said. She's addicted to optics. Yeah, well, she walked in looking like a Wall Street power move, white blazer, blood red heels, face set to I'm not panicking, but dude, Adrian followed her in wearing a Hawaiian shirt. I choked on my coffee. Oh, what? Apparently, he thought it was casual Monday. Jesus Christ, I said. It's like watching reality TV for accountants, bro. Ryan said, lowering his voice. They're trying to manually rebuild your system with PowerPoint flowcharts. I set my mug down. PowerPoint. Oh, this is going to be biblical. At 11:15, another text came in. This one from Melissa the lawyer. Melissa. Mason. FYI, the CFO is attempting to access your private modules through an admin override. Me. Adorable. Melissa. It's triggering internal alerts. It's losing its mind. Me. Good. Builds character. Apparently, Jenna and Adrian were in her office surrounded by a swarm of interns trying to fix the system by resetting the server keys, which in non-corporate English is like trying to repair a jet engine with a hair dryer. At 11:40, my phone buzzed again. Ryan, this time, voice barely containing laughter. She's screaming at it, man. Full CFO mode. You know the tone that makes coffee curdle? Oh yeah, I said. The one she used on me during tax season. Exactly that. But wait, it gets better. Adrian tried to take charge and said, don't worry. I used to be a developer. He accidentally logged everyone out of the network, even HR. I laughed so hard I had to put my phone down. That man couldn't debug a toaster. No joke, Ryan said. People are printing resignation letters on the backup printer because the email's dead. Ah, poetic symmetry. By noon, Melissa's number flashed again. I picked up this time. Mason, she said out of breath. The CEO wants to know if you'll attend an emergency virtual board call at 1. I checked my watch. Depends. Will there be snacks? Please, she said. They're desperate. I smiled. Desperation is not a mood. It's a negotiation tactic. At 1 o'clock sharp, I joined the Zoom call. My screen lit up with the usual suspects. Douglas, the CEO, looking like he'd aged 10 years in 2 days. Melissa clutching a pen like a stress toy. Jenna perfectly framed in her designer suit but visibly unraveling. And Adrian hiding behind a fake plant in his background. Douglas started. Mason, thank you for joining. We're in a challenging position. Understatement of the year, I said. He exhaled. The investors are demanding operational stability by end of day. We need your cooperation to restore access. Sure, I said once the acknowledgement statement goes public. Jenna interjected, voice trembling but trying to sound firm. The board hasn't approved that yet. That's interesting, I said. Because my patience hasn't approved your access either. Douglas held up a hand. All right, let's de-escalate. Mason, you've made your point. We all understand the ownership structure now. I'm not sure you do, I said. Ownership isn't just a legal word, Doug. It's a boundary. You all crossed mine when you made me apologize to my wife's ex in front of 200 people. So now I'm setting new boundaries. Melissa looked like she wanted to applaud but remembered her job. Douglas rubbed his forehead. What do you want, Mason? I leaned closer to the camera. A correction, not a quiet one. I want the same energy you used to humiliate me. Press releases, internal memos, all of it. You name me as the architect of Prime Union's infrastructure. You sign the retainer contract and Jenna issues a statement acknowledging the clause. Otherwise, we let the lights stay off. The silence afterward was delicious. Adrian tried to speak. Look, Mason, I think, don't. I said, you thinking is how we got here. He shut up. Jenna looked at me through the screen, her voice finally cracking. You're destroying everything. No, I said quietly. I'm just reminding you who built it. Douglas nodded slowly, defeated. Fine, we'll release the statement by close of business. Once you confirm restoration, we'll wire the next retainer installment. Pleasure doing business, I said and logged off. That evening, I walked downtown just to feel the city again. Everything buzzed with noise. Cars honking, coffee shops crowded, people yelling into phones. It was chaos, but it was honest chaos. Not the polished kind you get in corporate offices where betrayal smells like cinnamon-scented air freshener. By the time I got home, the email was waiting. Subject, official statement for review. Prime Union Holdings formally recognizes Dracor Systems LLC as the proprietary architect and primary vendor for our compliance infrastructure. We express appreciation to its founder, Mason Drake, for his continued innovation and partnership. Short, clean, factual, and the sound of surrender. Attached was another file, the signed retainer. Bigger, better, long-term. I restored system access at exactly 7:05 p.m., watching as dashboards flickered back to life across the globe. In every office, a sigh of relief rippled through the corporate hive. To them, it was salvation. To me, it was proof that silence had done more damage than shouting ever could. A message pinged on my screen. Ryan, of course, Ryan. Back online. Whole companies cheering like they saw Jesus. Me, tell them it's just the IT guy. Then one more notification, an email from Jenna. Jenna, it's done. You won. I hope you're proud. I typed back slowly. Me. It was never about winning, just about remembering who I am. I didn't hit send. Some messages are better left as drafts. Proof you had restraint. I closed the laptop, poured a drink, and sat back. Outside, the city lights shimmered like 1,000 blinking dashboards. Alive again, but running on my terms. Chaos and heels. Order in silence. You know what's funny about revenge? It doesn't end when you win. It just changes its job title. I thought I'd reached the end game when Prime Union crawled back, begging for system access. I'd done my victory lap, collected my fat retainer, and given them back their digital heartbeat. But the universe wasn't done turning this circus into a comedy special. It started 2 weeks later on a Wednesday that smelled like burnt espresso and moral exhaustion. My phone buzzed with a notification from LinkedIn. Prime Union Holdings posted a new job opening. Chief Technology Officer, CTO. I almost spit out my coffee. The position used to belong to a guy named Harris, a numbers-driven, quiet type who'd been trying to retire since 2019. Apparently, he'd stepped down for personal reasons. Translation, he'd finally realized this company was cursed and ran before the next wave hit. 5 minutes later, another notification popped up. You've been tagged in a post. I tapped it half expecting another "Thank you Dracor PR post." Nope. It was Douglas the CEO himself with the caption "Proud to announce our continued partnership with Dracor Systems and its founder Mason Drake as we expand into new innovation leadership opportunities." Leadership opportunities. I repeated it aloud. Corporate code for "we can't fire our problem so we'll promote him instead." Before I could process it, my phone rang. Caller ID, Douglas Henley. I sighed, answered. Doug, if this is another system panic, I charge double for weekends. He chuckled nervously. Not this time, Mason. This is different. The board has been talking. They want to offer you the CTO position. I blinked. Of Prime Union of the entire holdings group. He clarified. You'd oversee all infrastructure, global compliance, everything you already control. But with an official title and full executive benefits. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped my coffee. Doug, I already control those things. The difference is right now I get paid more and attend fewer meetings. He tried his reasonable CEO voice. I understand, but look, our investors want stability and they trust you. After what happened, they see you as the reason we survived. I am the reason you survived, I said. That's why I'm not sure I want to be trapped in the building I rescued. He sighed. Come on, Mason. You'll have freedom, creative control, equity. Ah, the magic word, equity. Send me the offer, I said finally. I'll review it. He exhaled in relief. Fantastic. I'll have HR draft it by tomorrow. When the call ended, I sat there grinning into my coffee mug. Life really is poetic. 1 month ago, I was the company's scapegoat. Now I was being offered a throne built from their panic. By Thursday morning, the official offer letter was in my inbox. I skimmed it half amused, half impressed. The salary was obscene. The perks included stock options, a corner office, and the authority to hire and fire across department, including finance. Translation: I could technically fire my wife. I shouldn't have enjoyed the thought as much as I did. At 10 a.m., Douglas called again for informal follow-up. His voice was all sunshine and spin. So, Mason, can we make this official? The board's excited. Melissa's already cleared your contract. Before I accept, I said. I have one condition. Of course, he said quickly. Name it. Jenna stays off my chain of command. No overlap, no reporting structure, no shared meetings, nothing. There was a pause, then cautiously. Understood. She's no longer with us. Actually, I froze. Come again? She submitted her resignation last night, effective immediately. I didn't know what to say. The room felt too quiet. She said she needed time, Douglas added softly. Personal reasons. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. Of course she did. Chaos always costs someone their peace. Understood, I said finally. Send me the onboarding schedule. Welcome aboard, CTO, he said too cheerfully. That Friday, I walked into Prime Union for the first time as an executive. It was surreal. The same front desk that once ignored me now smiled like I was royalty. Good morning, Mr. Drake. Can we get you anything? Coffee, pastry. I'm good, I said. Just here to make sure the building's still standing. The elevator ride up felt like déjà vu, only quieter. No whispers, no side eyes. People avoided making direct contact, like I was both a savior and a warning sign. In a way, I was. When the doors opened to the executive floor, Douglas was waiting with his practiced enthusiasm. Mason, welcome back. Orwell up. He handed me an access badge with a sleek silver stripe, the kind that screamed authority with plausible deniability. We did the tour, conference rooms, the innovation lab, the executive pantry, with cold brew taps and overpriced granola. It was everything a modern tech company thinks screams we care about people while quietly owning their souls. When we reached my new office, Douglas gestured proudly. Your view faces downtown. Best skyline in the city. It was ridiculous. Floor-to-ceiling windows, private lounge, standing desk made from recycled aero aluminum. I ran my hand across it and couldn't resist saying, nice, expensive, unnecessary, perfect. He laughed awkwardly. You'll fit right in. After he left, I sat behind my new desk, looking out over the city. It was strange. This exact building had been the backdrop of every humiliation, every sarcastic whisper. Now was my territory. I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or burn sage of it. The first email that landed in my inbox came from HR. Welcome to the leadership team mandatory executive retreat next quarter. The second was from legal updated non-disclosure terms for your review. The third was from Ryan. Ryan. Bro, CTO, are you like Iron Man now? Me? More like Batman. Rich, bitter, nocturnal. Ryan, you firing people yet? Me, tempted. Later that afternoon, I ran into Adrian in the hallway. He looked smaller somehow. The Hawaiian shirt was gone, replaced by an ill-fitting suit. He was carrying a cardboard box again. Mason, he said, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Congrats on the new title. Thanks, then, and I said, heard you've been reassigned. He laughed weakly. Yeah, to strategic ideation, still figuring out what that means. It means they don't want to fire you yet, but they want you to think about why you should have quit sooner. His smile faded. Right. He turned to leave, then paused. Look, I know we've had differences, but for what it's worth. You played it smart. I shrugged. It's not chess if your opponent doesn't know the rules. He nodded slowly. Fair enough. Good luck, Mason. You, too, I said, though we both knew Luck had left his department months ago. That evening, after everyone cleared out, I stayed in the office a little longer. I opened the internal database, scrolling through lines of code that still bore my old tags. There they were. My fingerprints in every subroutine, every system heartbeat. Proof that the empire ran because I'd built its bones. It should have felt triumphant. Instead, it felt quiet, almost lonely. Power's funny that way. It amplifies silence. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Jenna, congrats on the promotion. You earned it. I stared at it for a long time. Then I typed back, thanks. Hope you're doing okay. No reply. I looked out at the city again. The skyline blinked like a circuit board. Each window a little light pulsing with ambition, greed, and caffeine. Somewhere out there, Jenna was probably trying to figure out who she was without the company. I couldn't blame her. I'd spent years doing the same. Now that I had everything, I realized everything didn't feel as loud as I thought it would. Still, I smiled. Because even if peace felt weird, it beat humiliation. The next morning, Douglas stopped by my office holding 2 coffees. Welcome to the club, he said, handing me one. We're glad to have you steering the ship. Appreciate it, I said, though technically I already was. He laughed. True, but now it's official. He lingered awkwardly before asking, so, how's it feel after everything? I leaned back in my chair, staring at the skyline. Feels like poetic irony with health insurance. He laughed again a little too hard. That's one way to put it. As he left, I opened my email again. 20 unread messages, all labeled urgent. Same chaos, different title. I chuckled, cracked my knuckles, and whispered to no one, let's make it interesting. By the end of the week, the news broke publicly. Prime Union Holdings appoints former consultant as new CTO after historic infrastructure overhaul. Reporters called it visionary. Investors called it stability. Employees called it plot twist of the year. Me, I called it what it was, the unexpected promotion that wasn't unexpected at all. Because in corporate America, the best revenge isn't burning bridges. It's buying the company those bridges lead to. A week after the promotion, I sat in my new office. Same skyline, new title, better coffee. The chaos had finally gone quiet. No more emergency calls. No ex-husbands lecturing about synergy. No CFO wife trying to rewrite my story in real time. Just peace. The kind that hums when you've finally stopped proving things to people who never deserved explanations. They called it a comeback. I called it good paperwork. The press loved the redemption arc. The ousted engineer who saved the empire. They didn't know I never left. You can't be fired from a system you own. The funniest part, my silence had done more damage than any angry email or lawsuit ever could. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't slam a door. I just let the system speak for me, one error message at a time. Adrian was quietly reassigned to something called strategic ideation, which sounded like a polite way of saying, we'll call if we remember you exist. Jenna disappeared from the corporate map, her LinkedIn quietly updated to consultant somewhere generic. I didn't hate her anymore. I didn't love her either. I'd simply outgrown the version of myself that needed her approval. One evening, I went home early. No meetings, no crisis. I made dinner, poured a drink, and watched the sunset reflect off the skyscrapers I used to resent. My phone buzzed with another LinkedIn message. Congrats again on your journey, Mason. You're inspiring. I laughed out loud. Journey? That's what people call it when you survive hell with better lighting. I walked over to the fireplace, tossed in the old printed copy of my contract, the one that started everything. Watching it curl and burn felt symbolic. Not because I was erasing history, but because I'd already archived the important part. Me, the guy who built something unbreakable, lost it, and took it back without shouting. The next morning, I got a call from an investment group. They wanted to license Dracor's framework for a new fintech startup. Triple the rate Prime Union paid. I didn't hesitate. Send the contract, I said, smiling. As I hung up, I realized I wasn't chasing revenge anymore. I was chasing quiet because revenge burns out fast. But silence lasts. Before leaving the office that day, I left a sticky note on my desk for whoever inherited it after me someday. It said, never underestimate the guy who smiles and says, okay. I turned off the lights, closed the door, and walked away. Not bitter, not broken. Just done. And in that silence, I finally laughed. Not the loud, triumphant kind, the calm, private kind that says, "You won." 'Cause in the end, I didn't destroy the company. I just reminded them who built.
And that concludes this story. That was a pretty wild one if you ask me. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. Now, let's get right into the next story. It's titled,
I returned home after surgery and found my wife dying alone. Our son was on vacation in Spain and posted, "Finally, I deserve a week without my pathetic old folks." I grabbed my phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, the key stuck in the lock. My knee throbbed where they had cut through muscle and bone 3 days ago. And the simple act of turning metal in a slot took more effort than it should have. The door finally gave way, swinging inward to reveal darkness. No lights, no television murmur, just the kind of silence that makes your skin prickle. I stepped across the threshold, pausing to let my eyes adjust. Something felt wrong in a way I couldn't name yet. "Helen?" My voice sounded too loud in the stillness. "Chester?" "Nothing." I moved through the living room, one hand trailing along the wall for balance, my cane tapping against hardwood I'd installed 30 years ago. The architect in me noticed details without trying. Curtains drawn at 2 in the afternoon. Mail piled on the whole table, a faint staleness in the air. "Helen, honey, I'm home." The bedroom door stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open and the smell hit me first. Stale sweat and something else. Something human and wrong. She lay in our bed, sheets twisted around her legs, head turned toward the window where afternoon light tried to penetrate heavy drapes. Her lips had a dried, cracked look. The water pitcher on the nightstand was bone dry, tipped on its side. "Helen." Her eyes opened slowly, like it cost her something. Recognition flickered, then something that looked like relief mixed with shame. "Simon." The word came out as barely more than breath. "You're back." I crossed the room, forgetting my knee, forgetting everything except the way she looked. Diminished, fragile, wrong. My wife of 42 years, reduced to this. What happened? "Where's Chester?" 3 days, she whispered. "He promised he'd come back." The words landed like stones in still water. I pulled the chair closer, sat down carefully, and took her hand. It felt like paper, dry and delicate. "When did he leave, Helen?" "Tuesday. I think Tuesday." Her eyes searched mine, looking for something I wasn't ready to give yet. "He said just 2 days. Quick trip. Had to get away for a bit." "He'd earned it," he said. "Tuesday. I'd gone into surgery Wednesday morning. Today was Friday." The math assembled itself in my head with architectural precision. "Did he leave you water?" "He brought the pitcher, filled it." "I remember that." She swallowed with visible effort. "I couldn't. The wheelchair's in the corner." "I couldn't reach." I looked. The wheelchair sat against the far wall, impossibly distant from the bed. Chester knew his mother couldn't walk unassisted. He'd positioned it there anyway. "I'm calling for help," I said, pulling out my phone. "Don't be angry with the boy." I didn't answer that. The dispatcher picked up on the second ring and I gave our address in the calm voice I'd perfected over 40 years of dealing with contractors and clients. My hand stayed steady. That would come later. The paramedics arrived in 14 minutes. I opened the door for 2 women who moved with practiced efficiency, asking questions while they worked. How long had she been without fluids? Did she have any medical conditions? Where was her caregiver? "My son," I said, watching them check Helen's vitals. "He was supposed to be here." They exchanged a look I'd seen before in other contexts. The kind of look that says everything without saying anything. She could have. The younger one started, then stopped. "We need to transport her." "I'll follow," I said. After they wheeled her out, I stood in the empty bedroom looking at the evidence. Unopened medication bottles lined up on the nightstand. A glass just out of reach. The wheelchair, deliberate in its distance. I checked Chester's room next. Clothes scattered across the floor, drawers yanked open, hangers empty. The passport that usually lived in his desk drawer was gone. I knew because I'd seen it there last week when I'd borrowed his printer. The front door opened as I came back down the hall. Mrs. Patterson from next door carrying a casserole dish wrapped in aluminum foil. "Simon, you're back. How's the knee? Have you seen Chester?" She blinked at the question, at something in my tone. "Tuesday morning early. He had big suitcases. Said something about finally getting a break." She smiled uncertainly. Looked happy. "Tuesday. Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine. Thank you for checking." I took the casserole and closed the door with careful control. In the kitchen, I found takeout containers in the trash. Chinese food. 1 meal's worth. Chester had eaten before he left sometime Tuesday morning. Fed himself, packed his bags, and walked out while his mother slept. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. I pulled it out, opened the browser, navigated to Chester's profile. The page loaded slowly, and for a moment, I almost hoped it wouldn't load at all. Then the images appeared. Bright sun, turquoise water, a cocktail glass, sweating condensation. Chester's grin, wide and carefree, sunglasses pushed up on his head. The location tag said Barcelona. The post was 2 hours old. I scrolled to the caption. Finally, a week without the pathetic old folks. The words sat there on the screen, pixeler arranged proof of something I'd maybe always known but never let myself see. My son, my only child, the boy I'd taught to ride a bike and help through college, who'd moved back home 5 years ago when his tech startup folded, who'd promised to help care for his mother while I recovered from surgery. Pathetic old folks. I took a screenshot, force of habit from years of documenting architectural plans and client agreements, evidence. Then I set the phone down on the kitchen table, face down, with the kind of precision that comes from not trusting what your hands might do if you're not careful. The house settled around me, quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator. Somewhere in Spain, Chester was drinking expensive drinks and laughing about his week of freedom. Here, his mother was in an ambulance being treated for dehydration that could have killed her. Could have. I said the words aloud, testing them. Could have killed her. The architect in me had always understood structures, load-bearing walls, the way a single point of failure could bring everything down. I'd spent my career making sure buildings didn't collapse, that foundations held firm, that people stayed safe inside walls I'd designed. Chester had wanted a break from the burden of caring. He'd wanted freedom from obligation, from the weight of elderly parents who slowed him down and reminded him of mortality and responsibility. I set the phone down carefully, very carefully. My hands weren't shaking anymore. The hospital coffee was terrible and cold by the time I got around to drinking both cups. I'd bought 2 that morning, one for Helen, one for me, but she'd been sleeping when I arrived, and the nurse said to let her rest. So I sat in the corridor near her room, watching morning light stream through tall windows, and drank both cups while they went from lukewarm to cold, bitter, like the clarity that had settled over me sometime around 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd spent the night in a chair beside Helen's bed, listening to machines beep and watching fluids drip through tubes into her arm. The doctor said she'd be fine, dehydrated, exhausted, early signs of bed sores, but fine. Another day and the outcome might have been different. Might have been. Around 8, Helen's eyes opened. She looked at me and I watched recognition move through confusion to understanding. She knew that I knew. The truth sat between us like a third person in the room. You saw his post, she said. I didn't answer right away. There wasn't much to say. He didn't mean it. He's young, frustrated. Where she swallowed and I poured fresh water into her cup, held it while she sipped. We're difficult. You almost died, Helen. But I didn't. And he's still our son. Promise me you won't rest, I said, squeezing her hand. Please, just rest. She studied my face, looking for something. Whatever she found there made her close her eyes again. I stayed another hour, then told the nurse I'd be back later. The drive home took 20 minutes. My knee complained as I worked the pedals, but the pain felt distant, manageable. Everything felt manageable now, in a way it hadn't 12 hours ago. I pulled into the driveway and noticed Chester's car was still in the garage. Of course, he'd taken an Uber to the airport. Efficient. The kind of planning that goes into a successful escape. Inside, the house looked different in daylight. I'd been too focused on finding Helen yesterday to notice smaller details. Now, I saw them. A coffee mug in the sink, Chester's laptop charger still plugged into the kitchen outlet, his favorite hoodie draped over a chair, and then I heard the refrigerator close. I turned. A woman stood in my kitchen holding a yogurt and one of Helen's good silver spoons, mid-30s, dark hair, wearing one of Chester's old college sweatshirts like it belonged to her. Oh, she said, not looking particularly surprised. You're back, Helen. Okay. It took me a moment to place her. Stephanie, Chester's girlfriend. No, fiancée now, wasn't it? He had mentioned her a few times, usually when he needed money for dinner or concert tickets. Why are you in my house? She raised an eyebrow, spooning yogurt into her mouth with Helen's silver. Chester's house. Technically, eventually. She laughed, a short sound without much humor. I'm staying in the guest room. He said it was fine. He doesn't own this house yet. She set the yogurt down, leaned against the counter like she'd done it 1,000 times. But we both know he will. Old people don't live forever. The words hung in the air between us. I'd spent 40 years negotiating with contractors, dealing with difficult clients, managing conflicts with the kind of calm professionalism that kept projects on schedule. That training kicked in now, smoothing my voice into something flat and even. Get out. Make me. She smiled. And it wasn't a pleasant expression. Oh, wait. You can't. Chester lives here. I'm his guest. This is my house. I built it. I designed every corner. And Chester's your only child, heir, sole beneficiary. He told me all about the will. She examined her nails casual. It's sweet, really. You leaving everything to family. Things change. Not wills, not at your age. Too complicated. Too expensive. She picked up the yogurt again. Besides, Chester said, you're old school. You'd never cut off your own son. I moved carefully toward the study, each step measured. You'd be surprised what I can do. Where are you going? My study. Feel free to let yourself out. Behind me, I heard her laugh again. Heard the refrigerator open and close. Heard her moving through my house like she had every right, like it was already hers. In the study, I closed the door and stood for a moment, letting my breathing settle. The safe was behind the bookshelf, hidden in a cavity I designed into the wall when I had built this place. Only Helen and I knew about it. The combination was our wedding date, which Chester had never bothered to remember. The door swung open with a quiet click. Inside, among other documents, was the will. I'd drawn it up 15 years ago when Chester graduated college and we'd still believed he'd make something of himself. Everything split between Helen and Chester, with Chester getting the house when we were both gone. I pulled it out, carried it to the desk, laid it flat under the green shaded lamp. The paper looked official and permanent. All those legal words arranging our lives into neat categories and clauses. Sole beneficiary. I left the will on the desk and pulled out my phone. Angela Ray had been my attorney for 20 years, handling everything from business contracts to estate planning. Her number was in my contacts under legal. She answered on the third ring. Simon, is everything all right? It's late. I glanced at the clock. 7:30. Not late, but later than I usually called. I need to change my will completely. Remove my son. Silence on the other end. The kind that means someone's recalculating. That's significant. Can this wait until normal business hours? No. Tomorrow morning, first appointment. This is urgent. Another pause. When Angela spoke again, her voice had shifted into a different register. The one she used for serious legal matters. Understood. 9 a.m. my office. Bring current documents and identification. I'll be there. Simon, she said, and something in her tone made me stop. These kinds of changes, are you certain? I've never been more certain of anything. After I hung up, I sat in the darkness of my study, the will still on the desk in front of me, Stephanie's movements audible somewhere in my house. The document represented 40 years of building something, of believing family meant protection and continuity. Chester had been the foundation of that belief. Foundations could be rebuilt. I'd done it before with buildings that needed saving. You expose the damage, cut away what was rotten, and poured new concrete. By this time tomorrow, that piece of paper would mean nothing. And Chester, he'd finally gotten his break. Permanent. Angela Ray's waiting room smelled like leather and old money. I sat in one of those expensive chairs that made you feel important, or at least like your problems were worth expensive solutions. Through the glass door, I could see Angela's mahogany desk. The walls lined with legal text that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. I'd arrived 15 minutes early. The manila envelope on my lap contained everything. Screenshots printed in color. Helen's hospital discharge summary. The old will with Chester's name highlighted as sole beneficiary. My knee throbbed. A dull reminder of surgery that felt like it had happened months ago instead of days. The receptionist smiled at me over her computer. She's ready for you, Mr. Watkins. Angela's office was exactly what I'd expected. Professional, efficient, the kind of space where serious things got done. She stood when I entered, shook my hand with the right amount of firmness. Simon, please sit. She gestured to a chair across from her desk. Tell me exactly what happened. Start from when you got home. I arranged the documents on her desk in chronological order. Timeline first, medical records second, social media evidence last. The architect in me couldn't help but organize things logically, even when the content made my stomach turn. I found my wife dying. My son was in Barcelona posting vacation photos. Angela picked up the printed screenshots, studied them with a neutral expression, lawyers perfect over years of hearing terrible things. These are remarkably callous. That's my son or who he's become. I tapped the hospital summary. She was alone for 3 days. No water, no medication. Could have died but didn't. No, thanks to Chester. Angela set the papers down, folded her hands on the desk. You want him removed from your will? I can do that. But first, let me show you something better. For the next hour, she walked me through Florida estate law. Simple will changes, she explained. Invited contests after death. Unhappy heirs could tie up estates in probate for years, especially if they claimed undue influence or mental incompetence. What's the difference between changing the will and creating this trust you're describing? A will can be contested for years. A trust is immediate, irrevocable in effect. She pulled a legal pad closer, sketched a simple diagram. You transfer assets now, control them while you're alive, designate beneficiaries who receive everything automatically upon death. No probate, no contest period. He can't fight what's already done. I took notes, treating this like a construction project. Load-bearing decisions, structural integrity, long-term stability. Your total estate, she consulted the documents I brought. Approximately 1.2 million. You're transferring everything to the MS Foundation. Everything, the house I designed, every dollar I saved. Chester gets nothing. Angela leaned back and for the first time her professional mask cracked slightly. Simon, I have to ask. Is there any chance you'll reconcile? This is permanent in effect, even if legally revocable. He left his mother to die alone. That's permanent, too. She nodded slowly. Understood. Let's proceed. The document preparation took until late afternoon. Angela had templates, but each clause needed customization. Asset descriptions, trustee designations, beneficiary details. I read every paragraph before initiating. Used my architectural drafting pen, the one I'd used to sign the final plans for the house 40 years ago. How long does this take? We can have documents ready today, notarized tomorrow, effective immediately. Do it. The next morning, I drove to Milton Willis's notary office across town. Milton was older than me, retired from a long career in real estate law, and I'd worked with him on several architectural projects decades back. Simon. He shook my hand carefully, eyeing my cane. Heard about Helen? How's she doing? Better now. She's home. Good. Good. He gestured to the documents Angela had couriered over. Let's make this official. The notarization process was methodical. Signature verification, witness statements, official stamps that made everything real in a way signatures alone couldn't. Each page got its seal, its proof of legitimacy. By late afternoon, I was back in Angela's office. The documents sat on her desk, complete and binding. These documents are active now. Angela pulled up her email program. Do you want Chester informed, or should we wait? Inform him immediately. He's still in Spain. This will end his vacation rather abruptly. Good. He ended Helen's life abruptly. Fair's fair. Angela typed with practiced efficiency, attaching the complete trust documentation. Official notification with complete documentation. He'll have everything. Asset lists, beneficiary designation, legal language explaining his removal. Make sure he understands this isn't a threat. It's done. She reviewed the email once, then looked at me. Last chance to change your mind. Send it. Her finger hovered over the button for just a moment, then clicked. The screen showed the sending animation. That little progress bar that felt simultaneously too fast and too slow. Done. Angela closed her laptop. He'll have it within minutes. I sat there watching the afternoon light angle through her office windows and felt something settle inside me. Not peace that would come later, if it came at all, but certainty. The first real move in a game I hadn't chosen to play, but one I'd finish on my terms. Thank you, Angela. Just doing my job. She stood, walked me to the door. Simon, Chester's going to react badly. Be prepared for that. I know. What I didn't say was that I was counting on it. The phone started ringing an hour later. I was home sitting in my study with a glass of water, not whiskey, though. The bottle sat on the shelf where I could see it. Discipline mattered now more than comfort. Chester's name lit up the screen. I watched it ring until voicemail picked up. 30 seconds later, it rang again, then again. 27 calls. I counted every single one. The voicemail started around call 5. His voice progression told the story better than any words could. First message, confusion, seeking clarification. Dad, I got this weird email from your attorney. Call me back. By message 10, anger breaking through. What is this? You can't just give everything away. I'm your son. Message 15. Desperation creeping in. You're making a huge mistake. Stephanie's talking to lawyers. You can't just steal my inheritance. I listened to them all while watching the sunset through my study window. Each message another piece of evidence. Another demonstration of who Chester really was when he didn't get what he wanted. The text came next. Stephanie joined in. Her message is shorter, angrier. You're a cruel old man. That house belongs to Chester. We'll fight this. I set the phone face down on the desk and went to make dinner. Helen came home the next morning. I'd hired Maria, a professional caregiver with 12 years of experience with MS patients. She arrived at 8 carrying a medical bag and an air of competent calm that immediately made the house feel different. Maria, this is Helen, my wife. She needs medication at 2, 6, and 10. Her chart's on the nightstand. I've worked with MS patients for 12 years, Mr. Watkins. She's in good hands. Helen looked up from the bed, her voice still weak, but clearer than it had been. Is Chester coming by today? The question landed in my chest like a weight. He's been traveling. He'll visit when he can. Maria, read the tension in my non-answer, gave Helen a gentle smile. Let's get you comfortable, Helen. Can you tell me about your medication schedule? I left them to it, and went back to the study. The waiting was the hardest part. I knew Chester would come. Emergency flight from Barcelona to Tampa, then the drive down to Sarasota. Expensive, last minute, probably wiping out whatever money he had left. The thought didn't bother me at all. He arrived on the 6th evening, just after 7. I heard the car door slam, then his key in the lock. He still had his key, still had access, but no ownership. The irony wasn't lost on me. Where are you? His voice carried through the house. Dad? I stood in the living room positioned carefully so my back was to the hallway, not the wall. Physical space mattered in confrontations. You're back early. Barcelona not agree with you? He appeared in the doorway. 10+ hours on a plane showed in every detail. Bloodshot eyes, wrinkled clothes, hair unwashed, and pulled back into a sloppy ponytail. Stephanie followed a step behind, looking uncertain for the first time since I'd met her. Don't. Chester's voice shook. Don't you dare joke. What did you do? The trust, the foundation, everything to charity. I made arrangements for my estate. Adults do that. Your estate? That's my inheritance. You can't give it all away. Actually, I can. I did. I kept my voice level, conversational even. The calm seemed to enrage him more than shouting would have. This is because of Mom. She's fine. She's home now, right? No, thanks to you. You left her to die. I didn't. It was just a few days. I needed a break. The word break hit something cold in my chest. You needed a break. She needed water, food, her medication, which mattered more. Chester stepped forward, hands gesturing wildly. Dad, I'm sorry. I'll do better. Just change it back. Please, we can fix this. You lost the right to call me Dad when you posted that picture. Pathetic old folks. Remember? Stephanie moved up beside him. He didn't mean it like that. I looked at her directly for the first time since they had arrived. You told me this house would be yours soon. Did you mean that? She went quiet. Chester's desperation shifted into something harder. I'll sue. I'll contest it. You're old. You were on pain medication after surgery. The trust was created 4 days after my surgery. I was fully lucid. 2 attorneys and a notary will testify to that. There has to be something. Undue influence. Coercion. Try it. I sat down in my chair, made him stand while I sat. Another power position, another subtle message. Spend what little money you have left on lawyers. The law is clear. The property is mine to dispose of as I choose. I'm your son. The words came out almost like a wail. No, you're someone who shares my DNA. A son would have checked on his mother. Chester lunged forward, finger jabbing toward my chest. I didn't move, didn't flinch. Behind me, I heard Maria's voice from Helen's room, concerned and professional. Mr. Watkins, is everything all right? I kept my eyes on Chester. Everything's fine, Maria, I called back. Then, quieter, just for Chester. You should leave now before you do something you'll regret even more than Barcelona. I woke early the next morning to silence, broken only by Maria's quiet movements in Helen's room. The confrontation with Chester felt like something from another lifetime, though it had been less than 12 hours. I stood in the kitchen, coffee cooling in the cup I'd forgotten to drink, and understood what the silence meant. Chester and Stephanie were still here, still asleep in the guest room. They hadn't left. They weren't going to leave. This was going to be a siege. The next 2 weeks unfolded in a kind of toxic choreography. We avoided each other but shared the same space. Passing in hallways without speaking, hearing each other through walls, we couldn't escape. Chester made phone calls from the guest room, his voice rising and falling in frustration. I'd hear snatches through the thin walls, words like undue influence and diminished capacity and has to be something. One afternoon, I heard a phone hit the wall. Then Chester's voice raw. Useless, all of them. Stephanie played music loudly, left dishes in the sink, tracked mud across floors Helen had kept pristine. Passive-aggressive warfare, the kind that can't quite be called out but grinds on you anyway. I focused on Helen, spent hours in her room while Maria worked, reading to her from old architectural journals she used to tease me about. Still boring after all these years, she'd say back when she could. Now she'd just lay there, eyes closed, breath shallow. Maria pulled me aside one morning in mid-February. Her vitals are stable, but she's fading. It's not dramatic, just gradual. I had known for days, maybe weeks. The way Helen squeezed my hand had changed. Less strength, more desperation, like she was trying to hold on to something slipping away. Simon, her voice barely a whisper one evening. I'm here, right here, Chester, don't be too hard. I paused, choosing my words carefully. Rest now. Everything's handled. Her fingers tightened weakly around mine. Love you always. Always. Sleep now. She did. For the next 2 weeks, she slept more than she woke. Ate less. Spoke not at all. Maria updated me daily with the clinical details, but I could see it myself. Helen was leaving one breath at a time. March 2nd, early evening. Maria appeared in my study doorway. Simon, now I followed her to Helen's room. The change in breathing, I'd heard about it, but experiencing it was different. Shallow, irregular, like her body had forgotten the rhythm. I sat beside her, took her hand, talked quietly about our life together. The house I'd designed for her, the way she'd always known when I needed coffee. 42 years of small moments that built something larger than either of us alone. She didn't respond. Didn't open her eyes, but her hand stayed in mine. Then, without drama or gasping, the breathing stopped. Just gradual stillness, then silence. Maria checked her pulse, looked at me, shook her head gently. I sat there for an hour, still holding Helen's hand before I called the funeral home. Chester and Stephanie were somewhere in the house. I'd heard the television earlier. I didn't tell them. Not yet. Not until I'd made the arrangements, chosen the casket, handled the details with the calm precision Helen would have expected. The funeral was 4 days later. Small service at a local facility. Just the space, nothing else. 10 people attended, elderly neighbors, a few of Helen's former co-workers, Maria. I delivered a brief eulogy about Helen's strength and grace. Kept it together because falling apart wouldn't honor her. Chester arrived late, stumbling through the door with Stephanie trying to support him. The smell hit me before I saw him. Cologne, failing to mask alcohol. He pushed past me toward the front of the room, grabbed the podium for balance, knocked over a flower arrangement. She was my mother, best woman. His voice broke. I loved her. I approached quietly, put my hand on his elbow. Chester, this isn't the time. Please go. He jerked away. You don't tell me. She's my mother. And you left her to die. Everyone here knows it. Leave with some dignity. You turned her against me. You poisoned. I'm asking once more. Leave now. Mr. Patterson and another neighbor were already moving forward. Come on, son. Let's get you some air. Chester let them lead him out, still protesting. Stephanie followed, not looking at anyone. The service continued. We buried Helen under oak trees she'd admired. I placed a single rose on the casket before they lowered it. The week after felt longer than the 2 weeks before. Chester and Stephanie avoided me more if that was possible. I processed my grief privately, sitting in Helen's empty room, going through photos with methodical care. Young versions of us stared back, full of hope and plans and the kind of naive certainty that life would work out. I placed the photos in a box, closed it, filed it away properly. Then I went to my desk, pulled out Angela Ray's business card, and picked up the phone. Angela answered on the second ring. Simon, I'm so sorry about Helen. I saw the obituary. Thank you. I appreciate that. I paused, looking at the guest room door down the hall. I need your help with something else now. Chester and Stephanie are still living in my house. They won't leave. How long has it been? 3 weeks since the confrontation. A week since Helen's funeral. Papers rustled on her end. Okay. Florida law is clear here. You need to serve them formal notice. 15 days to vacate. After that, if they refuse, we file eviction proceedings. How long until they're physically out of my house? Realistically, if they don't leave after the court orders it, sheriff's removal takes a few days. 6 weeks total from today. 6 weeks. 6 more weeks of footsteps overhead, of hostile silences, of Stephanie's music and Chester's late-night drinking. Then we do it right. Start the paperwork. The notice went out March 11th via certified mail. Milton Willis handled the sending. Everything documented, trackable, official. Chester signed for it on the 12th. I know because I had the tracking number, watched it update online. Delivered, signature required, received. I heard him crumple the notice, throw it across the kitchen. Evict me? Your own flesh and blood? I didn't look up from my newspaper. My flesh and blood left his mother to die. The courts don't care about DNA. Where am I supposed to go? We have no money. You had money for Barcelona. Figure it out. Stephanie tried diplomacy for the first time since Helen's death. Simon, please. We can pay rent. We'll contribute. No, this isn't negotiable. You have until the 26th. I marked the calendar in my study. Each day, a small X March 14th, 15th, 16th. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. They didn't leave. March 26th came and went. I took photos through my study window. Chester's car in the driveway, lights on in the guest room. Documentation. Mrs. Patterson from next door signed a statement confirming their continued presence. I called Angela the next morning. They're still here. You want to proceed with the lawsuit immediately. I've documented everything. Okay, I'll file tomorrow morning. You'll need to be present for the hearing. I wouldn't miss it. The lawsuit filed March 27th. The hearing got scheduled for April 15th, 19 days away. The legal machinery had started grinding, slow but inexorable. April 1st, a process server appeared at my door. Professional woman, clipboard, and legal papers. Is Chester Watkins present? Guest room down the hall. She knocked. Chester opened the door, shirtless, confused. She handed him the papers. You've been served. Have a nice day. He stood there holding them, reading, face going through stages of disbelief. You're actually suing me. Your own son. You made your choice in Barcelona. I'm making mine now. Mom would be ashamed of you. I finally looked up from the newspaper I'd been pretending to read. Your mother asked me not to be too hard on you, but she also asked you not to leave her alone. We both broke promises. He retreated to the guest room. I heard raised voices, Stephanie's frustrated tone, Chester's defensive responses. April 5th, Angela called. You got countersued. Chester's claiming you were mentally incompetent when you created the trust. I'd been expecting this. Desperation makes people predictable. I was 4 days post-surgery. Knee replacement, local anesthetic, some mild pain medication. Were you impaired during our meeting? You were there, was I? You were sharper than most clients. Her voice carried certainty. We have witnesses. Me, Milton, my paralegal, plus video timestamp from office security showing you lucid and deliberate. So, he can't win. He can try, but this is desperation, not a legitimate legal strategy. It'll fail. Question is whether you want to countersue for frivolous litigation. I considered it. More legal fees for Chester. More pressure, more consequences. Let's see how the eviction hearing goes first. Fair enough. Start gathering every piece of documentation you have. Medical records, pharmacy receipts, anything proving you were clear-headed after surgery. Already done. I had boxes organized by date in my study. Every prescription, every follow-up appointment, every lucid conversation documented in Maria's care notes. Of course you do. Angela actually laughed. Simon, we're going to bury this claim and then we're going to bury him in that eviction hearing. I smiled for the first time in weeks. That's the plan. I stood in my closet the week before the hearing, selecting a suit, navy blue, conservative, respectful. Not for Chester, for the judge. On my desk sat 3 binders, witness statements, medical records, timeline documents. Angela had called my preparation overkill. I'd called it architecture. Every detail mattered when building a case. April 15th arrived with Florida sunshine and the kind of clarity that made everything sharp-edged. The Sarasota County Courthouse smelled like floor polish and anxiety. Angela and I arrived 30 minutes early. Chester and Stephanie showed up 12 minutes late, trailing a young attorney who looked fresh from law school. Judge Martinez was middle-aged, efficient, the kind of person who'd heard every excuse twice. She read through the filings quickly while we waited. Mr. Watkins, you're evicting your son from your home. Can you explain why? I kept my voice level. Your Honor, Chester Watkins abandoned his bedridden mother for a vacation overseas. She nearly died from neglect. He's not my son in any meaningful sense anymore. Chester's attorney stood quickly. Objection. Irrelevant to the eviction proceeding. Overruled. Judge Martinez didn't look up from the documents. It establishes why there's no informal family arrangement. Mr. Watkins has legal right to his property. Angela presented our case like she was building a wall brick by brick. Certified mail receipts. Timeline documentation. No lease agreement. No rent payment history. Chester's attorney tried the hardship angle. Nowhere to go. Family dispute, not legal matter, but it fell flat against the evidence. The ruling took less than 20 minutes. Chester Watkins must vacate the property by May 15, 30 days from today. Chester shot to his feet. This is my home. Judge Martinez's eyes went cold. Sir, one more outburst and I'll hold you in contempt. This is my courtroom. He sat down. I remained silent throughout, letting the law speak for itself. The competency hearing came a week later, April 22nd. Same courthouse, different room, bigger, more formal, higher stakes. Chester's attorney presented their case first. My age, 68. The surgery timing, 4 days post-operation. Pain medication records showing prescriptions filled. Then Angela began dismantling it. Medical records. I had been prescribed only mild over-the-counter pain relievers, not narcotics. The surgeon's affidavit, minor procedure, local anesthetic, no expected cognitive impairment. Security footage from Angela's office building. Timestamp February 12, showing me clearly articulate and purposeful, asking detailed questions, making specific decisions. Milton Willis took the stand next. Mr. Willis, in your professional opinion, was Simon Watkins competent when signing the trust documents? Absolutely. Milton's voice carried decades of authority. I've notarized thousands of documents. Mr. Watkins understood every clause, asked specific questions, made deliberate choices, textbook competency. Chester's attorney tried. But he was 4 days post-surgery. A knee replacement with local anesthetic, not brain surgery. His mind was perfectly clear. Angela testified last, walking the judge through every interaction we'd had, my specific instructions, the questions I'd asked, the legal concepts I'd grasped immediately. Judge Thompson, older than Martinez, more formal, reviewed everything with careful attention, then delivered his ruling. This court finds no credible evidence of diminished capacity. The medical testimony is clear. Minor procedure, minimal medication, no cognitive impact. The video evidence shows Mr. Watkins articulate and purposeful. Claim dismissed with prejudice. Mr. Chester Watkins is barred from refiling this claim. Chester's head dropped into his hands. I heard a sound, something between a sob and a gasp. Stephanie put her hand on his shoulder. I stood, collected my binder, and walked out without looking back. Early May brought their final desperate move. I'd installed security cameras after Chester moved back in. Just basic doorbell models, but they covered the driveway and mailbox. May 1st, I went grocery shopping. When I returned, Mrs. Patterson flagged me down. Simon, I saw Stephanie at your mailbox earlier. Looked like she was going through your mail. I thanked her, went inside, and pulled up the security footage. There it was. Stephanie watching my car leave, walking to the mailbox, sorting through envelopes, looking over her shoulder repeatedly. May 3rd, I called the police non-emergency line. 2 officers arrived that afternoon. I showed them the footage, explained the situation. They interviewed Stephanie while Chester was out, apparently at a job interview, though I doubted that would lead anywhere. Ma'am, why were you going through this mailbox? Stephanie's voice wavered. I was checking if my mail had arrived. I'm staying here temporarily. Do you have legal residence here? Chester lives here. I'm with Chester. Mr. Watkins says Chester is being evicted. You're not supposed to touch this mail. Clear. Yes. Clear. The officers wrote up a report. Federal mail interference. 18 U.S.C. made RE8. Not enough for criminal charges, but enough for an official record. They warned Stephanie not to touch the mailbox again. I filed the police report in my binder with everything else. The days crawled toward May 15th. The house atmosphere had moved beyond toxic into something else. Defeated acceptance. Chester stayed in the guest room mostly barely speaking. Stephanie packed systematically, reality settling in. May 10th, a small moving truck appeared in the driveway. I watched from my study window as they loaded boxes and furniture. Chester's furniture now, I suppose. Whatever he'd bought over the years. They were careful not to take anything that had been Helen's. The day after Chester moved out, I sat in my study with a private investigator's report. I'd commissioned it back in April during the court battles. $800, money well spent for information Chester never knew I was gathering. The report was thorough. Chester and Stephanie's new address. A 1-bedroom apartment in Northport, 30 miles south. Cheap area. Monthly rent, $1,100. Stephanie's new job, retail at a department store, $13 an hour. Chester's employment status, unemployed, job hunting. There was more. The house I'd given Chester 5 years ago, the one he lost to a property owner named Herman Olson in a poker game. The Pi had tracked that down, too. Herman Olson, 53, professional gambler, owned 6 rental properties across Bradenton, lived at 847 Palm Avenue. I had spent the week planning. Now May 20th, I drove north toward Bradenton. Herman's house was nice. 2-story Mediterranean style, well-maintained yard, expensive cars in the driveway. The kind of home that came from successful business, whether legal or not. He answered the door himself. Big man, solid, with the kind of handshake that meant something. Mr. Olson, I'm Simon Watkins. I believe you won a house for my son in a poker game. He studied me for a moment, then nodded. Come in. His living room was comfortable, professional. I noticed the poker table visible through an archway. Green felt, good lighting. This was where Chester had bet everything on nothing. Your son's a terrible poker player, Herman said, pouring coffee I hadn't asked for. Worst I've seen. He's terrible at a lot of things. Poker's just one of them. Herman smiled slightly. I'm guessing you're not here for sympathy. I'm here to buy the house back. It's not for sale. Good property, decent rental income. I pulled out the deed from my briefcase. When I gave that house to Chester 5 years ago, there was a deed restriction. No transfers for 10 years without my consent. Herman's expression shifted. I didn't see any restriction. My attorney checked, check again. Section 4, Clause B. It's recorded with Manatee County Public Record since 2020. He took the document, read carefully, his jaw tightened. This says, you're saying the transfer isn't valid. I'm saying you're holding property you don't legally own, which makes this conversation very important for you. Silent stretch between us. I watched him calculate the way good poker players do. If what you're saying is true, why offer to buy it? Just take it back through court. I could, but litigation takes time, costs money. I'm offering you a clean exit. $320,000. You walk away whole. I paid more than that. Chester's debt was $360 plus. Chester's debt isn't my problem. Current market value is $340,000. I'm offering $320,000. That's $20,000 under value. Take it or risk losing everything in court. He leaned back, studying me with new respect. You've got steel, old man. All right. $320,000. 2A closing. I'll have my attorney draw up the papers. We shook hands again. This time it felt different. 2 men who understood the game, even if we'd been on opposite sides. He said this house was his future, Herman said as he walked me to the door. Bet it all on a pair of 8s. That sounds like Chester betting everything on nothing. You're cleaning up his mess. That's rough. I'm done cleaning up after him. This is the last one. I drove back to Sarasota with the windows down. Warm May air filling the car. Herman would have his attorney contact Angela by end of week. 2 weeks after that, I'd own both houses, the one I'd built and the one I'd foolishly given away. Chester was in Northport, working retail if he'd found anything at all, living in a 1-bedroom with a girlfriend who was already looking for the exits. The Pi report had included a detail I hadn't expected. Stephanie on her phone outside their apartment, voice raised, saying, I can't do this forever. Chester had no idea what I'd just done. No idea I'd recovered what he'd lost. And he wouldn't know until I decided to tell him, if I decided to tell him at all. That uncertainty, that was its own kind of justice. The closing attorney's office in Bradenton had that polished, professional atmosphere where serious transactions happened. May 31st. Herman Olson sat across from me. Both of us flanked by attorneys. Documents slid across the mahogany table. Deed transfer, wire confirmation, keys on a small ring. $320,000 changed hands electronically. Numbers on a screen. Wealth redistributed with keystrokes. Herman signed the final page, pushed it toward the notary, then looked at me with something that might have been respect. You know, I actually feel bad for your son losing this place the way he did. Don't. He didn't lose it. He threw it away. There's a difference. Fair enough. Herman stood, offered his hand. You played this smart, clean. Wish more people handled things like this. I shook his hand firmly. I'm not handling things. I'm correcting mistakes. His and mine. The mistake of giving him too much. The mistake of thinking he'd earned it. I drove back to Sarasota with 2 sets of keys, 2 property deeds. At home, I placed both deeds in my safe side by side. One house I'd built with my own hands. One house I'd given away foolishly and now recovered. Combined value, over $1 million. Chester had no idea that ignorance was about to become useful. June 5th, I met with Angela in her office. One more legal action, final psychological strike. She pulled up Florida statutes on her computer. Tell me what you're thinking. Filial Responsibility Statute 742.031. Adult children financially responsible for parents' medical care under certain circumstances. Angela leaned back studying me. Simon, this claim is weak. Florida filial responsibility is rarely enforced. Judges don't like it. You paid for Helen's care voluntarily. Hard to prove necessity under the statute. You likely can't win this. I don't need to win. I need him to think he could lose. Understanding crossed her face. You're weaponizing the legal system for psychological warfare. I'm using every tool available, just like Chester used my trust when he abandoned his mother. She drafted the letter over the next hour. $47,000 in medical costs. Nurse Maria's wages, medications, medical equipment, doctor visits, every receipt I'd saved, every invoice itemized in legal language. Failure to respond within 30 days will result in filing lawsuit in Sarasota County Court. I reviewed the draft 3 times, made edits to strengthen the threatening tone, watched Angela seal the envelope, affixed the certified mail label. The letter arrived at Chester's Northport apartment on June 6th. I didn't need to be there to know what happened next. Mrs. Patterson's nephew, the landlord, reported the highlights. Chester received the certified letter, had to sign for it, opened it with Stephanie present. First paragraph informed him I'd repossessed the house he'd lost to Herman Olson. Second paragraph demanded $47,000 for Helen's medical care under filial responsibility statute. According to the landlord's account, Chester made frantic phone calls, legal aid hotlines, free consultation services. The responses he got were variations of the same theme. The statute exists. Application is complicated. Depends on circumstances. You need representation. Representation. He couldn't afford. Which meant he couldn't afford to ignore the claim. Stephanie's response is reported, I can't do this anymore. This is your family, your mess. June 10th, late afternoon. I was in my study when the doorbell rang. Through the window, I saw Chester on my porch, thinner, disheveled, exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. I opened the door. He stood there, hands fidgeting, shoulders hunched. Dad, please, can we talk? Please. I stepped aside, let him enter. We stood in the living room. I didn't offer him a seat. Dad, I know I messed up badly, but I'm trying. I'm working. You're working because you have no choice, not because you've changed. That's not fair. You don't know. I know exactly who you are. You showed me in Barcelona. You showed me every day your mother needed you and you weren't there. His voice cracked. She forgave me. Before she died, she said, she asked me not to be too hard on you. I'm not being hard. I'm being just. What do you want from me? Tell me what to do and I'll do it. I'll work forever to pay you back. I let the silence stretch, watched him squirm, then spoke with the kind of finality that closes doors permanently. When you left your mother dying to take a vacation, you made your choice. I've made mine. The house you lost, I own it now. The debt I'm claiming, that's your burden to carry, even if it's only in your mind. So, this is it? You're just done with me? I was done with you the moment I saw that post from Barcelona. This is just paperwork. You're my father and Helen was your mother. You remember what you did to her? Live with that. I have too. I walked to the door, opened it. Chester stood there another moment, then left. I watched him drive away in a car that probably should have been in a junkyard years ago. The following week brought news through Mrs. Patterson's nephew. Stephanie moved out June 12th. Chester was alone now, barely making rent. He'd found work, Amazon delivery driver, $16 an hour. I sat at my desk, drafted an email to Angela. Withdraw the filial responsibility claim. I'd never intended to follow through. The weapon was the threat itself, not the action. Chester would spend months, maybe years, waiting for a lawsuit that would never come. That uncertainty, that fear, that was the point. Early July, I listed both properties for sale. The house I'd built sold in 11 days for $675,000. The recovered house took 3 weeks, sold for $335,000. Over $1 million in transactions, handled with the same precision I'd brought to architectural projects decades ago. I bought a modest condo in a senior community overlooking Sarasota Bay. 2 bedrooms, clean lines, more space than I needed. Cost me $245,000, left $765,000 from the property sales. Combined with my savings, $520,000 still sitting in accounts, I had $1.285 million, almost exactly what the estate had been worth before I transferred it to the MS Foundation. Angela helped me establish the Helen Watkins Memorial Foundation. Proper 501c3 incorporation, Board of Directors, mission statement focused on providing in-home nursing assistance for families dealing with MS. The paperwork took 6 weeks. By mid-August, everything was official. August 15th, we held a small ceremony. 40 people in a downtown conference room, neighbors, Helen's former co-workers, Maria, representatives from local MS support groups. The Sarasota Herald-Tribune sent a reporter. I gave a brief speech about Helen's strength, her grace through difficulty, her belief that people should help each other, announced the foundation would distribute grants starting immediately, $15,000 each, to qualifying families who needed in-home nursing support. The first grants went out that week, 3 families, $45,000, enabling care that meant the difference between managing at home and institutional placement. Mrs. Patterson posted photos from the ceremony on Facebook, tagged me, tagged the foundation, added details about Helen's story, the devoted wife, the difficult illness, the husband who'd honored her memory by helping others. Chester saw it. According to the landlord, saw the ceremony photos, the grant announcements, the foundation bearing his mother's name, funded by the estate he'd expected to inherit. He didn't call, didn't show up, just saw it on a screen, absorbed the final accounting of what his choices had cost him. August 1st, Stephanie filed for divorce in Florida. No fault, no assets to divide, quick dissolution. 2 weeks later, it was final. Chester signed the papers without contest. He had nothing left to fight for, nothing left to fight with. I spent my days at the condo volunteering with the foundation's administrative work, grant applications, family interviews, coordination with nursing agencies. Turned out the skills I developed managing architectural projects translated well to managing charitable operations. Late August evening, I sat on my condo balcony, watching the sun set over Sarasota Bay. Coffee cooling in my cup, herb garden thriving in small pots along the railing. Simple pleasures, sufficient pleasures. Helen's photo sat on the side table. Our wedding day, young and hopeful. I looked at it, then looked at the bay, the expansive water reflecting orange and gold. The foundation would continue after I was gone. Board members committed, funding secure, mission clear. Helen's name would help families for decades. That mattered more than any revenge. Chester was in Northport working a delivery route, living in a 1-bedroom apartment alone. He'd lost his inheritance, his house, his wife, his father. He'd gained exactly what his choices had earned him, isolation and consequence. I'd achieved what I'd set out to achieve, justice, not vengeance, punishment proportional to harm. Helen honored, not through bitterness, but through purpose. The sun touched the horizon. Light spreading across the water in patterns that seemed deliberate but were just physics and circumstance. Like justice perhaps. Natural law playing out over time. I wasn't happy. Helen was still gone. That wound would never fully heal. But I was at peace. The books balanced. The architecture of consequence properly constructed. Chester living with his choices. Helen's memory living in meaningful action. I finished my coffee, stood, brought the cup inside. Tomorrow, I'd review grant applications. Next week, visit families who'd received assistance, build something positive from the wreckage Chester had created. The difference between us, I'd realized over these months, wasn't intelligence or opportunity. It was understanding that actions have weight, that choices echo forward, that family means more than blood. It means showing up when someone needs you. Even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult. Chester never learned that. Maybe never could. I'd stopped trying to teach him. Now I just lived the lesson myself, helping families who understood what he never would. That caring for someone isn't a burden. It's a privilege. And when you fail at it, you lose more than money or property. You lose the right to call yourself family. The bay darkened as night settled in. I stood at my window, looking out at water and sky and the lights of a city where I'd spent my life building things. Buildings, relationships, a reputation. Now, a foundation that would outlive me. Chester was out there somewhere in the darkness, delivering packages to strangers' doors, counting pennies, sleeping in a cheap apartment with walls thin enough to hear neighbors' lives continuing around him, alone with his choices. I turned from the window, closed the blinds, and went to bed. Tomorrow would bring more grant applications, more families needing help. More opportunities to transform Helen's suffering into someone else's relief. That transformation, tragedy into purpose, pain into help. That was the architecture I'd been building all along. And unlike Chester, I'd built it to last.
That brings this story to an end, and that one was definitely a wild ride. Let me know what you think in the comments. Now, let's move into the next story, titled,
My wife's sister's new rich boyfriend mocked me at dinner. Everyone laughed. My wife told me to stop making the family look bad, so I let them talk until he mentioned his job. Then I pulled out my phone and watched their smiles fade. My name's Aaron, 32, married, and still somehow treated like the unpaid intern of my wife's family. You'd think marriage would come with some level of adult respect, like maybe a seat at the big table of opinions. But no. In the world of the Hollis family, I'm basically the tech support who married up. The guy you hand your phone to when the Wi-Fi stops working and then mock for not wearing loafers to brunch. My wife Sophie comes from a clan that makes family values look like a competitive sport. They're the type who wear matching holiday sweaters unironically and have a group chat named #blessed complete with sparkle emojis and passive-aggressive gifs about gratitude. Every Sunday dinner feels like an audition for the Real Housewives of Pretentious County. Her mom, Diana, is the ringleader. Picture a woman who could weaponize a casserole. She hosts dinner parties like she's getting Michelin stars for her roast chicken. She doesn't just set the table, she curates it. There are napkin rings shaped like swans, wine labels that match her outfit, and an expression that says, "I can smell lower income." She'll smile while offering you pie, but if you look close enough, you can see the disappointment frosting on top. Then there's Frank, the dad, retired financial consultant, golf enthusiast, walking khaki commercial. Every conversation somehow leads back to his time on the green. Golf teaches patience, discipline, and integrity, he'll say like he's quoting scripture. Meanwhile, I'm just trying not to fall asleep before dessert. He doesn't dislike me. He just doesn't understand how I make money typing on a computer. I once told him I write code that runs an entire logistics system. He said, "Oh, like Excel?" And then patted me on the shoulder like I'd said I finger paint for a living. And then there's Chloe, the younger sister, 26, going on TikTok. Chloe is the golden child. She changes her career path every fiscal quarter and somehow always lands on her feet. One month she's a wellness coach, the next she's brand consulting for influencers. Translation, she makes canvas slides for people selling scented candles online. But the family treats her like she's curing cancer between yoga sessions. Every year comes with a new boyfriend, too. Each one more insufferable than the last. Now me, I'm the quiet guy in the corner. The humble husband who keeps to himself. I work from home building back-end systems and automating processes for actual companies that pay real money. But because I don't post daily rise and grind quotes on LinkedIn or brag about networking over mimosas, they assume I'm unemployed. Last Christmas, Frank literally asked if I'd considered applying somewhere stable. I said, like a nursing home? He didn't laugh. The thing about Sophie's family is they confuse volume with virtue. Whoever talks the loudest at dinner apparently wins. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there eating green beans, wondering if any of them have ever experienced silence that wasn't due to buffering. Sophie, my wife, is beautiful, intelligent, and unfortunately fluent in her family's language appearances. She grew up in that environment, so she doesn't always see it. To her, Sunday dinners are family bonding. To me, they're unpaid therapy sessions with better lighting. I remember the first dinner after we got engaged. Diana toasted to family expansion like she was merging companies. She gave Sophie a diamond bracelet and handed me a framed photo of the family from 2004. No joke, no welcome, no we're glad you're here. Just here's what you're marrying into. Don't mess it up. They see Sophie as their crown jewel, and I'm the guy who somehow snuck past security. Diana once introduced me to her friend at a charity auction by saying, "This is Aaron. He's in computers." Like I was a middle schooler doing a science fair project. The woman smiled, patted my arm, and said, "Good for you, dear." Good for me. Like I just learned to tie my shoes. At these dinners, everyone performs. It's not about eating. It's about being seen eating. Chloe talks about her career moves in that influencer voice. Frank talks about golf and the market. Diana talks about how everything runs better when she's in charge. And Sophie plays mediator, laughing at everyone's jokes like she's the human version of a mood stabilizer. Me? I smile, sip wine, and mentally code an app that could auto-generate small talk. Work been good, Aaron? Frank asks every time as if one day I'll say, nope. Got fired again for being too humble. Yeah, busy as ever, I'll reply. He nods. That's good. You know, there's something to be said for consistency. I've been with my firm 25 years before retirement. Yeah, I've been with JavaScript 15 years, I say. He blinks. Is that a company? No, Frank. It's a lifestyle. And then Diana jumps in. Sophie says you work from home. That must be so nice getting to, take breaks whenever you want. Sure, I say. Between the 6-hour coding sessions and client calls that start at 2 a.m. London time, I get tons of free time. She tilts her head, smiles that tight, I don't believe you smile. Well, at least you get to be around Sophie more. Yeah, I say. That's the dream. Watching her work emails instead of watching sunsets. The first time I tried being honest, really honest, at one of these dinners, it went nuclear. Diana had asked if I thought Chloe's new skincare line idea was viable. I said, if her business plan involves selfies and affirmations, sure. You'd think I'd cursed in church. Sophie kicked me under the table so hard my shin bruised. Now I play the quiet game because in that family, speaking truth is like lighting a candle in a gas leak. You might make the room prettier for 2 seconds before it explodes. Last Thanksgiving, I sat between Frank and Diana. Not the best seat, but Sophie said it'd balance the energy. I think she meant isolate the sarcasm. Frank spent half the meal explaining to me how golf reflects life. It's about strategy, Aaron, he said, carving turkey like it owed him money. You can't just hit the ball and hope. It's all about planning your swing. Totally, I replied. Just like marriage, you plan your swing and hope you don't end up in the rough. He didn't get it. Sophie elbowed me again. Across the table, Chloe was filming her plate off her Instagram. Grateful for family and abundance, she said while Diana corrected her angle because the mashed potatoes looked flat. Frank was complaining that someone moved his putter last weekend. Sophie kept checking her phone under the table, probably texting me, smile more. And me? I was just praying for dessert or divine intervention. At one point, Diana turned to me and said, Aaron, you're such a quiet presence in this family. I smiled. That's my strategy. It makes people miss me faster. She blinked. Oh, how interesting. Yeah, I said. It's like fasting, but for conversation. After dinner, everyone migrated to the living room for family reflection. That's their term for post-meal gossip hour. I sat on the couch while Chloe showed off her latest boyfriend's yacht pictures. Diana bragged about hosting next month's charity gala. And Frank started a PowerPoint-level monologue about inflation. I zoned out halfway through thinking about my latest project. I was developing a predictive algorithm for retail inventory management, something big firms were already sniffing around to license. But in that house, mentioning tech is like admitting you believe in witchcraft. So when Diana asked, "What are you working on these days, Aaron?" I paused, then said, "Just a little thing called staying sane." She laughed politely. "You're so witty," she said, which is rich considering she once called sarcasm a poor man's humor. Sophie, bless her, tries to bridge the gap. She'll squeeze my hand under the table, whisper, "Just smile," and later tell me, they mean well. I always want to ask, do they? Or do they just mean control? But marriage, as I've learned, is part diplomacy, part survival. So, I play along. I show up to their dinners, bring decent wine, compliment Diana's cooking. Is this rosemary or vengeance? I taste, and nod while Frank redefines the stock market as a morality play. I even helped Chloe with her website once. Set it up, hosted it, made it look professional. She thanked me publicly on Instagram with the caption, "Shout out to my brother-in-law for doing tech things." Tech things. I spent 16 hours coding her e-commerce platform, but sure, tech things. At the end of the day, I know who I am. I don't need validation from the family of perfects. I'm not flashy. I'm not loud. And I don't measure worth by square footage or followers. But I also know one thing. They underestimate me constantly. And that's the beautiful part about being invisible in a family obsessed with appearances. Because people who overlook you, they never see you coming. And I have a feeling sooner or later they're going to find out exactly how wrong they've been about the quiet tech guy. For now though, I just pour another drink, smile through another round of small talk, and think, if perfection had a zip code, this house would be under federal surveillance. The thing about Sophie's family is they treat new boyfriends like seasonal decorations. Every few months, someone new gets placed at the dinner table, polished, admired, and then quietly replaced after a conscious uncoupling post on Instagram. So, when Chloe announced she was bringing someone new to dinner, I didn't even blink. I just asked, "What's his name and how long until he needs therapy?" Sophie didn't appreciate the sarcasm. "Can you please be nice this time, Aaron?" she said, brushing her hair in the bathroom mirror like we were going to meet the Pope. "Nice. I'm always nice," I said, pulling on a clean shirt. "I'm practically the Dalai Lama with Wi-Fi." She gave me that look, the one that says you're about to ruin my family's image again. You know what I mean? Last time you asked Chloe's boyfriend if he had an actual job or just an Etsy page. To be fair, yeah, I said his business was literally called Manifest Money. I thought it was satire. This one's different. She said, slipping on her earrings. He's in finance. Of course he is, I muttered. A Chloe classic. Nothing says stability like a guy who says liquidity 3 times before dessert. When I heard his name, Brandon, I could already picture him. There's a certain kind of confidence that comes with a name like Brandon. You can't be humble with it. Every Brandon I've ever met smells like cologne and entitlement. They're the type who think reading Rich Dad Poor Dad counts as an MBA. We pulled up to Diana's house at 6:04 p.m. sharp. Any later and she'd act like we'd committed war crimes. Sure enough, she opened the door wearing pearls and a frown. You're late. 4 minutes. Said, yeah, she replied. That's late. Inside, the house smelled like money and self-righteousness. The dining room sparkled with more crystal than a Vegas gift shop. And there he was, Brandon, the man in the myth, the inevitable disappointment. He stood up to greet us, tanned like he lived on a yacht. Hair slicked so tight it looked waterproof. His suit was navy blue and probably screamed tailored in Milan if you listened closely enough. When he smiled, I swear I heard a stock market bell ring. Aaron, my man, he said, reaching out for a handshake that could have been used in hostage negotiations. I've heard so much about you. None of it true, I hope, I said, gripping his hand just enough to remind him. I'm not made of tofu. He laughed. Loud, performative, the kind that demands attention. Sophie tells me you're a tech guy. Love that. Gotta love innovation, man. I'm in finance myself. Hedge fund stuff, portfolio optimization, all that jazz. Ah, yes, finance jazz. The favorite song of every man who thinks Excel is an art form. Diana beamed. Isn't that wonderful? Finally, someone who understands business. Yeah, I said finally. Sophie gave me the warning tap under the table, the marital Morse code for behave. I smiled, the kind of smile that makes dentists rich. Chloe appeared behind him, glowing like a light bulb that runs on validation. Isn't he amazing? She said, looping her arm through his. He's working on this big project with international investors. Sounds stressful, I said. International investors are tough. I mean, imagine having to Google every currency symbol. He laughed again, missing the sarcasm by a mile. You're funny, man. We need guys like you in finance. Keeps the energy light. Oh, buddy. You wouldn't survive one Slack thread with me. Dinner started. Same old family choreography. Diana asking about everyone's lives like an FBI agent. Frank blessing the food as if it were a quarterly report. And Chloe performing her relationship like it came with sponsorship deals. So, Brandon, Frank said, cutting into his steak. Tell us about this hedge fund of yours. Brandon leaned back, all confidence and buzzwords. Well, we specialize in diversified asset management, leveraging predictive analytics to optimize cross-sectoral liquidity exposure. Even Frank paused mid-chew. So, stocks. Brandon grinned. Stocks, crypto, futures, private equity, we do it all. We're disrupting traditional models. There it was. Disrupting. The word every fake entrepreneur uses when they can't explain what they actually do. That's impressive, Diana said, her eyes glittering like she just saw her daughter marry a Fortune 500 CEO. Thank you, ma'am, he said. We're expanding aggressively. It's all about mindset. You have to believe in your success. Sophie mouthed at me. Don't. But I did. So, Brandon, I said, when you say believe in your success, is that before or after paying taxes? The table chuckled nervously. Brandon didn't. Ha, funny, but I pay plenty of taxes, man. Comes with making real money. Diana's smile twitched. Aaron, be polite. I am, I said. I'm just trying to understand. Finance confuses me. 1 minute you're diversified, next minute you're arrested. Even Frank smirked at that, but Sophie's foot found my shin again. Brandon, to his credit, tried to recover. Nah, we're legit. I've got clients from all over. Even worked with a few big tech startups. Maybe we'll collaborate someday. Maybe, I said, sipping my wine. But you should know I charge in actual currency, not vibes. He blinked. Chloe rushed in to rescue him. Anyway, we met at a leadership conference. He was giving a talk about wealth psychology. Wow, I said. A talk about money from someone who has it. Groundbreaking. Diana changed the topic faster than a PR firm on scandal day. Aaron, how's your work going? Oh, fine, I said. Just finished integrating a cloud-based logistics system for a retail chain. Brandon nodded like he understood a single word. That's cool. So, you're like an IT guy? I smiled. Sure. And you're like a banker, technically investor, technically okay. He kept going. You know, man, you should really consider pivoting into finance. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Tech is great and all, but finance, that's where the real money's at. I'm doing fine, I said. He waved his fork. I mean, sure, but there's fine, and then there's thriving. Men like us should always be pushing for more. You can't settle. Totally, I said. That's why I married Sophie instead of her sister. The table went silent for a beat. Then Frank coughed into his napkin, pretending it was allergies. Brandon chuckled nervously. You've got jokes, huh? I'm a software engineer, Brandon. Debugging people is part of my skill set. He didn't laugh this time. He just smirked. The kind of smirk that says he thinks he's winning. You know, tech's fine for now, but real power is in finance. That's where decisions get made. Good to know, I said. When I build the software that replaces your job, I'll remember to be gentle. Sophie's hand clamped down on my thigh like a seat belt in turbulence. Diana cleared her throat. Desert anyone. Please, Sophie said probably as a prayer. As Diana went to fetch the pie, Brandon leaned toward me. I like you, Aaron. You remind me of my interns. Thanks, I said. You remind me of pop-up ads. He laughed again, thinking we were bonding. Man, you've got spirit. You do great under me. Yeah, I said. That's not happening. When dessert hit the table, Brandon launched into another monologue about discipline and mental frameworks for success. He even quoted Elon Musk twice. I considered faking a seizure about just to end it. Then came the punchline. He started a story about a guy who tried to make it in tech. Dude built some software, he said, waving his fork like a preacher. Made $5 and thought he was the next Zuckerberg. That's the problem with tech guys. They live in fantasy land. You can't code your way to financial literacy. Everyone laughed. Everyone but me. Sophie's laugh came out forced, like she was trying to sound lighthearted. Even Diana chuckled. Frank shook his head like it was wisdom. Brandon looked right at me. You ever try something like that, Aaron? You seem like a tech guy. I smiled polite and deadly. Once made $7, inflation, you know. Frank gave a pity chuckle. Diana forced a smile. Sophie shot me her please behave face. Brandon smirked. Well, hey, at least you've got a fall back. I know a guy who teaches coding to high schoolers. Maybe he can get you in. The table erupted in laughter again. I laughed too, quietly, slowly because what they didn't know was that I'd just signed a 6-figure contract with a global firm that his company was trying to impress. Sometimes silence isn't surrender, it's strategy. I raised my glass to thriving, I said. Brandon clinked his glass with mine, grinning like a man who didn't realize he just walked into his own punchline. And as everyone returned to talking about success and image, I sat back, sipped my wine, and thought, same old story. Another boyfriend, another performance. But this time, I wasn't just the quiet one in the corner. I was the guy holding the secret ending. There are 3 kinds of text messages in life. The good, the bad, and the ones that ruin your weekend before you even finish your coffee. My mother-in-law's messages always fall in the 3rd category. So, when my phone buzzed at 9 a.m. that Friday with dinner Sunday, 6 p.m. now dress nice, no emoji, no greeting, just an order, it felt less like an invitation and more like a court summons. I showed Sophie the message across the kitchen table. She was sipping her oat milk latte like it contained moral superiority. Maybe we should skip it, I said. We went last month. I'm pretty sure we've met our quarterly family obligation quota. She didn't even look up from her phone. My mom will think you're avoiding her. I stared at her. That's because I'm avoiding her. Sophie sighed the way women sigh when they've accepted lifelong disappointment. Aaron, please. It's just dinner. You make it sound like a colonoscopy. At least those come with anesthesia. She rolled her eyes. We'll go. You'll be polite. No jokes about golf. No sarcasm about Chloe's boyfriend. And no commentary on the family group chat. I saluted her with my coffee mug. Yes, ma'am. I'll be a model citizen. Mr. Rogers with Wi-Fi. By Sunday evening, I was already regretting my life choices. We pulled up to Diana and Frank's suburban fortress, a Whitstone mansion that looked like it came with its own HOA police. The lawn was so perfectly trimmed, It could have been a hostage situation for grass blades. As we walked up the steps, I felt the same sense of dread soldiers must feel before battle. Only my war involved salad forks and passive aggression. Diane opened the door wearing a pearl necklace, a cashmere sweater, and enough perfume to trigger fire alarms. "Oh, you made it," she said, smiling like she just caught a raccoon rummaging through her recycling bin. "Traffic was light," I said. She stepped aside. "Take off your shoes. I just had the floors waxed." "Right." God forbid my inferior middle-class soul scuffed the sanctified marble. Inside the house looked like the cover of Modern Pretension Quarterly. Candlelight, linen tablecloth, crystal glasses that probably had their own trust funds. And there he was, the main attraction, Brandon, back for round 2, gleaming like a stock photo of success. The man looked photoshopped in real life, perfect hair, watch the size of my self-control in that smile, sharp, confident, and deeply punchable. "Hey, Aaron," he called out. "Good to see you, man." "Always a pleasure to experience déjà vu," I said, shaking his hand. Sophie elbowed me lightly. "Behave," she whispered through her teeth. Chloe floated in behind him, dressed in a gold cocktail dress that probably had its own Instagram account. "Isn't he amazing?" she said for what I swear was the 15th time in 2 weeks. "Yeah," I said. "He's like if Wi-Fi had an ego." They didn't hear me or pretended not to. Frank appeared from the den, golf sweater and all. "Aaron, son, you look good." "Thanks," I said. "I'm wearing my not in the mood for nonsense cologne." He didn't laugh. They never do. We sat down at the table, which looked less like a dining setup and more like a UN conference on wealth inequality. There were 12 settings for 6 people because Diana believes abundance equals holiness. As she poured wine, she smiled at Brandon. "So, Brandon, how's work? Chloe tells us your firm is thriving." "Can't complain," he said. "Closed a major deal last week. Some hedge fund merger thing. Confidential, of course." "Of course." In Brandon speak, confidential meant imaginary. Frank nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit. Keep grinding. The market rewards the bold." I could practically see Brandon's ego inflating like a pool toy. "Exactly, sir. Risk is everything. You can't be afraid to make big moves." Diana's eyes sparkled. "And what about you, Aaron? Any big moves lately?" "Yeah," I said. "I upgraded my antivirus software." Silence. Forks clinkied. Sophie shot me her patented, "Please shut up before I strangle you in the car later" look. Chloe rescued the moment. "Anyway, Brandon just got invited to speak at a finance summit next month." I raised an eyebrow. "A summit? Wow, sounds fancy. Which one?" "Oh. Brandon hesitated. "It's kind of exclusive. Small group of professionals by invitation only, right?" I said, "So, like an MLM retreat?" He laughed too loudly, probably hoping no one caught the hesitation. "You're funny, man." Diana leaned forward. "Aaron, you should network more. Brandon says connections are everything." "Oh, I connect all the time," I said. "Usually Wi-Fi, sometimes Bluetooth." More silence. Somewhere in the distance, a cricket committed suicide. Dinner went on and the small talk got progressively worse. Frank talked about his golf swing as if it were a moral issue. Diana complained about lazy service staff. Chloe giggled at everything Brandon said, even when it wasn't remotely funny, and Sophie just kept sipping her wine like it was emotional armor. Halfway through the meal, Brandon turned to me. "So, Aaron, what do you actually do again? I keep hearing tech, but that's a pretty broad term." I swallowed my bite of chicken. "I run a software firm. We develop back-end systems for logistics companies." He nodded like a man pretending to understand algebra. "So, like websites?" "Sure," I said. "If NASA built websites for grocery stores," he laughed. "Hey, maybe you can help me out sometime. My company's building this new analytics platform and we're looking into some tech integration stuff, back-end algorithms and all that." "Really?" I asked. "What's the platform called?" He grinned. "Streamforge or something. It's still in talks though." My fork froze midair. "Streamforge? My company? Interesting," I said slowly. "And your firm's acquiring it?" "Yeah," he said proudly. "My team's handling the negotiations. Should finalize soon. Big deal for us." I looked across the table at Sophie, who was blissfully unaware she had just entered a live episode of Irony, the dinner edition. Then I looked back at him. "Streamforge," I repeated, pretending to think. "That's funny. I know that company." Brandon smirked. "Oh, yeah. You invest in tech? Something like that, I said, pulling my phone out of my pocket. Here, let me show you something. He leaned in, probably expecting a meme or a dumb joke. I opened my email, the one from my legal team, confirming the acquisition details, and scrolled to the bottom where my name sat neatly above the title. Aaron Walker, CEO, Streamforge Technologies. His smile faltered just slightly, like his brain needed a minute to buffer. You okay? I asked, keeping my voice casual. Yeah, he said, blinking. Just didn't realize you were involved. Oh, I'm very involved, I said, taking a sip of wine. We've been negotiating with your firm for months. Funny, no one mentioned you. Diana looked between us, suspicious. Wait, you're the CEO of that company? Since 2020, I said. We specialize in predictive logistics, not just websites. Frank gave a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Chloe looked at Brandon. You said you were handling the deal. I am, he stammered. Just not directly. Ah, I said. So, you're like the spiritual handler manifesting synergy. Frank actually chuckled. I thought I saw Sophie bite her lip to keep from smiling. Diana cleared her throat. Well, isn't that interesting? Small world, tiny, I said. Practically microscopic. The rest of dinner went quiet. Brandon suddenly had nothing to say about finance, mindset, or thriving. Chloe stared at her plate like it had betrayed her. And me? I just kept eating, smiling politely, like a man who'd spent 2 hours in hell and finally found air conditioning. When dessert arrived, Diana tried to salvage the atmosphere. So, Aaron, you must be thrilled about this acquisition. Oh, definitely. I said, it's a great step forward. We're expanding internationally. Brandon cleared his throat. Congrats, man. Really impressive. Thanks, I said, maybe next time your firm can keep you in the loop. He forced a laugh that sounded like a dying engine. After dinner, as we stood in the foyer saying our polite goodbyes, Diana hugged Sophie tightly. You two drive safe. All right. Then she turned to me. And Aaron, congratulations. You never mentioned your company was that successful. You never asked, I said, smiling. Brandon extended his hand again. No hard feelings, man. Business is business. I shook it. Of course. And hey, if you ever need back and help, I know a guy. Sophie grabbed my arm before I could add more sarcasm to the world. We walked out to the car in silence, the crisp night air thick with awkwardness. Once inside, Sophie exhaled. You just had to do that. Do what? Tell the truth. You could have waited. You embarrassed him. Correction, I said, starting the engine. He embarrassed himself. I just turned the lights on. She crossed her arms. My mom's going to freak out. Yeah, I said, and that's the sound of me not caring. As we pulled away, I looked back through the windshield and saw Brandon still standing in the doorway, jaw tight, probably calculating how to spin this disaster into a LinkedIn post about humility and growth. I almost felt bad for him, almost. But then I remembered every smug smirk, every real job comment, every lecture about success, and suddenly the wine tasted sweeter. The Hollis family always preached about knowing your worth. Tonight they finally learned mine. And this was only the appetizer. If there's one thing I've learned about the Hollis family, it's that they treat humiliation like it's a team sport. They don't need referees. Just a dinner table, a bottle of wine, and someone to sacrifice. Spoiler alert, that someone is always me. We were back at Diana's the following weekend because apparently family bonding is code for weekly emotional dodgeball. The moment we walked in, I could already tell it was going to be a long night. The smell of rosemary chicken hit me like deja vu. Same food, same decor, same tension disguised as hospitality. I half expected Diana to hand me a name tag that said designated punching bag. Brandon was there, of course, because life doesn't love me that much. The man had recovered surprisingly fast from last week's ego demolition. Either that or he was too dense to realize he'd been metaphorically stripped naked in front of everyone. He greeted me with that same slick smile. Aaron, my man, he said as if nothing had happened. Good to see you again, Brandon, I said. You're like a sequel no one asked for. Sophie's fingers dug into my arm. Be nice, she whispered. Mom's already tense. She's always tense, I muttered. Her shoulders have been in permanent credit card bill position since 198. The table was already set, perfectly symmetrical. Of course, Diana treats centerpieces like religious relics. Tonight's theme was rustic autumn glamour, which meant pumpkins that cost more than my car insurance. Frank sat at the head of the table, carving something like he was auditioning for a Ginsu commercial. Chloe hovered near Brandon, glowing with that mix of infatuation and delusion that only people dating con artists have. "Dinner's ready," Diana sang, which in her dialect means prepare to be judged. We sat down. I mentally prepared for impact. For the first 10 minutes, it was the usual chatter. Frank talking about golf as if it were a philosophical pursuit. Chloe bragging about her latest brand collab podcast no one asked for, and Diana dropping subtle digs wrapped in compliments. Then came the moment, the shift in tone, the point where the roast began. "So, Brandon," Frank said between bites, "how's the acquisition going? What was it called again?" "Streamline." "Streamforge," I said automatically, smiling into my mashed potatoes. Right, Frank said. "How's that going, Brandon?" Brandon's fork froze midair. "Oh, it's all good," he said, forcing a grin. "Just normal business delays." "Really?" I asked innocently. "Because I thought the deal went through last Thursday." His eyes flicked toward me and I swear I saw smoke come out of his ears. "Oh yeah," he said quickly. "That's what I meant. Closed Thursday. Big win for our firm." "Congrats," I said, raising my glass. It's always great when people learn about their company's milestones from other people. Sophie kicked me under the table so my soul briefly left my body. Diana laughed awkwardly. "So, who's excited for dessert?" But the conversation refused to duck. Brandon wasn't the type to take a loss quietly. He was the kind of guy who would arm wrestle a priest over a parking spot. "You know, Aaron," he said, flashing that fake friendly smile. "I was telling Chloe earlier, it's inspiring that you run your own tech business. Takes guts to try something like that." "Try," I said, cocking an eyebrow. "Yeah, he continued. Startups are risky. Most don't make it. My team actually studied a few cases where founders lost everything. I mean, not saying you will, but you know how it goes." "Ah, yes," the classic backhanded compliment. The man was a living LinkedIn post. Diana chuckled nervously. "Brandon, don't scare him." I smiled sweetly. "I'm not scared. My company's already profitable, which is more than I can say for most people's stories." Chloe's fork hit her plate. "Aaron, could you not?" I shrugged. "Just clarifying. I'd hate for misinformation to spread. It's contagious in this family." The table went quiet for a second. The kind of silence that hums like an electric wire. Then Brandon laughed a little too loudly. "Man, I love your sense of humor." "Thanks," I said. "It's hereditary. Got it from my survival instinct." That's when he decided to go for it. To take the swing that he thought would win the crowd. "So," he said, leaning back in his chair, "funny story, one of my coworkers once tried to launch a little app, spent 6 months coding, made like $5, and called himself an entrepreneur. Reminds me of." He looked straight at me. "Of course he did. You, Aaron," he said, grinning. "Didn't you say you started small, too?" The room erupted with laughter. Chloe giggling, Diana covering her mouth like she didn't want to, but totally did. Even Frank smirking behind his glass. And Sophie, God bless her, laughed too, though hers was more nervous than mean. I laughed too, quietly, calmly. 'Cause the trick with narcissists is to let them think they're winning before you hand them the bill. "Yeah," I said, "and I started small. But I guess the difference between us is I finished big." Brandon's smirk faltered. "What's that supposed to mean?" I looked him dead in the eye. "It means I didn't have to fake my company's achievements to impress people at dinner." The laughter died faster than his portfolio. Diana coughed into her napkin. Sophie whispered my name like a prayer and a threat at once, but I wasn't done. Nope. If they wanted a roast, I was about to serve it medium rare. "So tell me, Brandon," I said, voice smooth, "when you said you handled the Streamforge deal, did you mean handle as in read about it on Twitter, or handle as in make coffee for the people who did the work?" Frank choked on his wine. Diana froze mid-reach for her napkin. Chloe turned red. Brandon blinked rapidly. I think there's been a misunderstanding." "Oh, I don't think so," I said. "But hey, good for you. Most people need years to build a career before embarrassing themselves. You did it in 2 dinners." He tried to recover. "Wow, you've got a mouth on you." "Thanks," I said. "It's called confidence. You should try it sometime. Preferably in a job interview." The air in that room could have been bottled and sold as tension perfume. Even the chandelier looked nervous. Sophie finally spoke up. "Aaron, enough." I leaned back. "I'm good. I'm just participating in the family's new tradition, roasting the guest." Diana cleared her throat. Nobody was roasting anyone. Brandon was just joking. Sure, I said. Joking like how the Titanic was just docking. Frank tried to change the subject. So, football season, huh? Nobody bit. Chloe stood abruptly. I think we're done here. Brandon followed her, muttering something about unprofessional behavior. The front door slammed like punctuation. Silence. Then Diana said it. The sentence I knew was coming. Delivered with the precision of a guillotine. Aaron, that was incredibly rude. Was it? I said, because I thought honesty was a virtue around here. You know, family values and all that. You embarrassed him, she said. He embarrassed himself. I replied. I just didn't cover for him. Sophie was staring at me, torn between pride and fury. You could have been nicer. I could have, I said, but then he might have thought I respected him. Diana sighed dramatically. You don't understand what it means to maintain social grace. No, I said, standing up. I just understand what it means not to worship frauds. Frank looked at me and cracked the faintest grin. He was kind of full of it. Frank, Diana snapped. What he was. Frank said, man talked more buzzwords than CNBC. For the first time in my life, I actually liked the guy. We wrapped up dinner early. Diana didn't even offer dessert, which in her world was the equivalent of being excommunicated. As Sophie and I put on our coats, she whispered, you couldn't just let it go, could you? Nope, I said. Letting things go is for yoga instructors and guilty politicians. On the drive home, she didn't say much. The silence wasn't angry. It was tired. Finally, she said, you didn't have to humiliate him. I glanced at her. You think I humiliated him? I think I prevented him from humiliating me again. Tomato, tomato. She shook her head, but didn't argue. Probably because deep down, she knew I was right. Back home, I poured myself a drink and sat in the dark living room, replaying the dinner in my head. Normally, I'd feel guilty after something like that, like I'd crossed a line. But not tonight. Tonight, it felt justified. For years, I had played the role of the quiet guy, the one who laughed off the insults, smiled through the shade, and took the moral high ground while everyone else tap danced on my patience. But somewhere between the second glass of wine and Brandon's last smirk, something snapped. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was self-respect. Maybe it was the cumulative effect of being everyone's punchline. Either way, it felt good to fire back for once. My phone buzzed. A text from Frank. Next time, leave a little for the rest of us. That was brutal. Golf next week. I grinned. Maybe the night hadn't been a total loss. Upstairs, Sophie was already in bed, scrolling through her phone with the expression of someone Googling how to undo marriage choices. I climbed in beside her and said, so, no family dinners for a while? She looked at me, lips twitching despite herself. You're impossible. Thanks, I said. I try. She rolled her eyes, but I could see the faint smile creeping through. We both knew the truth. For the first time in forever, I hadn't just survived the dinner. I'd owned it. And if that made me the villain in the Hollis family narrative, so be it. Every story needs one, especially the funny ones. By Monday morning, my phone was vibrating like a beehive with anger issues. The Hollis family group chat #blessed of course was exploding with messages. The last time it was that active was when Diana found out someone brought store-bought pie to Thanksgiving. I scrolled through the chaos. Diana. Aaron. That dinner was unacceptable. Chloe, you're toxic. Frank, did anyone else think the chicken was dry? Diana. Frank. Sophie. We'll talk later. Beautiful. Nothing like waking up to digital disappointment. I tossed the phone on the bed and muttered. And they say technology connects people. Sophie was still getting dressed for work, buttoning her blouse like she was fastening her patience. You could at least respond, she said. I did, I replied. By not responding. That's communication, too. It's just peaceful, she sighed. You embarrassed them, Aaron. No, that's sin, I said, sipping coffee. And they embarrassed themselves. I just handed out mirrors. She spun around, hairbrush in hand like a gavel. Do you ever listen to yourself? Constantly. I said it's part of what makes me so interesting. Sophie groaned and left for work, muttering something about damage control. I could practically hear Diana dictating her talking points through the Bluetooth. By noon, my phone buzzed again. This time, a direct text from Diana. Lunch today, 100 p.m. Be there alone. It wasn't a request. It was an order from the Empress of Etiquette. I stared at the message, debating whether to fake my own death. Instead, I texted back. Sure, do I need to dress for the execution or is casual fine? No reply, just a read receipt. Chilling. At 1 p.m. sharp, I pulled up to La Creme, a restaurant so pretentious it probably charged extra for oxygen. Diana was already there, of course, sipping water with lemon and judgment. Her posture was so perfect it made me want to slouch on principle. "Aaron," she said, smiling that smile politicians give right before raising taxes. "Thank you for coming." "My pleasure," I said, sitting down. I was just telling my therapist I needed more emotional challenges. She didn't laugh, not even a twitch. The waiter came over visibly terrified of her aura. "Can I start you with 2 salads?" she said. "No dressing for me." "He'll have ranch." "Wow," I said. "Telepathy. Impressive." She folded her napkin neatly. "Aaron, we need to talk about your behavior. Here it comes. The family court summons in human form. You humiliated Brandon," she said, "in front of everyone. That reflects poorly on this family, right?" I said, "Because the real issue isn't that your daughter brought a fraud to dinner. It's that I noticed." She pursed her lips. "You could have handled it privately." "Oh, like you handle things privately by sending public group texts with passive-aggressive Bible verses." Her eyes narrowed. "You think this is funny?" "I think this is tragic," I said. "A whole family more concerned with appearances than truth. You guys could trademark denial." She leaned forward. "Aaron, you have to understand something. Our family has a reputation. Frank's colleagues, my charity circle. We can't afford drama." "Then stop inviting it to dinner," I said. The waiter arrived with the salads, looking like he'd wandered into a hostage situation. We both thanked him, me sincerely, her, with a tone that implied she'd inspect his resume later. Diana poked her lettuce and said, "You don't get it. Families like ours thrive on unity. We present a solid front. No cracks." "You're not a family," I said, "you're a PR campaign." She froze mid-chew. "Excuse me. You heard me. You guys care more about optics than honesty. It's not unity. It's image control. And I'm tired of being the scapegoat because I don't play along." Her voice dropped an octave. "Do not make the family look bad." I laughed. I actually laughed. Right there at the table. A sharp, unfiltered laugh that made nearby diners turn. "That's your line. Don't make the family look bad. Diana, your daughter's boyfriend literally lied about a multi-million-dollar acquisition at dinner, and you're worried about me looking bad." She blinked speechless for a moment. "That was new. You have no idea how the world works." She finally said, "Like in this family, perception is everything." "Then I'm in the wrong family," I said. That shut her up. Not for long. And though she recovered fast, like a villain in a Marvel movie. "Frank and I raised our daughters to value ambition and presentation," she said. "Sophie understands that. That's why she's successful, but you?" She waved her hand as if gesturing at a broken appliance. "You seem determined to drag her down." I stared at her. "You mean she's successful because she married someone who doesn't need to perform for your approval? Because she works hard?" Diana snapped. "She didn't marry a man who hides behind computers all day." Ah, there it was. The final boss of mother-in-law insults. I smiled. "You're right. I don't work hard. I just run a company people like your fake son-in-law pretend to work for." Her nostrils flared like Wi-Fi signals. "You think sarcasm makes you clever?" "No," I said, "but it makes this lunch bearable." She exhaled sharply. "You're impossible. Do you ever consider how your behavior affects Sophie? She's mortified. Really, because she hasn't said that to me. In fact, she's mostly said, 'Aaron, please pass the salt.' And 'Aaron, don't crash the car while thinking about setting my mom's curtains on fire.'" Diana slammed her fork down. "You are disrespectful, and you are allergic to accountability," I said. "We all have conditions." For a second, I thought she might actually throw the salad at me, but she didn't. She straightened her back, the royal composure returning like armor. "You're lucky Sophie loves you. Otherwise, I'd tell her to reconsider this marriage." I leaned forward, smiling sweetly. "You're welcome to try, but I think she'd rather divorce the family than me." The look on her face, priceless, like I just told her brunch was cancelled forever. The rest of the lunch was silent, minus the sound of tension chewing. When the check came, I reached for it, but she beat me to it, slapping her card down like a mic drop. "I'll pay," she said. "You can't afford the cost of this conversation." "Oh, I can afford it," I said. "I just don't like tipping for emotional manipulation." She signed the receipt with flair and stood up. "I hope you'll think about what I said." "I will," I said right after my nap. She walked off, heels clicking like a closing argument. I finished my ranch-soaked salad in peace. When I got home, Sophie was waiting on the couch, arms crossed, laptop open, face tense. Mom called me. She said, "Of course she did," I said, hanging my jacket. "Did she tell you I'm the Antichrist yet? Or is that scheduled for tomorrow?" "She said you were cruel." "Correction," I said. I was concise. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Aaron, she's worried about the family's image. You humiliated Chloe's boyfriend and now everyone's talking." "Good," I said. "Let them talk. Maybe it'll distract them from their own nonsense." She frowned. "It's not that simple. My mom's friends are donors for my firm's wellness foundation. This could look bad." Ah, there it was again. The sacred family brand. "So, let me get this straight," I said. "I expose a liar. Protect your sister from getting scammed, and I'm the one making the family look bad." She hesitated. "It's not about who's right. It's about optics." I stared at her. "Wow, you really are your mother's daughter." That one hit, I could see it land. She looked away, arms folding tighter. "I didn't mean I started." "No," she said quietly. "You did." We sat in silence. The kind that fills the room like fog, thick and uncomfortable. Finally, she said, "You can't keep fighting them like this." "I'm not fighting them," I said. "I'm defending myself." "There's a difference." "You think every dinner needs to be a battlefield," she said. "No," I said. "But they keep bringing the cannons," she sighed softer now. "I just wish you'd let things go sometimes. I wish they'd stopped giving me things to hold." We looked at each other for a long moment. Two people who loved each other but spoke completely different dialects of sanity. "I'll fix it," she said finally. "You can't fix it," I said, "because it's not broken. It's just real and they can't stand real." She didn't reply. She just closed her laptop and went upstairs. I sat there alone scrolling through my phone until I found something that made me smile. A text from Frank. "You're not wrong, just bad at delivery. Next golf game's on me." I chuckled. At least one Hollis has had taste. Before bed, Sophie reappeared at the doorway. "Promise me one thing," she said. "What's that?" "Next time we see them, try not to make the family look bad." I grinned. "Deal. I'll make them look honest instead." She rolled her eyes, but her lips twitched. "Good night, Aaron." "Good night, Mrs. PR Damage Control," she laughed to spite herself. And as she turned off the light, I thought, funny thing about people obsessed with image. They never realize the truth doesn't ruin reputations, it just reveals them. I used to think change comes slowly, like rust creeping up on metal or your favorite jeans getting too tight over the years. Turns out sometimes it just walks into dinner wearing an overpriced watch and a fake resume. After that lunch with Diana, I told myself I'd play it cool for a while. Lay low, let the Hollis PR storm pass. But life had other plans. It always does. Because a week later, Sophie got a family dinner reminder text from her mom. "Again?" I asked, glancing up from my laptop. "Didn't we just survive one?" She grimaced. She said it's important. "Apparently, there's an announcement." "Let me guess," I said. "Chloe's launching another business, essential oils for emotionally unavailable people." Sophie didn't laugh. "Please don't start." "I'm not starting," I said. "I'm just mentally preparing like soldiers do before battle." She sighed, shutting her laptop. "Just promise me no fireworks this time. I don't have the energy to referee another argument." "Promise?" I said, holding up a hand. "No sarcasm, no confrontations. I'll be zen like a Buddhist monk in a tech hoodie." Of course, that promise lasted exactly 40 minutes. When we arrived in LA, the Hollis house looked suspiciously cheerful. Candles, music, wine already poured. That's never a good sign. It's what they call ambience right before an emotional ambush. "Ah, you're here," Diana chirped, kissing Sophie on the cheek and offering me the world's tightest smile. "Aaron, so lovely to see you." "You, too," I said. "I've missed our constructive conversations about how I ruin family dinners." She blinked. "Excuse me?" "Nothing." I said, "Nice chandelier." Brandon was already there, sitting like he owned the place, still slick, still smug, but there was something different about him this time. Maybe it was the way he avoided eye contact. Or maybe it was the subtle panic vibe radiating off him, like cheap cologne. Chloe was glued to his side, scrolling through her phone like it held her self-worth. Frank poured himself a drink the size of my confidence. "Let's eat," he said. Before the chicken gets cold, we sat and for about 5 peaceful minutes, things were almost normal. If you ignored Diana's twitch every time I picked up my fork. "So, Brandon," Frank said between bites, "you were saying something about your company expanding." Brandon perked up like a man auditioning for redemption. "Yes, big things happening. We're looking into some acquisitions. Streamforge was just the beginning. I froze. Sophie's hand immediately went to my leg. A silent don't. But I wasn't planning to say anything. Not yet. Streamforge? Diane asked. That's Aaron's company, isn't it? Brandon laughed nervously. Yeah. Small world, right? Very small, I said. Microscopic even. He cleared his throat. Anyway, we're targeting a few other tech startups, diversifying our portfolio. We've got major investors interested, billionaires even. I smiled into my wine glass. Oh, which ones? Bezos, Musk, the Monopoly man? Chloe giggled automatically. Her usual defense mechanism when someone sounds confident. Don't tease him, Aaron, she said. He's really doing big things. Oh, I'm sure, I said. I'm just curious. Always love hearing about success stories, especially imaginary ones. Sophie muttered, Aaron. Under her breath, like a parent in a supermarket with a feral toddler. Brandon shot me a tight smile. You know, man, you've got a lot of opinions for someone who works from home. Oh, don't undersell me, I said. I own from home. That landed like a grenade. Frank coughed. Diana blinked rapidly, pretending to admire the centerpiece. Sophie closed her eyes like she was summoning patience from the universe. Brandon forced a laugh. You're funny, man, but seriously, I respect what you do. Tech's cool and all. It's just not real business. Real business? I repeated. You mean pretending to be a finance guru while mispronouncing the word dividend? He bristled. You've got a lot of nerve and you've got a lot of audacity for someone whose job title changes every dinner. Diana jumped in like an emergency broadcast system. Gentlemen, please let's keep this civilized. Oh, I'm civilized, I said. I'm just fluent in facts. That's when it happened. The shift. Brandon leaned back, smirking, trying to take control again. You know what, Aaron? You talk big, but guys like you are all the same. You hide behind your computer and think you're changing the world. Meanwhile, people like me are out there actually moving money, making deals, running industries. I smiled slowly. That's funny, Brandon, because I checked with your firm's board last week. His face twitched. You what? Yeah, I said casually. Turns out your company isn't acquiring Streamforge. It's being investigated for falsifying investor documents. The silence that followed could have ended civilizations. Chloe froze, forked midair. Diana gasped so loudly I thought she might summon angels. Frank muttered, oh, hell. Under his breath. Brandon stammered, that's not accurate. Who told you? I tapped my phone, pulling up the email from my lawyer. SEC filings are public, Brandon. You should know that. You're in finance, remember? He went pale. You had no right. Oh, I had every right, I said, voice calm, but cutting. You used my company's name to inflate your image at this table. So, yeah, I did some fact-checking. Turns out you're not even officially employed at that firm anymore. You were let go last month. Chloe's hand dropped her wine glass. It shattered against the tile like the sound of karma and surround sound. Wait, what? She said. You said you left voluntarily. Brandon swallowed hard. Babe, it's complicated. Complicated? She said. Like fraud complicated or unemployment complicated? Sophie whispered, oh my God. And leaned back, covering her face. Diana looked like she'd just witnessed a crime scene at her dining table. This is unbelievable. I smiled politely. Not really. It's just math. Brandon stood up abruptly, his chair scraping the floor. You're lying. I'm literally showing you the documents, I said, turning my phone toward him. You can't fake a termination notice unless you're also bad at Photoshop, which you probably are. He glared at me. You think you're better than me statistically tonight? Yeah. Frank actually snorted loudly. Diana smacked his arm. Chloe was shaking now, tears pooling in her eyes. You told me you were going to buy a house. You said you had investors. Babe, I was going to tell you, Brandon said, reaching for her hand. She pulled back. Don't babe me. You lied to everyone. Diana stood up, gripping the back of her chair. Get out of my house. Brandon blinked. Diana, come on now. She snapped. Before I call security. And yes, we have security because this is a real home, not an Instagram backdrop. He hesitated, looked at Chloe again, then grabbed his jacket and stormed out. The front door slammed so hard one of Diana's fancy sconces rattled. And then silence, sweet, golden, cinematic silence. I took a slow sip of wine, savoring the flavor of poetic justice. Chloe sat there, stunned. He lied to me. Sophie reached over, rubbing her back gently. I'm sorry, Chloe. Diana was pacing, muttering to herself about the reputations and screening procedures. Frank just leaned back in his chair, looking oddly satisfied. Finally, Diana turned to me. You couldn't have done that privately. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean like how Brandon publicly insulted me in this exact room multiple times? She blinked, lips tight. Still, there's a time and a place. This was the time, I said. And your table was definitely the place. Sophie gave me the errand, stop talking before I divorced you. Look, so I sat back and stayed quiet for once. After a while, Chloe wiped her eyes and said softly, Thank you, Aaron. I looked at her, surprised. For what? For telling the truth, even if it sucked. I nodded. Truth usually does. We finished dinner in awkward silence. No one mentioned dessert. Diana didn't even offer coffee, which I'm pretty sure is her version of cutting someone out of the will. On the drive home, Sophie didn't speak for 10 minutes. I didn't push it. Finally, she said, You really had to go nuclear, huh? Technically, I said. It was a precision strike, she sighed but smiled faintly. You know, for someone who claims to hate drama, you create a lot of it. I don't create it, I said. I just reply to it in high definition. She laughed quietly. You're impossible. Yeah, I said, but at least I'm honest. She looked at me then, really looked and nodded. You are, and that's kind of what I love about you. I grinned. Careful. That sounds dangerously like a compliment. Don't get used to it, she said. By the time we got home, the adrenaline had faded, replaced by something quieter, relief maybe, or clarity. The kind that comes when the truth finally kicks the door in and sits down at the table you've been pretending is fine. Lying in bed later, Sophie said, You know this isn't over, right? Mom's going to call tomorrow. Let her, I said. I've got unlimited minutes and limited patience. She laughed again, softer this time. And as I drifted off, I realized something had shifted. Not just in the family dynamic, but in me. For years, I'd played defense, biting my tongue while they took shots. But now, I wasn't the quiet one anymore. I wasn't the tech guy or the weird one who doesn't golf. I was the truth teller, the chaos distributor, the man who finally stopped being polite to people who mistook politeness for weakness. And somewhere deep down, I knew the next dinner was going to be legendary. You ever see that moment in a courtroom movie where the defense lawyer pulls out the one document that flips the whole trial, the gasp, the stunned silence, the camera zoom? Yeah, that was me at Diana's dinner table last week, except instead of a legal drama, it was keeping up with the Hollises. And my surprise witness was the truth. By Monday morning, my phone looked like it had been through a political scandal. Missed calls, voicemails, texts from numbers I didn't even recognize. Apparently, Diana had a whole network of gossip associates. Sophie was on her laptop pacing the living room, muttering about damage control like a campaign manager. Your mother called me to tell me I need to call her? I asked, sipping my coffee. That's like sending an email about how to stop emailing. Sophie glared at me over the screen. Aaron, this isn't funny. Oh, it's hilarious, I said. I've been waiting 3 years for Karma to buy a ticket to one of those dinners. I just didn't think it'd bring fireworks. She set her laptop down with a sigh. Chloe's devastated. She's been crying all weekend. Good, I said. Tears are cleansing. She'll be fine. She's got 12,000 followers who will tell her she's brave. Sophie folded her arms. You could show a little empathy. I did, I said. I empathize by not saying I told you so. Out loud. She rubbed her temples. You embarrassed my family. I exposed a liar. There's a difference. Semantics don't fix feelings, Aaron. Neither do delusions, Sophie. She stared at me for a long second, then sighed again. I just wish it hadn't happened like that. Yeah, I said. I wish they hadn't worshipped a man who thought back-end system meant glutes day, but here we are. Before she could reply, my phone buzzed again, this time from an unknown number. I picked it up. Hello. A hesitant voice said, Mr. Walker, this is Chloe. Ah, the fallen princess speaks. Hey, Chloe, I said cautiously. She sniffled. I wanted to say thank you. That stopped me. For what? For telling the truth, she said quietly. Brandon admitted everything. The lies, the fake investors, even that he used my name to pitch some fake crypto project. Oof, I said. Crypto's the new pyramid scheme with extra steps. She laughed weakly. Yeah, you're not wrong. So, what now? I asked. I told him we're done, she said. And Mom's furious, obviously. But I think part of her is embarrassed. She keeps saying this is going to ruin our family's reputation. I rolled my eyes so hard I saw my childhood, right? Because nothing screams bad optics like not wanting to be scammed. Chloe hesitated. She's blaming you, by the way. Of course she is, I said. In Diana's world, I'm the default scapegoat. The Wi-Fi goes out. Aaron's fault. Global inflation. Probably something I coded wrong. I just wanted to tell you I don't blame you, she said softly. Well, I said that's progress. The first Hollis to ever say those words. Mark the calendar. She chuckled a little watery. Thanks again. Really? After she hung up, I sat there for a while, staring at my coffee, and it was weird hearing her sound human for once. Vulnerable even. Like the golden child finally realized gold can rust. When Sophie came back downstairs, she asked, "Who was that?" "Your sister," I said. "She dumped Brandon." Sophie blinked. "Seriously?" "Yep. Turns out integrity is contagious. Don't worry, though. Your mom's still immune." Sophie gave me that half annoyed, half impressed look. "You know, you're a lot to handle." "Thanks," I said. "So's the truth." That evening, Diana called, and when I say called, I mean she summoned. The phone rang twice before Sophie picked up on speaker. "Sweetheart." Diana's voice came through sharp and frosty. "Put Aaron on." I mouthed. "Don't you dare." But Sophie handed me the phone anyway. "Diana," I said cheerfully. "What an unexpected delight." "Cut the act," she snapped. "You've humiliated this family." "I didn't humiliate anyone. Brandon did that himself. You could have handled it privately." "Ah, yes," I said. "Like how he publicly called me unemployed or how Chloe laughed at his jokes while I got to be the dinner clown." "Watch your tone." "Can't. It's automatic." She sighed heavily. "You don't understand what you've done. People talk, Aaron. Word travels. This kind of scandal reflects on all of us." "Diana," I said, "your family's idea of reputation is a glass chandelier, fragile, expensive, and one loud truth away from shattering." Sophie buried her face in a pillow. There was a pause on the line. Then Diana said coldly, "You're an ungrateful man." "And you're welcome for the reality check," I said and hung up. Sophie sat up. "Did you just hang up on my mother?" "Yep, you can't just I can," I said. And I did. And honestly, it felt better than therapy. The next few days were weirdly quiet. No texts, no calls, not even Frank's usual memes about golf being life's metaphor. It was peaceful, like the eye of a hurricane. Until Friday. That's when Sophie came home like a live grenade. "You're trending," she said. I blinked. "What?" "Trending on Facebook." I grabbed her phone. There it was. A photo of me at Diana's dinner table mid-speech, wine glass raised. Someone, probably Chloe's friend with the constant Instagram reflex, had taken a picture during the Brandon showdown. The caption read, "When your brother-in-law exposes your sister's scammer boyfriend, mid-dinner family dinner gone wrong. Chesh drama, respect the tech guy." The post had gone semi-viral. Thousands of comments, half roasting the Hollises, half cheering me on. One read, "That's not a son-in-law. That's a whistleblower," another said, "just as served with mashed potatoes." I couldn't stop laughing. Oh my god, I'm a meme. Sophie wasn't as amused. "This is bad, Aaron. My mom's going to combust. Then we should get fire insurance." "Aaron, no. Seriously," I said. "Look at the bright side. You're married to the internet's favorite dinner guest. That's got to count for something." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "I swear if my mom sees this buzz incoming call." She looked at me. "Speak of the devil. Put her on speaker," I said. Sophie hesitated and then did it. Diana's voice came through like a tornado wearing pearls. "Do you know what you've done?" "I'd guess a public service." I said, "This is a nightmare. My friends have seen that photo. They're messaging me. Do you have any idea how humiliating this is?" "Yes," I said. "That's kind of the point." "Take it down," she demanded. "I didn't post it." "Then find whoever did." "Sure, I'll call the internet and ask to speak to the manager." Frank's voice chimed faintly in the background. "Honey, let it go." "I will not let it go," she snapped. "Our family looks ridiculous." "Correction," I said. "Your obsession with image looks ridiculous. The rest of us look free." Sophie finally grabbed the phone and ended the call. "You really have no filter, do you?" "I have one," I said. "I just choose not to use it around people who need subtitles for reality." She stared at me for a second, then burst out laughing. And that's when it hit me. The shift, not just in her, but in everything. For years, I'd been the outsider, the odd one out on a family of curated perfection. The quiet tech guy, the polite husband who smiled through insults because it was easier. But that night at dinner changed everything. I wasn't the punchline anymore. I was the line, the one that split their world in two before and after. The next morning, Sophie told me Chloe had called again. Apparently, she'd confronted Diana and told her to stop controlling everything. I nearly spit out my cereal. Chloe said that. Yeah, Sophie said, smiling faintly. She told Mom she needs to chill out and stop caring so much about what people think. Well, I said. I guess miracles are real. She also said she's applying for a real job. Something about wanting to earn things for once. Look at that, I said. Character development, Sophie laughed. You're terrible. Honest, I corrected. Not terrible. Later that week, Frank texted me again. That dinner was the best entertainment I've had in years. Don't tell Diana I said that. I texted back, your secret's safe? Mostly, it felt good. Light, even like someone had turned down the constant noise in my head for the first time since marrying into the Hollis circus. I wasn't walking on eggshells. I wasn't filtering myself for the sake of keeping the peace because peace built on pretending isn't peace. It's a hostage situation with good table settings. So yeah, I'd exposed a liar, angered my mother-in-law, and accidentally gone viral. But you know what? I'd also reminded everyone, including myself, that truth isn't ugly. It just doesn't wear makeup. And if that made me the family villain, fine. I'll bring my own cape next time. If life were a movie, this is where the screen would fade to black. The crowd would cheer and I'd walk off into the sunset while a slow-motion replay of Brandon's downfall rolled behind me. But this isn't Hollywood. This is the Hollises. And in the Hollis universe, every victory comes with an aftershock. The week after the dinner that broke the internet, as Twitter kindly called it, felt like I'd become a trending topic nobody wanted to admit. That they secretly agreed with. My inbox was full of messages from coworkers and old college buddies. Bro, that dinner clip legendary. Teach me your rose technique. Can we use your face on a meme template? Meanwhile, Sophie was alternating between pride and existential dread. I love you, she said one morning while buttering toast. But I'm also terrified of what you'll do next. Same, I said. That's what keeps the marriage exciting. She gave me a look that said, this is not the excitement I ordered. By Wednesday, things had quieted down online. Anyway, offline, Diana was apparently forming her own task force to restore the Hollis image. I know this because Frank texted me a screenshot of her Facebook post. Sometimes storms reveal who's truly anchored. How family resilience grace under fire. Translation, Aaron embarrassed us and I'm pretending to be noble while plotting revenge. Frank captioned it, you might want to buy popcorn. So yeah, I was public enemy number one in suburban high society land. But for the first time in years, I didn't care. It was liberating, like I'd finally stopped auditioning for a role I never wanted. Then Friday hit, and with it, the next episode of You Thought It Was Over. Sophie came home looking like she'd aged a decade. Mom's hosting a clarity dinner on Sunday, she said, collapsing onto the couch. A what now? She says it's a peaceful evening for open conversation. Translation, ambush, she groaned. She said she wants everyone to heal. I raised an eyebrow. Is she hiring a shaman or are we just passing around scented candles while she screams about reputation again? Aaron, Sophie, she sighed. Please just behave this time. No jokes, no smart remarks. Just smile, eat, and let Mom feel in control for once. Sure, I said. And maybe pigs will start filing taxes. She threw a pillow at me. Sunday arrived faster than logic. As we drove there, I could feel Sophie's anxiety radiating through the car. Maybe this won't be so bad, she said. That's adorable, I replied. Delusional, but adorable. We pulled into the driveway. Same house, same curated perfection. Only this time, there were extra cars parked outside. Diana had apparently invited reinforcements. When we walked in, I saw a mix of familiar faces. Her charity friends, a pastor from their church, even a local journalist, she probably bribed with casseroles. Ah, the prodigal son, Frank said from the bar, pouring himself whiskey like it was medicine. Nice crowd, I said. Are we doing interventions now? Diana appeared in full pearls and power stance mode. Aaron, she said warmly. Too warmly. Thank you for coming. Of course, I said. Wouldn't miss my own trial. Sophie pinched my arm so hard I almost confessed to crimes I didn't commit. Dinner was tense to say the least. Diana started with a speech about truth, forgiveness, and growth. The irony nearly gave me hives. I believe she said that every family faces challenges. Ours has had its share recently, but we must remember to present ourselves with grace and discretion. Translation: Aaron, shut up in public. Everyone nodded like she'd just solved world peace. I just smiled and reached for the potatoes. Then she pivoted. Aaron dear, perhaps you'd like to share your perspective. Ah, there it was. The trap. The velvet line noose. Sure, I said, setting down my fork. My perspective? Well, I think honesty is underrated and that pretending everything's perfect is exhausting. Also, your chicken's a little dry this time. Frank choked on his drink. Sophie groaned. Diana's smile didn't move an inch. You seem proud of your little spectacle. Not proud, I said, just relieved. It's nice not to be the family punching bag for once. You humiliated us, she said. I told the truth, I countered. Same thing. There it was again. The Hollis gospel appearances over authenticity. Her charity friend chimed in. Aaron, maybe you could have been more diplomatic. Diplomatic? I said he lied about buying my company. If I'd been more diplomatic, he'd be teaching a TED talk by now called Fake It Until You Fraud It. Even Frank laughed at that loudly. Diana glared at daggers at him. Chloe finally spoke up, quiet but steady. Mom, Aaron's right. Brandon lied to all of us. We needed to know. Diana looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. Chloe, sweetheart, there's a time and place for everything. Yeah, Chloe said, voice rising. And Aaron picked the perfect one. 'Cause if he hadn't, I'd still be paying off that loser's credit card debt. Mike, drop. The table went silent. Even I was impressed. Diana blinked, clearly recalibrating. Well, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate? Chloe said. You told me to bring him. You said he was a strong match. I leaned back. Strong match like gasoline and fire. Sophie kicked me under the table again, but I caught a tiny smirk trying to escape her lips. Diana cornered went full politician. The important thing, she said, is that we learn from this. We must protect our family's integrity moving forward. I couldn't resist. Maybe start by verifying LinkedIn profiles. Enough, she snapped. I'm trying to salvage our reputation. Diana, I said softly. The only thing that needs salvaging is your idea of reputation. The rest of us are fine. You could have heard a salad leaf drop. Then Frank spoke calm as ever. He's right, Di. She turned to him, scandalized. Excuse me. He's right, he said again, setting his drink down. We've spent too long worrying about what the neighbors think. Maybe it's time we start worrying about what's true. The man had never agreed with me once in 3 years of marriage. I nearly fainted from shock. Diana looked between him, me, and Chloe, realizing the tide had turned. Her empire of curated perfection was cracking. She inhaled sharply, plastered on her pageant-ready smile, and said, well, isn't this a productive conversation? Desert anyone? Classic Hollis deflection maneuver. Sophie exhaled slowly, looking at me with a mix of relief and disbelief. I gave her a small grin. See, no fireworks, just a few truth bombs. She mouthed, you're impossible. Dessert arrived. Some fancy tiramisu that tasted like tension and passive aggression. But for the first time, I wasn't the one shrinking in my seat. Chloe laughed freely. Frank asked me about my business like he genuinely cared. Even the charity friends softened. When the night finally ended, Diana escorted us to the door, still smiling, but quieter now. Aaron, she said, despite everything, I do appreciate your candor. Thanks. As I said, it's hereditary for my conscience. She didn't respond, just nodded stiffly and closed the door behind us. In the car, Sophie turned to me. You realize you just shifted the entire family dynamic, right? Yeah, I said. Feels weirdly powerful. Like when you finally update your phone and everything runs faster. She laughed. You're unbelievable. Unbelievable or undefeated? She rolled her eyes but smiled. Both. Back home, I poured 2 glasses of wine. Sophie joined me on the balcony, city lights flickering in the distance. You know, she said, I think my mom actually heard you tonight. Like really heard you. I'll believe it when she sends a Christmas card without passive-aggressive scripture. She laughed again, softer this time. Still, thank you for standing up for yourself and honestly for all of us. I raised my glass to truth bombs and slightly overcooked chicken. She clinkied hers against mine to surviving the Hollises. We drank and for once the night felt peaceful. No pretenses, no silent resentments or just 2 people who'd finally stopped playing parts in someone else's performance. Later, as we got ready for bed, My phone buzzed with one more text from Chloe. Thanks again for everything. I'm starting a new job Monday. Real company, real paycheck, real life. Maybe honesty is not so bad after all. I smiled, set the phone down, and said to no one in particular, look at that. A Hollis running on authenticity. Didn't see the plot twist coming. Sophie called from the bathroom, what's that? Nothing, I said. Just progress. And as I turned off the light, I realized something wild. For the first time since joining the family of perfects, I wasn't the outsider anymore. I was the reset button, the truth teller, the necessary chaos that forced a little humanity into the perfect facade. Not bad for a guy they once called the unemployed tech husband. You know that eerie quiet after a tornado tears through a town. The birds don't sing, the wind stops moving, and everyone just stands around pretending their roof isn't in another zip code. That's what the Hollis family felt like after the dinner of reckoning. The storm had passed, but man, the wreckage was spectacular. On Monday morning, Sophie's phone started dinging like a casino machine. Group chat, voicemails, the whole circus. And Blessed had gone from curated brunch pics to a digital war zone. Chloe had apparently quit her influencer consulting gig. Diana was threatening to rebrand the family. And Frank, legend that he is, changed the group name to Repressed. I nearly spit out my coffee when I saw that. Your dad's my hero, I told Sophie. She groaned. He's making it worse. He's making it honest. Big difference. The real kicker, people were still talking online. Somehow, that one dinner photo had turned me into a folk hero for introverts and corporate survivors everywhere. Reddit threads titled "The Tech Guy Who Snapped" had popped up. Memes of me raising my glass with captions like, "When your in-laws mistake silence for weakness" were everywhere. Even my coworkers got in on it. My project manager sent me a gif of a mic drop with the subject line, "You in-laws okay?" I responded, "They're adjusting to reality slowly," but inside I wasn't gloating. Not entirely. There was something weird about becoming the face of petty justice. For all the laughs, I couldn't shake the tension at home. Sophie was quiet most nights, more reflective, less snappy. We'd both been through a war neither of us fully signed up for. So, I did what any responsible husband would do. I made tacos. Nothing repairs emotional carnage like homemade tacos. Sophie came home from work that night and stopped in her tracks. "Is that cilantro?" "It is," I said. I said. An emotional stability sautéed to perfection. She smiled, small but real, trying to bribe me with food. Not bribe, distract. She sat down, exhaling. I could use that. "Mom called again today." "Ah," I said, "my biggest fan. She says she's hosting a brunch for her charity board this weekend and doesn't want you there." "Perfect," I said. "You think she'll send a written invitation saying that?" "I'd frame it." Sophie rolled her eyes. "Aaron, she's still processing everything." "She's not processing. She's plotting." "She's embarrassed," Sophie said softly. "And when my mom's embarrassed, she turns into, well, my mom." "I'm not apologizing," I said. "Just in case that's where this is going. I didn't ask you to," she played with her fork. "Honestly, part of me is glad you said what you did. I just wish it hadn't blown up so public." "Yeah," I said. "Next time I'll schedule the truth for after dessert," she chuckled. "You're impossible." Consistently. Then her phone buzzed again. "Chloe, of course." Sophie glanced at the message and her face softened. "She got the job." "Really?" "Yep. Junior marketing coordinator, real company, real salary." She said she's scared but excited. "Well, I said, look at that. The Hollis golden child's finally in the workforce. Should we alert the Smithsonian?" Sophie laughed for real this time, shaking her head. "She also said to tell you thank you again." "Aw," I said, "tell her she's welcome and to avoid any guy who uses the words synergy or crypto in the same sentence." Over the next week, things slowly started shifting. The Hollises, in their own chaotic way, were evolving. Frank and I started texting more. The man turned out to be hilarious once he wasn't filtering everything through Diana's social performance script. He'd send me golf memes at 2 a.m. and little nuggets of wisdom like, "Remember, son, life's like a sand trap. Sometimes you've got to hit hard and hope you don't clip a spectator." The guy had range. Meanwhile, Chloe began posting less about manifesting abundance and more about learning accountability. Her followers were confused, but I was impressed. Progress is progress, even if it starts in an Instagram caption. Then came Thursday, the day of the family summit. Sophie got the text first. "Diana, dinner, Friday, immediate family only. No drama." I snorted. That's like inviting lightning and saying, Please don't thunder. Sophie just said, please behave. I'll try, I said. But if she brings up reputation, I can't make promises. Friday came and so did the tension. The Hollis mansion looked quieter than usual. The candles were dimmer, the music softer. Diana had even traded her pearls for a simple necklace. Maybe she was trying to seem approachable. Frank greeted us with a grin. The gladiator returns. Just here for dinner, not conquest, I said. Diana emerged from the kitchen. Aaron, Sophie, thank you for coming. Her tone was different, less frost, more diplomacy, like someone who'd just spent a week in PR rehab. We all sat down. The table was small this time, just the four of us. No audience, no backup singers. Diana poured wine and said, before we eat, I'd like to address everything. Frank mouthed, here we go. She inhaled deeply. Aaron, I owe you an apology. I blinked. I'm sorry. What? She nodded. I let my pride get in the way. You were right about Brandon. You were right to expose him. I just didn't like the way it made us look. That's an understatement, I said carefully. She actually smiled. Yes, but I've had time to reflect. Maybe the problem isn't how things looked. Maybe it's that we care too much about looking perfect. Frank raised his glass. Hallelujah. Sophie's eyes widened. Mom, did you just agree with Aaron? I did, Diana said. Don't make me repeat it. If I hadn't been sitting, I'd have fallen over. She continued. I spoke with my charity board. I told them I was taking a step back. I need to focus on my family, not just how my family appears. That one stunned the room. Even Frank stopped chewing. Wow, I said. That's unexpected. Diana shrugged. Turns out humility is cheaper than therapy. We all laughed. Genuine laughter. It felt strange, but good. Then she looked at me. And for what it's worth, Aaron, I'm proud of what you've built. You've done well for yourself. I stared at her, half expecting Ashton Kutcher to pop out and yell punked. Did Frank put something in your wine? Don't push it, she said, but she was smiling. Dinner that night was, dare I say, pleasant. No digs, no backhanded compliments, no silent wars disguised as table etiquette. Just people eating and occasionally laughing without calculating optics. After dessert, Frank pulled me aside on the patio. You know, son, he said, lighting his cigar. You did what I never could. What's that? Made her admit she's wrong. I grinned. Careful. She might hear you. He chuckled. Worth the risk. We clinkied glasses. For once, it felt like peace. Real messy human peace. When Sophie and I got home, she kicked off her heels and flopped onto the couch. I don't believe it, she said. My mom actually apologized. I think you broke her programming. Don't give me too much credit, I said. She's still version 1.5, the beta version of humble. Sophie laughed so hard she snorted. You're unbelievable. Unbelievably effective, I corrected. We sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then she said softly. You know, I used to think keeping the peace meant keeping quiet, but maybe it just means telling the truth without apology. I smiled. Sounds like someone's been hanging out with me too long. Maybe, she said. And maybe that's not a bad thing. The next morning, I woke up to a text from Diana. Good morning, Aaron. Family brunch Sunday. No expectations, just pancakes. Pancakes? The universal symbol of surrender. Sophie peeked over my shoulder, reading it. You going? Hell yes, I said. Free food and emotional closure. Count me in. And that's when I realized this was the real fallout. Not chaos, not drama, but growth. It didn't explode. It unfolded slowly, clumsily. Honestly, I wasn't the villain anymore or the quiet one or the unemployed tech guy. I was just Aaron, the man who said what everyone was thinking and survived the dinner table apocalypse. Not bad for a guy who used to dread family gatherings. Sunday brunch at Diana's was shockingly normal. No veiled insults, no family values speeches, not even a single reference to reputation. Just pancakes, sunlight, and the faint sound of everyone pretending not to walk on emotional eggshells. Diana even smiled when I walked in. A real one, not the kind that looked like it came with a receipt. Aaron, she said, thank you for coming. My therapist said I should face my fears. I replied, sitting down. Frank laughed so loud he nearly spilled his mimosa. Chloe rolled her eyes but winked. Sophie looked at me across the table and mouthed, behave. And for once, I did, 'cause I didn't need to prove anything anymore. I'd already said what needed to be said, survived the fallout and watched an entire family recalibrate around honesty. Turns out the truth doesn't just set you free. It makes breakfast taste better. After brunch, as Sophie and I walked to the car, she slipped her hand into mine. You realize you changed everything, right? She said. Maybe, I said. Or maybe I just stopped pretending. She smiled. Same thing. The sun hit just right. The air felt lighter. And for the first time since marrying into the family of perfects, I wasn't carrying their weight anymore. No more performances. No more quiet compliance. Just freedom. Simple, unapologetic, earned. I opened the car door for her and grinned. You know, I might actually start looking forward to family dinners. She laughed. Don't push it. I shrugged. Worth a try. And with that, we drove off, free, flawed, and finally real.
That brings this story to an end. Honestly, a pretty interesting one if you ask me. Let me know your thoughts down below, and let's start with the next one right away. This one is titled,
My son bought his wife a house. And then gave me the mortgage documents. You've saved enough. It's time to help your family. I say no. They sued me for $400,000, and the judge asked me one question. The coffee cup froze halfway to my lips when Derek slid the mortgage documents across my kitchen table. $400,000. The number stared up at me like a slap in the face. Dad, you've saved enough, Derek said, his voice cold and matter of fact. It's time to help us. Kayla didn't even look up from her phone, scrolling through photos of granite countertops and marble bathrooms. Look at this master suite, babe. 3 walk-in closets. She finally glanced at me, her smile sharp as broken glass. Isn't it perfect for starting our family? I set my coffee down with deliberate calm. What exactly are you asking me to do? Sein, Derek said, tapping the papers with his index finger. Your credit score, our dream house. Win-win. The audacity hit me like a physical blow. I'd raised this boy, taught him the value of $1 earned through honest work. Now he sat in my kitchen, the same kitchen where I'd fed him countless meals on a plumber's salary, demanding I risk everything I'd saved. You're 65, Dad. What do you need all that money for anyway? Derek's eyes darted away from mine, focusing on the stack of papers instead. Kayla leaned forward, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Family helps family, Paul. That's what grandparents do. They invest in their children's future. Grandparents, I repeated slowly. Well, eventually, she waved her hand dismissively. Once we get settled in our new house, of course. I flipped through the mortgage application, seeing their combined income clearly listed. Derek made decent money as an IT specialist. Kayla worked part-time at a boutique, spending more than she earned on clothes and spa treatments. Together, they pulled in enough to afford a nice home. Just not this nice. You make $73,000 a year between you, I said, pointing to the income section. This mortgage payment would be $4,200 monthly. What bank approved this? Derek's Adam's apple bobbed. Dad, don't get caught up in the details. Details matter. I slid the papers back across the table. The answer is no. Silence stretched between us like a taut wire. Kayla's phone clattered onto the table. Excuse me. Her voice pitched higher, all pretense of sweetness gone. No, I won't co-sign for a house you can't afford. Derek's face wrined. Are you serious right now? After everything we've done, what have you done? The question came out sharper than I'd intended, but I was past caring about hurt feelings. Kayla stood up so fast her chair scraped against the linoleum. We visit you. We include you in our lives. We actually care about having a relationship with you, unlike some people's kids. Visiting isn't currency, Kayla. Oh, so now we know where we stand. Tears appeared in her eyes, the kind that came on command. I should have known you'd choose money over your own son's happiness. Derek finally met my eyes. And what I saw there made my chest tighten. Resentment. Entitlement. The boy who used to help me fix neighbors' leaky faucets for free was gone. Replaced by this stranger who saw me as nothing more than a bank account with legs. Dad, you owe us this. He said quietly. Those 5 words hit harder than a punch. I owe you all the sacrifices we've made. What sacrifices? Kayla grabbed her purse, her movements sharp and angry. Come on, Derek. We're wasting our time here. Derek hesitated, looking between his wife and me. For a moment, I hoped some fragment of the son I'd raised might surface. Instead, he gathered the mortgage papers with shaking hands. You'll regret this, Dad. Kayla paused at the door, turning back with venom in her eyes. Don't expect us to keep pretending we want you around when you obviously don't give a damn about our future. The door slammed hard enough to rattle the windows. I sat alone in my kitchen, staring at the spot where the papers had been. My coffee had gone cold, forming a thin skin on top. The house felt different somehow, smaller, emptier. I lost my son today, not to death or distance, but to greed and entitlement. Standing slowly, I walked to my study and pulled out a small notebook from the desk drawer. My phone was already ringing when I opened the notebook. Dear Eric's name flashed on the screen. I let it ring through to voicemail, then watched as it immediately started again. On the fourth call, I answered, "What, Derek? What?" His voice cracked with disbelief. "That's all you have to say? Do you have any idea what you just did?" I could hear Kayla in the background, her voice a harsh whisper. "Tell him about the inspection deadline. Tell him we'll lose the house. Dad, we have 48 hours to secure financing or we lose our deposit. $25,000 down the drain because you're being selfish." "I'm being realistic." "Realistic?" Derek's laugh was bitter. "You've got 6 figures sitting in retirement accounts you'll never spend. We're talking about our future here." The phone rustled and Kayla's voice came through sharp and clear. "Paul, I'm sorry dear Eric's being so emotional. This is just really hard for us." Her tone had shifted to wounded and fragile. "We've dreamed about this house for months. We've planned our whole future around it. Then you should have planned better. I don't understand why you hate me so much." The fake tears were back in her voice. "I love your son. I want to give him the life he deserves on my dime. It's not like that. This is an investment in our family's future. Your grandchildren's future." I wrote down the time and date, then started transcribing their words as they spoke. "Grandchildren that don't exist yet." Derek took the phone back. "Dad, listen to me. We'll pay you back with interest." "With what money? You can barely afford your current rent. Our salaries will increase." "Will they? Is that guaranteed?" Silence stretched for several seconds. Then Kayla grabbed the phone again. "You know what, Paul? I'm done being nice. Dear Eric's too good to say this, but I'm not. You're a selfish old man who's going to die alone with all that money you're hoarding. Don't expect us to come running when you need us." The line went dead. I wrote down her exact words, then checked my voicemail. 3 messages, each more desperate than the last. I transcribed those too, noting the timestamps. My phone buzzed with a text from Derek. "Dad, please reconsider. This house means everything to us." 2 minutes later, "Another'll do anything. Please." Then Kayla from her own phone. "Paul, I said things I didn't mean. I was just upset. Can we start over? Dear Eric's crying. You're breaking your son's heart. Fine. Be that way, but don't come crying to us when you realize what you've lost." I screenshot each message, creating a digital folder on my computer labeled evidence. My phone rang again, this time, my sister, Linda. "Paul, what's going on? Derek just called me sobbing, saying you refused to help them buy a house." "That's right." "Well, why? They're young. They need help getting started." "Linda, did he tell you it's a $400,000 house?" Pause. "He said it was their dream home." "Did he mention that I'd be co-signing a mortgage that's more than their annual income?" Longer pause. "Well, no, but did he explain that they've been living paycheck to paycheck despite making decent money?" "Paul, you don't have to be so harsh." I hung up and added her call to my log. Within an hour, my brother Mike called. Then my neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, then dear Eric's old high school friend, Tommy. All with the same story. Dear Eric and Kayla were devastated. Couldn't understand why Dad was being so cruel. Each call got added to the log. My phone buzzed constantly through dinner. Text after text, alternating between dear Eric's guilt trips and Kayla's manipulation. "Dad. We looked at cheaper houses, but they're all in bad neighborhoods." "Paul, dear Eric hasn't eaten all day. He's making himself sick over this. You're choosing money over your own son. How does that feel? We'll never ask for anything else. This is it. One favor. I'm pregnant." That last message made me pause. I called Derek immediately. "Kayla says she's pregnant." She might be. "We haven't been to the doctor yet." "Derek, is she pregnant or not?" "It's complicated, Dad." "No, it's simple. Yes or no?" Click. He hung up. 30 seconds later, a text from Kayla. "False alarm about the pregnancy. Stress makes me late sometimes." I added that to the file, too, highlighting it in red. By 10 p.m., I'd received 47 text messages and 12 voicemails. Each one more desperate, more accusatory, or more manipulative than the last. They'd called everyone in my contact list, painting me as a miserly old man who cared more about money than family. But they'd also revealed their true selves in ways they didn't realize. The entitlement, the manipulation, the lies. It was all documented now. I turned off my phone, looked at my notebook filled with their own words, and closed it. Tomorrow would bring more of the same, but tonight I needed sleep. Sleep didn't come. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, remembering the boy Derek used to be. The quiet house gave me space to think, to trace the path from that eager kid to the stranger who demanded my life savings. Derek at 10, standing on a milk crate in my workshop, tongue poking out in concentration as he learned to use a socket wrench. "Dad, show me again how to tell if it's tight enough." His small hands, serious and careful, mimicking my movements. Exactly. Derek at 18, graduation day, valedictorian of his high school class, full scholarship to the State University for Computer Science. I'd sat in that auditorium, bursting with pride as he gave a speech about hard work and perseverance. "My father taught me that anything worth having is worth working for," he'd said, looking right at me. Derek at 22, his first job interview. He'd called me afterward, voice shaking with excitement. "Dad, they offered me $55,000 to start. Can you believe it? I'm actually going to make more than you ever did." No malice in those words, just joy and amazement. Back then, he'd understood the value of a dollar earned. The change started slowly after he met Kayla at a work conference in Chicago. She was everything Derek wasn't. Confident, flashy, demanding. Within months, he was driving a leased BMW he couldn't afford, wearing expensive clothes, dining at restaurants that cost more than I'd spend on groceries in a month. "Dad, you've got to live a little," he'd said when I'd expressed concern about his spending. "Life's too short to pinch pennies forever." But it wasn't living. It was performing. Kayla had expensive tastes and expected Derek to keep up. When his salary couldn't stretch to cover her expectations, the request started. "Dad, I need help with rent this month. Just $500. My car repair wiped out my budget." That was the first one. I'd given it gladly, remembering my own tight months as a young man. Then it was car payments. The BMW's lease payment went up. "Dad, can you spot me $800 until I get my Christmas bonus?" Then credit cards. "Kayla's having some medical issues. The insurance doesn't cover everything. Just $2,000 to get us through." Each time I'd helped. Each time Derek promised it was temporary. Each time Kayla had a story. Unexpected expenses. Derek's job not paying enough. Temporary setbacks that somehow became permanent patterns. I tried giving advice instead of money. "Son, maybe you should look at a cheaper apartment." Derek's response had been immediate irritation. "Dad, I don't need lectures. I need help. Have you considered budgeting classes?" I'd suggested once. Kayla had laughed, actually laughed, and said, "Paul, we're not living in the 1950s. People our age don't sit around counting pennies, but the pennies mattered." I'd learned that lesson the hard way. Working 60-hour weeks for 30 years, fixing other people's pipes and water heaters, saving every dollar I could. I'd wanted Derek to understand that money represented time. My labor, my life. Instead, he saw it as something that appeared magically, something he was entitled to because we shared blood. The wedding had been the breaking point I should have recognized. Kayla wanted everything perfect. Designer dress, expensive venue, open bar for 200 guests. Derek had asked me to pay for the photographer, then the flowers, then the honeymoon when their credit cards maxed out. "Dad, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event," he'd pleaded. "We can't skimp on our wedding." I'd paid $15,000 for one day of celebrating two kids who hadn't saved a dime for their own future. I'd watched Kayla direct the photographer like a movie star, demanding shot after shot until the man looked ready to collapse from exhaustion. 2 weeks later, they'd called from Hawaii in a panic. Their hotel bill was higher than expected. Their rental car had been damaged. They needed money for the flight home. Another $3,000. "This is the last time, Dad. I promise." But of course, it wasn't. The requests kept coming, each with a new crisis, a new justification, a new promise that this would be the end of it. I'd enabled their irresponsibility, thinking I was helping my son, when really I was creating a monster. Derek had learned that Dad would always come through, always open his wallet, always choose family over financial sense. Now, they wanted $400,000. Not as a loan. They'd never actually repaid anything they'd borrowed. As a gift wrapped in the pretty paper of family obligation, the boy who'd learned to use tools in my workshop had become a man who saw me as nothing more than a tool himself, a means to an end, a way to get what he wanted without earning it. I got up from bed with new resolve, walking back to my study. The notebook lay open on the desk filled with today's documentation of their harassment campaign. I picked up my pen and started a new section, pattern of behavior, historical context. If they wanted to play hardball, they'd learn that this old plumber knew how to fight back. Dawn was breaking through my study windows when I opened the notebook with fresh determination. 40 years of fixing problems had taught me that the best way to stop a leak was to trace it to its source and shut off the supply. Time to turn off Dear Eric and Kayla's access to my money permanently. First, I needed to understand exactly what I was dealing with. I called First National Bank where Dear Eric had mentioned applying for the mortgage. "Hi, this is Paul Flores. My son Derek applied for a home loan with you folks. As his potential cosigner, I'd like to understand the terms." The loan officer, Janet Hoffman, was helpful and thorough. "Mr. Flores, I have to tell you, your son and daughter-in-law seem like lovely people, but this loan is aggressive given their debt-to-income ratio." "What kind of debt are we talking about?" Papers rustled on her end. "Credit cards, mostly about $47,000 in revolving debt between them. Car loans, student loans, their monthly obligations are already at 38% of gross income before adding this mortgage. $47,000 in credit card debt. They'd claim to be financially responsible, just needing help with this one purchase." I wrote down every detail Janet shared. Next, I pulled up Derek's social media. Amazing what people revealed when they thought only friends were watching. Last month, photos from a weekend in Las Vegas. 3 weeks ago, Kayla's girls' trip to Miami, complete with first-class flight photos and 5-star hotel room shots. 2 weeks ago, Dear Eric's new gaming setup easily $3,000 in equipment. But according to them, they couldn't afford groceries without help. I screenshot everything, creating a timeline of expensive purchases versus their claims of poverty. The evidence was damning. 2 people living far beyond their means, using credit cards to maintain a lifestyle they couldn't afford, then expecting me to bankroll their next financial fantasy. At 10 a.m., I called Morrison & Associates, the law firm that had handled my estate planning. Elizabeth Morrison had helped me set up my will and retirement accounts. She knew exactly what I had to protect. "Paul, good to hear from you. What can I do for you?" I explained the situation carefully, leaving out the emotional details and focusing on facts. Elizabeth listened without interruption, occasionally asking clarifying questions about Dear Eric's demands and threats. "Let me make sure I understand," she said when I finished. "Your son and his wife want you to co-sign a mortgage that would obligate you for $400,000 despite their existing debt and inability to afford the payments alone." "That's correct. And when you refuse, they began a campaign of harassment and manipulation, claiming you owe them this assistance." "Right. Again, Paul, you need to document everything. Every call, every text, every conversation. If this escalates legally, you'll need proof of their behavior." "Already started." I flipped through my notebook. "I've got yesterday's conversations transcribed, screenshots of text messages, a record of everyone they called to pressure me." "Excellent. Now, here's what you need to know about your legal position." Elizabeth explained that oral promises meant nothing without proof, that children had no legal claim to their parents' money, and that co-signing a loan made me fully responsible for the debt if Derek defaulted. "The most important thing is to get them to admit their true motivations on record. If they're claiming this is about family obligation rather than business, let them say so. If they're threatening to cut off contact unless you pay, document that, too." "How do I get them on record?" Minnesota is a one-party consent state for recording as long as you're part of the conversation. You can record without telling them. I set up a recording app on my phone before my next conversation with Derek. He called at noon. Right on schedule. "Dad, I've been thinking about yesterday. I was upset. Said things wrong. I hit record." "What things?" "Well, when I said you owed us, that came out wrong. I meant that family helps family, you know, so you don't think I owe you anything." Well, Dad, you've got all this money just sitting there. We're your only family. Who else is it going to go to? Maybe charity." Sharp intake of breath. "Charity? You'd give our inheritance to strangers." "Your inheritance?" I kept my voice calm. "Derek, I'm very much alive. That's not what I meant." Kayla's voice in the background. "Tell him about the house. We need an answer today. Dad, we need to know by 5 p.m. The sellers won't wait. Then you should find financing you can actually afford." "We can afford it. We just need you to co-sign because my credit score took a hit when Kayla was out of work last year." "When was she out of work?" Pause. "It was a few months." "Look, that's not the point." "What's the point, Derek?" "The point is that parents help their children. That's what families do by risking their financial security. You won't be risking anything. We'll make every payment." "With what money?" "Janet Hoffman says you're already carrying $47,000 in credit card debt." Dead silence. Then Kayla's voice clearer now. "He called the bank. I told you he would. Dad, you're investigating us. Your own son. I'm protecting myself from a bad financial decision. This is unbelievable. I'm your son. Yes, you are. And I raised you better than this. The call ended with Derek hanging up on me. I stopped the recording and saved it to my evidence file, labeling it "Derek admits expectation of inheritance confirms credit issues." My phone buzzed with a text from Kayla. "We know what you're doing, Paul. You won't get away with this." I screenshot that, too, then typed back, "Get away with what? Protecting my retirement savings?" Her response came immediately. "Stealing our future. Dear Eric deserves that money more than some random charity." Screenshot. Another piece of evidence showing their true motivation. By evening, I had 18 recorded conversations, 43 text messages, and a comprehensive financial profile of Derek and Kayla's situation. They weren't just financially responsible. They were delusional about money, believing they deserved anything they wanted simply because they wanted it. I sat in my study reviewing the growing file of evidence, feeling something I hadn't felt since yesterday morning. Control. They thought I was a confused old man who could be bullied into submission. My phone buzzed with another demanding text from Kayla, but this time I smiled as I screenshot it. Another piece of evidence for the growing pile. The real battle was just beginning. My phone rang at 7 a.m. sharp. Margaret's name on the screen made my stomach tighten. My sister never called this early unless something was wrong. "Paul, I hope I'm not waking you." Her voice carried that careful tone she used when discussing family problems. I heard it during Dad's final illness, during Mom's funeral arrangements, during my divorce 20 years ago. "I'm up." "What's going on, Maggie?" "Well, I got a call from Derek last night. He was very upset." I sat down hard in my kitchen chair. "I'll bet he was. He says you refuse to help them buy a house, that you have all this money sitting around and won't lift a finger for your own son." She paused. "Paul, that doesn't sound like you. Did he mention it was a $400,000 house, or that he wanted me to co-sign for a mortgage they can't afford?" Silence stretched between us. When Margaret spoke again, her voice was smaller. "He said it was their dream home, that you could easily afford to help but chose not to. Margaret, they make good money. They've just spent every penny on expensive toys and trips. Now they want me to risk my retirement so they can keep living beyond their means." "But Paul, he's your son." "Yes, he is. And I raised him to be responsible." Apparently, that didn't stick. After we hung up, I knew it was just the beginning. By noon, I'd gotten calls from my brother Mike, my cousin Janet, and 3 family friends, all with the same story. Dear Eric and Kayla were devastated. Couldn't understand why I was being so heartless, but it was social media where they really went to work. I didn't have Facebook, but my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, showed me Kayla's post when I ran into her at the mailbox. Her screen displayed a long, emotional essay about family betrayal and elderly selfishness. Kayla had written about their struggling young family being abandoned by Derek's wealthy father who refuses to share his blessings. The comments were brutal. People I'd known for decades calling me greedy and heartless. Some parents forget what family means. Money can't buy you love, but apparently it can buy you isolation. Mrs. Chen looked uncomfortable. "Paul, I don't understand what's happening. They want me to co-sign a mortgage I can't afford to help them pay." Her confusion was genuine. "But dear Eric drives that nice BMW. Didn't they just get back from Hawaii?" That afternoon, I went to Murphy's Hardware for light bulbs. Tom Murphy, who'd been cutting me deals for 15 years, barely looked up when I walked in. The usual friendly chat was replaced by cold efficiency. At the grocery store, Linda, the cashier, who always asked about Derek and his beautiful wife, rang up my items without a single word. When I tried to make conversation, she gave me a look that could freeze water. The whispers followed me everywhere. Coffee shop conversations that stopped when I approached. Former friends who suddenly found their shoes fascinating when we passed on the sidewalk. The whole town was hearing one side of the story, and that side painted me as a miserly old man hoarding wealth while his desperate children suffered. My phone buzzed constantly with screenshots from well-meaning relatives. Dear Eric had shared a photo of himself looking haggarded and defeated with the caption, "When your own father chooses money over family." Caleb posted pictures of modest apartments with comments about having to settle for less because some people value dollars over their own blood. But they made a critical error. Their story was too perfect, too coordinated. I started documenting everything. Screenshots, saved posts, recorded voicemails from confused family members. Each piece of evidence showed the same pattern. Emotional manipulation designed to pressure me into submission. When Dear Eric's high school friend, Tommy, called to lecture me about family loyalty, I asked him a simple question. "Tommy, do you think it's reasonable for a parent to risk their entire retirement to co-sign a mortgage their child can't afford?" Long pause. "Well, When you put it like that, that's exactly what dear Eric asked me to do. $400,000 for a house he can't make payments on. But Derek said you had plenty of money. I have enough for my retirement, not enough to bail out someone else's poor decisions. By evening, my documentation folder had grown substantially. Every social media post, every guilt-tripping message, every manipulative photo showed a clear pattern of calculated emotional warfare. I was sitting at my computer organizing the evidence when the certified letter arrived. The return address made my blood run cold. Brennan Walsh and Associates, attorneys at law. I signed for the envelope with steady hands, but my heart was hammering as I walked back to my kitchen table. The letter lay unopened in front of me while I researched the law firm on my computer. Brennan Walsh and Associates specialized in elder financial rights and family financial disputes. Their website featured testimonials from adult children who'd successfully sued elderly parents for promised financial support. My stomach dropped. Derek and Kayla hadn't chosen this firm randomly. They'd found lawyers who specialized in exactly what they were planning to do to me. I opened the letter with deliberate care. The formal language couldn't disguise the threat. Demand for meeting regarding financial obligations and family support commitments. They wanted me to come to their office to resolve this matter amicably before formal proceedings become necessary. I set the letter aside and opened my laptop. Time to understand exactly what I was dealing with. First stop, Derek's social media profiles. Amazing what people revealed when they thought only friends were watching. I scrolled through months of posts taking screenshots of everything. Dear Eric's gaming setup upgrade in February. Easily $4,000. Kayla's spa weekend in March, first-class flights, and 5-star resort photos, their Valentine's Day dinner at the most expensive restaurant in Minneapolis, complete with champagne and photos of $100 steaks. But 3 weeks ago, Dear Eric had posted about struggling to make ends meet and hoping family will help us get ahead. Next, I call their apartment complex. Hi, this is Paul Flores. My son Derek is a tenant in Unit 247. I'm thinking of helping him with his rent, but I want to understand his payment history. The manager, probably thinking I was a generous father, was helpful. Mr. Flores has been late on rent 4 times this year, currently 2 months behind, but we're working with them. 2 months behind on rent, but they'd taken a weekend trip to Las Vegas just last month. Their spending priorities were crystal clear. I dug deeper into public records. Dear Eric's car lease payments were $847 monthly for a BMW he didn't need. Kayla's credit card statements, visible through their shared financial planning app they'd foolishly made public, showed monthly charges at high-end boutiques, expensive restaurants, premium gym memberships. Their combined income was $73,000 annually. Their visible spending exceeded $85,000. They were living on credit, hoping I'd bail them out when it all collapsed. But the most revealing discovery came from Dear Eric's college friend, Mike, who called me directly. Mr. Flores. Mike Peterson. I knew Derek in school. Listen, I feel weird about this, but Dear Eric hit me up for money last month. Said his dad was being unreasonable about helping with bills. How much did he ask for? $3,000. Same story. Temporary setback. Would pay me back soon. But Mr. Flores, this is the 3rd time in 2 years. I wrote down every detail. Dear Eric and Kayla weren't just targeting me. They were working everyone they knew, spreading the same lies, playing the same victim card. By evening, I had a comprehensive picture of their financial manipulation. They had borrowed money from at least 6 people in the past year, always with soba stories about temporary hardship, never paying anyone back. They'd maxed out credit cards, maintaining a lifestyle they couldn't afford, then expected others to fund their irresponsibility. I called Elizabeth Morris and updated her on the situation. Paul, this is worse than family pressure. They're preparing to sue you. For what? I never promised them anything. They'll claim you made oral agreements to help with major purchases in Minnesota. That could theoretically be enforceable if they can prove it. But I didn't promise anything. I believe you. But they'll try to find witnesses, create a narrative of implied promises, maybe even claim you're suffering from age-related confusion. The strategy became clear. Attack my credibility. Claim I'd made promises I couldn't remember. Paint me as a confused elderly man who'd gone back on his word. The elder financial abuse specialist would know exactly how to frame their case. What do I do? Document everything? Record every conversation legally? Get witnesses to your actual statements? And Paul start thinking about this as war. They're not interested in family reconciliation anymore. I hung up and stared at my growing evidence file. Dozens of screenshots, recorded conversations, financial records, witness statements from people they tried to manipulate. They wanted to play legal hardball with a man who'd spent 40 years solving problems methodically. They had no idea what they'd started. My phone rang. Dear Eric's name flashed on the screen. I hit record and answered, "Hello, son. Dad, we need to talk. Can you come to the law office tomorrow at 2? We can work this out." "What exactly are we working out?" "The money you owe us. The promises you made about helping family." "What promises, Derek?" "Don't play games, Dad. You know what you said." "No, I don't." "Tell me exactly what I promised and when." Silence. Then Kayla's voice in the background. "He's trying to trick you. Don't answer that." Dear Eric's voice returned shakier now. "Just come to the meeting, Dad. 2 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be there." After I hung up, I saved the recording and added it to my evidence folder. Derek couldn't specify a single promise because no promises had ever been made. The next morning brought another certified letter. This one wasn't a request for a meeting. The envelope felt heavier than it should have. I sat at my kitchen table, the same spot where Dear Eric had first made his demands 3 weeks ago, and carefully opened the certified mail. Complain for damages, Derek Flores and Kayla Flores versus Paul Flores. Amount demanded, $400,000 plus costs and attorney fees. My hand stayed steady as I read each accusation, but my anger grew with every word. They were claiming I'd made repeated oral promises to help with their major purchases. That I'd created reasonable expectations of financial support through my words and actions, that my sudden refusal constituted breach of contract and had caused them severe emotional and financial distress. The most outrageous claim came near the end. They were alleging I was suffering from age-related cognitive decline that made me forget promises made to family members and required court intervention to protect all parties involved. I set the papers down and called Elizabeth Morrison immediately. They filed suit. $400,000. I was afraid of that. "Paul, can you come in this morning? We need to discuss strategy." An hour later, I sat in Elizabeth's office with the lawsuit spread across her conference table. "This is aggressive," she said, scanning the documents. "They're using every tactic available. Breach of oral contract, promissory estoppel, even hinting at elder abuse." Elder abuse? They're the ones trying to steal my retirement. That's the irony. "But Paul, they've chosen their strategy carefully. They'll claim you made promises when witnesses were present. That you encouraged their house hunting. That your sudden refusal proves cognitive issues." "What witnesses? I never promised them anything." Elizabeth pulled out a yellow pad. "Let's go through this systematically. Did you ever say anything that could be interpreted as a commitment to help financially?" I thought carefully. I said family should help each other, but I meant emotional support, advice, being there for each other. Were other people present sometimes? At Derek's birthday dinner last year, I made a toast about family sticking together. At Christmas, I said I wanted them to be happy and successful. They'll twist those statements, make them sound like financial commitments. The scope of their planning became clear. They've been building this case for months, maybe years. Every family gathering, every casual conversation, every expression of love for my son had been catalogued as potential evidence of financial promises. Elizabeth, they borrowed money from half a dozen people with sob stories about needing help. They're 2 months behind on rent, but just took a vacation to Vegas. Their social media shows luxury spending while they claim poverty. Her eyes lit up. That's our defense. We prove they have a pattern of financial manipulation and false claims. Your documentation becomes crucial evidence of their dishonesty. We spent 2 hours planning our response. Counterclaims for defamation, harassment, and abusive process. Discovery requests for their complete financial records, social media accounts, and correspondence with other people they'd borrowed money from. "Paul, this will get expensive and ugly. They're betting you'll settle rather than fight." I thought about the boy Derek used to be helping me in the workshop, proud of honest work. Then I thought about the entitled stranger who demanded my life savings and was now trying to steal it through the courts. I'm not settling. I want everyone to know exactly what kind of people they are. Then we fight completely. Full discovery, character witnesses, financial analysis. We expose their pattern of manipulation and prove no promises were ever made. I signed the papers to formally respond and file counterclaims. The legal fees would be substantial, but my integrity was worth more than money. "Elizabeth, I want to make sure the truth comes out publicly. I want their friends, family, everyone to see the evidence of what they've done. We'll file everything in public court records. Their financial irresponsibility, their lies, their attempts to manipulate you, it will all be documented." As I handed the signed papers back to her, I felt something I hadn't experienced since this nightmare began. Complete clarity about the fight ahead. They thought they could terrorize an old man into submission. They had no idea they just declared war on someone who'd spent a lifetime solving problems methodically, completely, and permanently. The gloves were coming off. Leaving Elizabeth's office, I drove to Murphy's Diner, where I've been having coffee for 20 years. Time to face the community with my head held high and the truth in my hands. Sarah, the waitress, who'd been cold to me recently, seemed uncertain when I walked in. She clearly heard Dirk and Kayla's version, but was too polite to be outright rude to a long-time customer. "Coffee, Paul? Please, Sarah. And could I show you something?" I pulled out copies of Derek's social media posts, the Vegas vacation photos, the expensive gaming setup, the luxury dinners, alongside his claims of poverty and need. Sarah's expression shifted as she looked at the timeline. "Wait, he posted about struggling to pay rent the same week he was in Vegas." "That's right. And here's his apartment manager's statement about being 2 months behind on payments." Her face hardened. "Paul, I owe you an apology. When Kayla came in crying about how you wouldn't help family, I felt terrible for her. But this," she gestured at the evidence. "This is different." Word spread quickly in a small community. By afternoon, I'd shown the documented evidence to Tom Murphy at the hardware store, Father McKenna at St. Mary's, and Helen the librarian. Each conversation was calm, factual, and devastating to dear Eric and Kayla's narrative. "I don't gossip," I told each person. "But I thought you should see the actual facts. The beauty of truth is its consistency." Derek and Kayla's story had emotional appeal, but fell apart under scrutiny. My evidence told a clear, documented story that aligned with what people were beginning to notice themselves. Mrs. Chen stopped me at the mailbox that evening. "Paul, I've been thinking about what we discussed. Derek drives a nicer car than my husband, and we're both still working. How exactly are they struggling?" "That's a good question, Dorothy. Maybe you should ask Kayla next time she posts about their poverty on Facebook." The social media backfire was spectacular. Kayla's emotional posts about family betrayal had initially gained sympathy, but people started fact-checking. Comments began appearing under her poverty claims. "Weren't you just in Miami last month? That's a nice BMW Derek drives for someone who can't afford a house." Paul Flores has been nothing but generous to this community. Something doesn't add up here. Kayla tried doubling down with increasingly dramatic posts about elderly selfishness and broken promises, but her over-the-top victim narrative began working against her. People recognized manipulation when they saw it clearly. The grocery store provided the most satisfying validation. Linda, the cashier, who'd been giving me the cold shoulder, pulled me aside during checkout. "Mr. Flores, I feel terrible about how I treated you, but after seeing those Facebook posts side by side with Derek's vacation photos, well, I have eyes." "No harm done, Linda." People were given incomplete information. My daughter pointed out that dear Eric's gaming computer costs more than I make in 2 months, and he's claiming he can't afford groceries. The isolation Derek and Kayla had tried to impose on me was reversing rapidly. Former supporters started distancing themselves, asking uncomfortable questions about the discrepancies between their claims and their lifestyle. I ran into dear Eric's former boss at the gas station. "Paul, dear Eric came by asking for money last week. Said his father was being unreasonable about a small loan, but the lawsuit papers are public record now. $400,000 isn't exactly small." "No, it isn't." Makes a man wonder what else wasn't exactly truthful in that conversation. The beauty of my approach was its restraint. I never attacked dear Eric and Caleb personally, never called them liars or thieves. I simply presented documented facts and let people draw their own conclusions. The evidence spoke louder than any emotional appeal. By the end of the week, the shift in community opinion was dramatic. People who'd initially sympathized with the struggling young couple were now questioning everything they've been told. Derek and Kayla's support network wasn't just eroding, it was actively turning against them. My phone rang at 8 p.m. Dear Eric's name on the screen, but his voice was shaky when I answered. "Dad, can we meet somewhere private? Just the two of us?" The confidence was gone. The entitled demands had been replaced by something that sounded almost like fear. "What did you have in mind?" "Maybe coffee corner tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. I think we need to work something out." I smiled knowing he couldn't see it. The lawsuit had been filed. The community had seen the evidence, and their house of lies was collapsing around them. "I'll be there, Derek." The boy who thought he could intimidate his father with lawyers and social pressure was about to learn that truth has a way of winning in the end. Derek's voice barely sounded like my son anymore. The confident entitlement had cracked, replaced by something that sounded dangerously close to panic. "Coffee corner, Dad. 10 a.m., please." I sat in my study, noting how he dropped the demands and threats. "I'll be there, Derek." But when I arrived at the small cafe the next morning, Dear Eric was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he'd chosen Riverside Park, the same place I'd taught him to ride a bike 25 years ago. He sat hunched on a bench, looking older than his 35 years. Dad. He stood up quickly, nervously. Thanks for coming. The expensive clothes were still there, but they couldn't hide the stress lines around his eyes or the way his hands shook slightly when he gestured. This wasn't the arrogant young man who demanded my retirement savings 3 weeks ago. You look tired, Derek. Yeah, well. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Things have been complicated lately. We sat on opposite ends of the bench where I'd once pushed him on swings. The irony wasn't lost on me. Dad, I think this whole thing has gotten out of hand. I waited. Let him talk. The lawsuit, the lawyers, all this drama. Maybe we can work something out. You know, just between us. What kind of workout? Derek's Adam's apple bobbed. If we drop the lawsuit, maybe you could help us with something smaller. Not the whole house, but maybe a down payment, 20, 30,000. The negotiation tactics were pathetic. Start high, get rejected, come back with a smaller demand, and hope it seems reasonable by comparison. Derek, where's Kayla? His face tightened. She didn't want me to meet with you. Said it showed weakness. What do you think? I think I'm drowning, Dad. The words came out strangled. Our credit cards are maxed. The car payment's 3 months behind. The legal fees alone are killing us. I pulled out my phone and hit record. Tell me about your financial situation, son. Why are you? He stopped seeing the phone. Are you recording me? Yes. For my protection. Dear Eric stared at the device, then seemed to deflate completely. We owe $47,000 on credit cards. The BMW lease is $1,200 a month. I lied about the payment. Kayla's spending it's out of control, but I can't seem to stop her. The admissions poured out like water from a broken pipe. The Vegas trip had cost $8,000 they didn't have. Kayla's shopping addiction had emptied their savings twice in the past year. They borrowed money from 6 different people with lies about temporary hardships. We never thought you'd fight the lawsuit, Derek said, his voice hollow. Our lawyer said most elderly people settle rather than go through the stress of court. Your lawyer was wrong. Dad, the discovery process, they want our complete financial records, social media accounts, everything. When people see what we actually spend versus what we claimed, he buried his face in his hands. We're going to be completely exposed. The boy who'd once helped me fix leaky faucets was admitting to systematic fraud and manipulation. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Not anger anymore, but a kind of clinical detachment. Derek, did you really think I'd made promises to pay for your house? Long pause. Kayla said you did. She said, when you talked about family helping family, you were making commitments. And what do you think now? I think he looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. I think I've been an idiot. I think I let my wife convince me to destroy my relationship with my father for money we never deserved. The admission should have moved me. A month ago, it might have. Now it just sounded like another manipulation attempt. What do you want from me, Derek? I want to take it all back. The lawsuit, the things we said about you, the whole mess. Can we just forget this ever happened? I stood up from the bench, looking down at my son. No, Derek, we can't. But, Dad, the lawsuit changed everything. You accused me in court documents of cognitive decline, breach of contract, elder abuse. You tried to steal my retirement savings through legal fraud. His face crumpled. I was desperate. So was I, Derek. Desperate to understand how I raised a son who could do this to his own father. I walked away, leaving him on the bench where I'd once taught him to be honest, to work hard, to treat people with respect. All lessons he'd apparently forgotten. Driving home, I felt empty rather than victorious. The scared young man in the park bore little resemblance to the confident boy I'd raised. But it wasn't my job to rescue him from consequences he'd earned. Pulling into my driveway, I noticed a familiar car parked across the street. Kayla sat behind the wheel, watching my house with the intensity of a predator. Our eyes met through her windshield, and the hatred in her stare was pure and undiluted. I went inside and called Elizabeth Morrison to report the surveillance. 2 days after Kayla's surveillance, I received the court notice. The hearing was set for Thursday morning. Judge Patricia Henley presiding. I spent Monday organizing my evidence files one final time. Every screenshot, every recorded conversation, every piece of financial documentation was labeled, indexed, and ready for presentation. Elizabeth had been amazed by the thoroughness of my preparation. Paul, in 30 years of practice, I've never seen a plaintiff with better documentation. They walked into a trap of their own making. Thursday morning arrived gray and cold, matching the seriousness of what lay ahead. I dressed in my best suit, the one I'd worn to dear Eric's college graduation, and arrived at the courthouse 30 minutes early. Derek and Kayla were already there, huddled with their attorney near the metal detectors. Kayla wore an expensive black dress that probably cost more than some people made in a week. Derek's suit looked new and tailored. They were still playing the part of successful young professionals even as their financial world collapsed around them. Their lawyer, James Brennan, was a slick-looking man in his 40s with perfectly styled hair and an expensive briefcase. He'd built his reputation on these family financial disputes, convincing elderly parents to settle rather than face public embarrassment. He was about to learn that not all elderly parents were easily intimidated. Mr. Forrest. Judge Henley called the courtroom to order with crisp efficiency. She was a stern woman in her 50s, known for having little patience with frivolous lawsuits. Brennan stood to present Derek and Kayla's case. His voice was smooth, practiced, designed to evoke sympathy for his young clients who had been betrayed by broken family promises. Your Honor, my clients have documented evidence of repeated verbal commitments from the defendant to assist with major family purchases. Mr. Eric Flores will testify that his father explicitly promised to help with their first home purchase, creating reasonable expectations of support. Derek took the stand, his voice shaky as he recounted conversations that had never happened. According to his testimony, I'd made specific promises at family dinners, birthday celebrations, and holiday gatherings to make sure they got their dream house. It was complete fiction, and I watched the judge's expression grow skeptical as dear Eric stumbled through his rehearsed lies. Kayla's testimony was worse. She sobbed dramatically about their broken dreams and elderly betrayal, claiming I'd encouraged them to look at expensive houses because I committed to helping with the purchase. Mr. Flores told us repeatedly that family takes care of family, she said through fake tears. He said our happiness was his priority and that he had more money than he could ever spend. Judge Henley's expression remained neutral, but I caught her making notes during the most emotional portions of Kayla's performance. Then it was Elizabeth's turn. Your Honor, the defendants have prepared a comprehensive response to these allegations supported by extensive documentation. I took the stand and calmly recounted the actual events. No dramatic emotions, no theatrical gestures, just facts, dates, and recorded conversations. Elizabeth presented our evidence systematically. Derek's social media posts showing luxury spending while claiming poverty. Credit card statements revealing their true financial situation. Recorded phone calls where they admitted their manipulative strategies. The courtroom was dead silent as my recording of Derek played, "We never thought you'd fight the lawsuit." Our lawyer said most elderly people settle rather than go through the stress of court. Brennan objected repeatedly, but the recordings were legal and the evidence was devastating. The financial timeline was particularly damning. While claiming they couldn't afford groceries, dear Eric and Kayla had spent $43,000 on luxury purchases in the past year. Judge Henley reviewed the evidence with growing incredulity. When Elizabeth finished the presentation, the judge leaned forward and asked the question that ended everything. Mr. Brennan, where's the written documentation of this alleged promise? Any contract, any written agreement, any documented proof that your client was guaranteed $400,000? Brennan stammered. Your Honor, many family agreements are verbal. I'm not asking about family agreements. I'm asking about written proof of a specific promise to provide $400,000 for a house purchase. Silence. There is none, Your Honor. Judge Henley's expression hardened. So, you're asking this court to order an elderly man to pay $400,000 based entirely on the testimony of two people who, according to the evidence presented, have systematically lied about their financial situation, manipulated family members, and attempted to defraud their own father. The courtroom was electric with tension. Derek and Kayla looked like deer caught in headlights. Your Honor, I request a brief recess to consult with my clients. Granted, 15 minutes. As the judge left the bench, Elizabeth leaned over to whisper in my ear, "We've won, Paul, completely." But I wasn't watching my lawyer's celebration. I was watching Derek's complete breakdown as reality finally hit him. Judge Henley returned to the bench with an expression that could have frozen fire. Dear Eric and Kayla sat rigid in their seats, their expensive clothes now seeming like costumes in a play that had gone horribly wrong. I've reviewed all evidence presented in this case, Judge Henley began, her voice carrying the weight of final judgment. This court finds the plaintiff's claims to be not only without merit, but actively fraudulent. Dirk's face went white. Kayla gripped the table so hard her knuckles showed through her skin. The evidence presented by the defendant demonstrates a clear pattern of financial manipulation, deliberate misrepresentation, and attempted fraud. The plaintiffs have provided no credible evidence of any promise, written or verbal, to provide $400,000 for a home purchase. The judge's voice grew sharper. Furthermore, the evidence shows that the plaintiffs maintained expensive lifestyles while claiming poverty, borrowed money from multiple sources under false pretenses, and systematically attempted to manipulate elderly family members for financial gain. I sat perfectly still, feeling a deep satisfaction as justice unfolded exactly as it should. The plaintiff's lawsuit is dismissed with prejudice. The defendant's counterclaims for defamation, harassment, and abuse of process are granted in full. Brennan tried to speak. Your Honor, if we could. I'm not finished, Counselor. Judge Henley's tone could have cut steel. The court awards the defendant full reimbursement of legal fees in the amount of $28,300 plus court costs and punitive damages of $15,000 for the emotional distress caused by this frivolous action. Derek made a choking sound. $43,000 they didn't have on top of their existing legal fees. Additionally, the judge continued, this court is referring this case to the state attorney's office for investigation of potential perjury charges. Lying under oath is a felony, and this court does not tolerate fraud. Kayla burst into tears. Real ones this time, not the manufactured emotion she had displayed earlier. Dear Eric sat motionless, staring straight ahead like a man watching his life collapse in real time. Finally, the court issues a restraining order prohibiting the plaintiffs from contacting the defendant directly or through third parties, from approaching his residence, and from making any further public statements about this matter. Judge Henley looked directly at Derek and Kayla. You attempted to use this court system to steal from your own family member. You have disgraced yourselves, wasted taxpayer resources, and committed perjury in my courtroom. I hope the consequences serve as a lesson about the difference between legal action and legalized theft. The gavel came down with finality. In the hallway outside the courtroom, reporters had gathered. Word of the dramatic case had spread through the community. Derek and Kayla hurried past them with their heads down, but several people I recognized from town were waiting to talk to me. Mr. Flores, how do you feel about the verdict? Asked Jenny from the local newspaper. I thought carefully before answering. I feel that justice was served today. Family relationships should be built on love and respect, not financial manipulation. I hope this sends a message that elderly people won't be intimidated by threats or lawsuits from people who want something for nothing. Mrs. Peterson from down the street approached me with tears in her eyes. Paul, I'm so sorry. I believe they're lies. I should have known better. No harm done, Helen. People were given incomplete information. Derek appeared suddenly beside me. His face, desperate. Dad, please, can we talk? I know I made mistakes. I looked at my son, this stranger, wearing Derek's face, and felt nothing but tired sadness. You heard the judge, Derek. There's a restraining order. Don't violate it. I walked past him without another word, Elizabeth at my side, and stepped into the bright sunshine outside the courthouse. Behind me, I could hear Kayla's voice rising in fury. This isn't over. We'll appeal. Will Brennan's sharp response cut her off. You'll do nothing. You're lucky you're not being arrested right now. I drove home slowly, taking the long route past the house dear Eric and Kayla could no longer afford. A bright red for sale sign had appeared in the front yard, probably posted that morning after the hearing. I didn't slow down, but I allowed myself a small smile. Justice served. My driveway had never felt more welcoming. I sat in my car for several minutes watching my house, my sanctuary that dear Eric and Kayla had tried to take from me through legal theft. The afternoon sun made the windows glow golden, and everything felt peaceful in a way it hadn't for months. My phone buzzed constantly with congratulatory messages. The courthouse victory had spread through Mono faster than news of a lottery winner. Sarah from the diner. Paul, so proud of how you handled this. Takes real courage to stand up for what's right. Tom Murphy, coffee is on the house for life. You showed this town what integrity looks like. Father McKenna, justice served with dignity. Your parents would be proud. By evening, I'd received over 40 messages from friends, neighbors, and even strangers who'd heard about the case. The community that dear Eric and Kayla had briefly turned against me was now firmly in my corner, and they were angry at being manipulated. Mrs. Chen stopped by with a casserole. Paul, I felt so foolish for believing their story, but watching you handle this with such class, you're an inspiration. The long-term consequences for Derek and Kayla became clear over the following weeks. Their house went into foreclosure within days of the court judgment. The BMW was repossessed. Their social media accounts disappeared entirely, probably to avoid the comments from people who now knew the truth. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned they'd moved in with Kayla's parents in North Dakota, completely humiliated and financially destroyed. Dear Eric had lost his job. His employer didn't appreciate the negative publicity from the perjury investigation. The legal fees, court-ordered damages, and complete destruction of their credit meant they'd be recovering from this disaster for years. They'd gambled everything on intimidating an old man and lost spectacularly. Did I feel guilty about Eric's consequences? Not for a moment. Every misfortune that befell them was the direct result of choices they'd made. I hadn't destroyed their finances. I'd simply refused to bail them out of their own irresponsibility. The broader lessons of the experience settled into my consciousness like sediment after a storm. Truth really does triumph over manipulation, but only if you're willing to fight for it. Dignity and principle are worth defending even when the cost seems high. Family loyalty must be earned through respect and reciprocated. It can't be demanded through guilt or threats. Most importantly, I'd learned that saying no to family members who want to exploit you isn't cruelty. It's necessary boundary setting that protects everyone involved. My life moved forward with a lightness I hadn't felt in years. The stress of wondering when Eric would make his next financial demand was gone permanently. The community respect I'd earned through this ordeal was deeper than anything I'd experienced before. New friendships formed with people who'd watched me handle the situation with integrity. My church asked me to speak to their senior group about protecting themselves from financial manipulation. The local newspaper wrote an editorial about my case, calling it a textbook example of how truth and patience triumph over lies and greed. 3 months after the court victory, I was working in my garden when Elizabeth Morrison called with news. Paul, Derek, and Kayla's lawyer has been sanctioned by the state bar for knowingly filing a frivolous lawsuit. And the district attorney has decided to prosecute them for perjury. I continued planting tomato seedlings as she spoke. The earth was rich and dark, perfect for growing healthy things while removing harmful weeds. What's the likely outcome? Probation, community service, and permanent criminal records. Nothing that will send them to jail, but enough to ensure everyone knows what they attempted to do. After hanging up, I sat back on my heels, surveying the neat rows of plants that would feed me through the summer and into fall. The garden was a perfect metaphor for life. Nurture what's healthy, remove what's harmful, and trust that good things will grow from patient effort. Derek had been like a weed in my garden, choking out peace and draining resources meant for healthy growth. Removing him had been painful, but necessary. My phone rang. Another friend calling to check on me, invite me to dinner, or just share conversation. The community that had briefly shunned me now embraced me more warmly than ever. I was finally free to be the man I'd always been. Honest, hardworking, generous with people who deserved it, and absolutely unwilling to reward greed or manipulation. The sun was setting over my garden, painting everything in golden light. Tomorrow I'd plant the second row of vegetables, tend the flowers, and continue building the peaceful life I'd earned through a lifetime of honest work. Justice served, family protected, truth victorious. Sometimes the hardest battles are fought with the people closest to you. But sometimes those battles are exactly what's needed to protect everything that matters. I was at peace.
And that concludes this story. That was a pretty wild one if you ask me. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. Now, let's get right into the next story. It's titled,
My wife told her friends I'm obsessed with her because I asked her not to flirt with guys at parties. Then she made out with her ex right in front of me as a joke while her friends filmed and chanted he deserved it. When I walked out, she posted stories dancing on random guys with captions like, "This is what happens when you try to control me." Then showed up wasted at 3 a.m. saying, "Every girl cheats. At least I did it to your face." Today at noon, my phone exploded with 20+ panicked voice messages from her. "Don't do this. Please answer me." You know that moment when your gut starts screaming at you, but your brain keeps telling it to shut the hell up? Yeah, that was me in September. My wife, Marissa, had perfected this neat little trick where every legitimate concern I had about our relationship magically transformed into comedy gold for her girlfriends. It was like watching a magician, except instead of pulling rabbits out of hats, she was pulling jokes out of my genuine worries about us. It started small, the way cancer does. I'd ask her not to flirt with random dudes at parties. You know, basic married person etiquette, and she'd tilt her head with this patronizing little smile. "Babe, you're being ridiculous," she'd say, like I just suggested we start keeping pet dinosaurs. Then came the phone calls to her inner circle. Tina, Grace, and Leah. The holy trinity of enabling. "Oh my God, girls. You won't believe what he said now." I'd hear her whisper into her phone, usually while I was in the next room trying to pretend I wasn't listening. "He thinks I was flirting with the bartender. Can you believe it? I literally just said, 'Thank you' when the guy complimented my dress." Right. Because accepting compliments from strange men while batting your eyelashes is totally normal married behavior. But what do I know? I'm just the obsessed husband, apparently. The whispers started following me everywhere. At dinner parties, I'd catch snippets of conversation that would make my stomach drop. "Clingy much," Grace would snort loud enough for me to hear. "Poor Marissa, having to deal with that level of jealousy," Tina would add, shaking her head like she was discussing a terminal illness. Leah was the worst, though. She had this way of looking at me like I was a wounded animal at the zoo. All pity and disgust rolled into one nauseating expression. You know, some men are just naturally insecure, she'd say to Marissa again, just loud enough for me to catch it. It's not their fault they can't handle strong, independent women. Strong and independent, that's what they called it when your wife, the waiter right in front of you. At first, I tried to convince myself I was losing my mind. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe I was one of those psycho husbands you see in movies who checks their wife's phone and follows them to work. The thought made me sick, so I'd swallow my concerns and pretend everything was fine. After all, if 3 of her closest friends thought I was being unreasonable, maybe I was the problem. But here's the thing about gaslighting. It only works if you let it. And somewhere between the 5th, you're being dramatic, and the 10th eye roll when I brought up her behavior, I started keeping mental notes. Not in a creepy way, just observational, like a scientist studying a particularly toxic species of snake. The pattern became crystal clear. Every time I'd voice a legitimate concern about boundaries or respect, Marissa would flip the script faster than a politician during election season. Suddenly, I wasn't a husband asking for basic courtesy. I was an obsessed, controlling maniac who couldn't handle his wife having friends. He follows me around the house. She'd joke to her friends during their weekly wine nights. I could hear them cackling from the kitchen while I was literally just getting a glass of water. I can't even go to the bathroom without him asking where I'm going. Newsflash, honey. Asking where are you headed? When someone grabs their purse and heads for the door isn't stalking. It's called basic human communication. You know that thing normal couples do. My coworker Aaron tried to warn me about 3 months into this nightmare. We were grabbing lunch at this dingy sandwich shop near the office and I must have looked like I'd been hit by a truck because he put down his pastrami and gave me this look. Dude, you look like hell, he said, not bothering to sugarcoat it. Aaron was one of those straight shooter types who'd tell you if your breath smelled like a garbage disposal. What's going on? I found myself spilling the whole mess. The parties, the flirting, the constant accusations that I was being paranoid. Aaron listened without interrupting, which should have been my first clue that this conversation was going to end with some hard truths. Man, he said when I finished, shaking his head. Don't ignore red flags just because you love her. At the time, I thought he was being dramatic. Love conquers all, right? That's what the movies tell you. What they don't mention is that love also makes you blind, deaf, and dumb to obvious warning signs that your partner is slowly eroding your sanity one joke at a time. The worst part wasn't even the flirting or the boundary crossing. It was the way she'd made me question my own reality. I'd catch her texting someone at midnight. Phone tilted away from me. And when I'd ask about it, she'd laugh. There goes my paranoid husband again. Can a girl have private conversations? Sure, she could. But when those private conversations happened daily, usually with guys I didn't know, and always with that secretive little smirk on her face. Forgive me for thinking something was fishy. The final straw in September came at Tina's housewarming party. I watched Marissa collect phone numbers from 3 different guys. Each time with this elaborate performance about how networking was important for her career, right? Because exchanging contacts with Brad the bartender was definitely going to advance her marketing career. When I suggested maybe we could head home, it was past midnight and I had work the next day. She practically rolled her eyes into orbit. See what I mean? She announced to the group. Obsessed with controlling my social life. The crowd ate it up. A few guys actually laughed and patted me on the shoulder like I was some kind of joke. Let the lady have fun, man. One of them said, you've got to trust your wife. Trust. That word had become a weapon in her arsenal. Anytime I questioned anything, it wasn't about respect or boundaries. It was about trust. And apparently, I didn't have enough of it. That night, driving home in dead silence, I finally understood what Aaron meant. These weren't red flags anymore. They were giant crimson billboards with flashing neon lights spelling out danger in letters visible from space. But I was too busy trying to be the perfect understanding husband to pay attention to the obvious. The obsessed husband joke had become her get-out-of-jail-free card for any behavior that crossed the line. Flirting with strangers. I was obsessed. Setting boundaries. I was controlling, asking for basic respect. I was insecure. It was genius, really. She'd created this perfect little ecosystem where she could do whatever she wanted. And any objection from me just proved her point about how unreasonable I was. Her friends reinforced it, her family believed it, and even some of my own friends started giving me those concerned looks that said, maybe you should chill out, man. But here's what nobody tells you about being slowly driven insane by someone who's supposed to love you. There comes a moment when the fog lifts just for a second and you see the situation with brutal clarity. For me, that moment came when I realized I'd started apologizing for having feelings about my wife's behavior. Sorry I got upset when you gave that guy your number. Sorry I'm not comfortable with you staying out until 3 a.m. without telling me where you are. Sorry for being such an obsessed, controlling husband. That's when it hit me. I wasn't obsessed with her. I was obsessed with trying to save a marriage that she'd already checked out of. And while I was busy playing the part of the understanding husband, she was busy playing the part of the victim married to a psycho. September ended with me staring at the ceiling at 2 a.m., listening to her peaceful breathing next to me, wondering when exactly I'd become the villain in my own love story. Aaron's words kept echoing in my head. Don't ignore red flags just because you love her. Well, guess what? I was done ignoring them. Time to start paying attention to what was right in front of me, even if it was going to hurt like hell. Dear Eric's birthday party was supposed to be fun. You know, one of those chill house parties where you drink cheap beer, complain about work, and pretend you're still in your 20s even though your back hurts from sleeping wrong. Instead, it turned into the kind of nightmare that makes you question every life choice you've ever made, starting with saying, I do, to someone who apparently missed the memo about what marriage means. The house was packed tighter than a subway car during rush hour. Dear Eric had invited half the city, and the other half had showed up uninvited. Music was thumping so loud I could feel it in my chest, and the smell of cheap cologne mixed with cheaper beer filled the air. Classic house party vibes, except for the part where my wife was about to publicly destroy our marriage for entertainment. Marissa looked incredible, of course. She'd spent 2 hours getting ready, which should have been my first warning sign since Dear Eric's idea of formal attire was a clean t-shirt. She was wearing this little black dress that hugged her curves in all the right places. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't proud walking in with her on my arm. For about 5 minutes, I actually thought we might have a good time. Then Logan walked in. Logan Mitchell, her ex-boyfriend from college, the guy she dated for 2 years before we met. The same Logan she'd sworn was ancient history and totally irrelevant to our relationship. Yet somehow, this irrelevant piece of ancient history had managed to score an invite to Dear Eric's party. And judging by the way Marissa's entire posture changed when he walked through the door, she'd known he'd be there. Oh wow, Logan's here, she said. And I swear to God, her voice went up like 3 octaves. Like she was genuinely shocked to see him, as if Dear Eric hadn't probably texted her the guest list a week ago. Yeah, what a coincidence, I muttered, grabbing a beer from the cooler and trying to ignore the way she was already scanning the room for him. Within 10 minutes, she'd found an excuse to drift in his direction. I should say hi, she announced. It would be rude not to, right? Right. Because rudeness was suddenly a huge concern for the woman who'd spent the last month telling our friends I was obsessed with her. I tried to play it cool. I really did. I hung out by the beer pong table, made small talk with some of Dear Eric's work buddies, even laughed at a few genuinely terrible jokes, but I couldn't help watching her out of the corner of my eye. And what I saw made my stomach turn. She wasn't just saying hi. She was performing. Touching his arm when she laughed, leaning in way too close when he talked, playing with her hair in that way she used to do when we were first dating. Every gesture was calculated, deliberate, and designed to send a message. The question was, who was the message for? Dude, you okay? Some guy named Mike had sidled up next to me, following my gaze across the room. You look like you're about to murder someone. Just peachy, I said, taking a long pull from my beer. Nothing like watching your wife flirt with her ex at a party. Mike winced. Ouch. That's rough, man. Meanwhile, Tina, Grace, and Leah had materialized around Marissa like her personal hype squad. They were giggling and whispering, occasionally shooting glances in my direction. I could practically hear their conversation. Look at him. So jealous. Marissa deserves better. She should totally make him sweat. And then she started touching him. Not accidentally, not casually, deliberately. Her hand slid down his arm when she laughed at something he said. She pressed against him when someone squeezed past them in the crowded room. Every movement was a declaration of war, and she kept looking at me to make sure I was watching. I was watching. All right. I was watching my wife systematically disrespect our marriage in front of a room full of people, many of whom I'd have to face at future social events. I was watching her turn our relationship into entertainment for her friends. I was watching the woman I'd promised to love and honor treat me like a joke. The crowd around them was getting bigger. Someone had turned the music down slightly, and I could hear them laughing. Dear Eric raised his beer and shouted something about old friends reuniting, which got a cheer from the group. Marissa was eating up the attention, her face flushed with alcohol and the thrill of having an audience. That's when she looked directly at me across the room. Not a glance, not a quick peek, a full-on stare. She held my gaze for what felt like forever. And I saw something cold and calculating in her eyes. This wasn't about Logan. This wasn't about having fun. This was about power. This was about proving she could do whatever she wanted, and I'd just have to take it. She smiled. Actually, smiled at me while her hand was still on Logan's chest. And then she kissed him. Not a quick peck, not an accidental brush of lips. A full, deep, passionate kiss that went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 seconds. 10 seconds that destroyed everything I thought I knew about my marriage. 10 seconds that turned me into that guy. The one everyone pies at parties. The one whose wife makes out with other men while he stands there like an idiot. The reaction was immediate. Grace whipped out her phone and started filming. Tina was clapping like she was at a goddamn Broadway show. Leah cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "He deserved it." Like Marissa had just scored the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. The crowd erupted. Some people were laughing, others were cheering, and a few looked genuinely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything because why would they? This was premium drama, the kind of people would be talking about for months. Remember Dear Eric's party when Marissa totally destroyed her husband? Epic. I stood there frozen, beer still in my hand, watching my wife pull away from Logan with the biggest smile I'd seen on her face in months. She looked triumphant, vindicated, like she'd just proven some important point about female empowerment or standing up to controlling men. The humiliation hit me like a physical force. It started in my chest and radiated outward until my entire body felt like it was on fire. Every person in that room was looking at me, waiting to see how I'd react. Would I make a scene? Would I storm over there and drag her away? Would I punch Logan in his smug face? Instead, I did something that surprised even me. I set down my beer, walked to the front door, and left. No dramatic exit speech, no confrontation, no begging. I just left. The walk to my car felt like a death march. Each step was heavier than the last, and I could hear the party continuing behind me like nothing had happened, like my marriage hadn't just been publicly executed for everyone's entertainment. By the time I reached the parking lot, my phone was already buzzing. Text after text, all from Marissa. "Where did you go? Don't be dramatic. Come back inside. You're embarrassing me. It was just a kiss. Stop overreacting. Just a kiss, right? Because tongue wrestling your ex-boyfriend at a party while your husband watches is totally normal behavior that I was overreacting to." Then came the phone calls. Ring after ring after ring. I let them all go to voicemail while I sat in my car staring at the house where my wife was probably explaining to everyone how I was too insecure to handle her friendship with Logan. The final text came 20 minutes later. "Fine, be childish, but don't expect me to apologize for living my life." Living her life. That's what she called making out with her ex-boyfriend in front of a room full of people. Living her best life, I guess. I drove home in complete silence. My mind replaying the entire scene on an endless loop. The way she'd looked at me before she kissed him. The sound of her friends cheering. The feeling of standing there like a complete fool while my wife publicly humiliated me. But the worst part, the absolute worst part was knowing that when I got home and tried to explain how I felt, she'd find a way to make it my fault. She'd tell me I was being dramatic, that I was reading too much into things, that I was the one with the problem for not being cool with my wife kissing other men, and her friends would back her up because that's what they did. They enabled her worst behavior and painted me as the villain for not being okay with it. As I pulled into our driveway, I realized Aaron had been right about the red flags. They weren't subtle hints or minor concerns anymore. They were giant flashing warning signs, and I'd been ignoring them because I didn't want to face the truth about what my marriage had become. The truth was simple and devastating. My wife didn't respect me. Worse than that, she actively enjoyed disrespecting me in front of other people. And the scariest part, I'd been letting her do it for months, convinced that being a good husband meant taking whatever she dished out with a smile. Well, guess what? The smile was officially gone. You'd think humiliating your husband in front of 30 people would be enough for one night. But apparently, Marissa was just getting warmed up because while I was sitting at home staring at the ceiling and wondering what the hell had happened to my marriage, she was busy documenting her liberation for the entire internet to see. The first Instagram story notification hit my phone around 11 p.m. I almost ignored it. Honestly, I was emotionally drained and just wanted to pretend the whole night hadn't happened. But curiosity is and masochism runs deep, so I opened it. There she was dancing with some random guy I'd never seen before. Not just dancing, grinding. His hands were on her waist. She was pressed up against him. And the caption read, "Finally, dancing with someone who knows how to have fun. Woman dancing sparkles." The dig was subtle but crystal clear. Someone who knows how to have fun as opposed to her uptight, obsessed husband who couldn't handle watching his wife make out with her ex. I screenshot it before it disappeared. My hands actually shaking. Not from anger. Well, not just anger, but from this sick combination of betrayal and disbelief. This was my wife. The woman who'd promised to love and cherish me. The woman who just 6 hours ago had kissed me goodbye and told me she loved me before we left for the party. Story number 2 dropped 15 minutes later. Another guy, another dance, another caption designed to twist the knife. This is what happens when you try to control me. Face with rolling eyes. Control her, right? Because asking your spouse not to tongue wrestle their ex at parties is basically domestic tyranny. By midnight, she'd posted 7 stories. 7. Each one more deliberately hurtful than the last. There was one of her doing shots with a group of guys I didn't recognize. Captioned, "New friends who don't come with baggage." Another showed her on some dude's lap during what looked like a game of truth or dare. With the caption, "Freedom feels so good." But the 8th story, that was the one that made me want to put my fist through the wall. It was a video of her making out with not one but 2 different guys at the party. The caption read, "Single life hits different kiss mark." And she tagged Tina, Grace, and Leah in every single story. Single life. We were still married. I was sitting in our house looking at our wedding photos on the mantle, and she was telling the internet she was single. My phone buzzed with notifications, comments, likes, hearty emojis from her friends. YSSS Queen from Grace. Get it girl from Tina. About time from Leah. Even people I barely knew were commenting. Egging her on like this was some kind of empowerment moment instead of a married woman publicly destroying her husband. I kept screenshotting everything. Partly for evidence and partly because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Each story felt like a punch to the gut, but I couldn't stop watching. It was like passing a car accident. Horrifying but impossible to look away from. Around 1 a.m., she posted what I thought would be the final story. A group selfie with about 6 guys, everyone holding drinks, everyone laughing. The caption, "Why settle for one when you can have them all?" Smiling face with horns. That one made me physically nauseous. I actually had to put my phone down and take deep breaths to keep from throwing up. This wasn't just disrespect anymore. This was cruelty. This was my wife, the person who was supposed to have my back, publicly humiliating me for sport. But wait, there's more. Because at 2:30 a.m., like some kind of sadistic infomercial, she dropped the grand finale. A video of her slow dancing with Logan, her head on his shoulder, looking more content than I'd seen her look with me in months. The caption was simple. "Some people just get you." And there it was, the final nail in the coffin of our marriage, delivered via Instagram story for maximum impact. I must have watched that last video 50 times, looking for some sign that this was all just alcohol-fueled stupidity, some indication that she'd regret it in the morning. But the way she looked at him, the way she melted into his arms, that wasn't drunk behavior. That was someone who'd found exactly what she'd been looking for. At 3 a.m., I heard her car in the driveway. I was still on the couch, still holding my phone, still processing the digital devastation she'd unleashed. Part of me wanted to pretend to be asleep to avoid the conversation I knew was coming. But a bigger part of me, the part that was apparently a glutton for punishment, wanted to see how she'd try to spin this. The front door opened and she stumbled in, clearly wasted. Her hair was a mess, her makeup was smudged, and she reeked of cigarettes and some cologne that definitely wasn't mine. She looked like she'd been through a hurricane, but she was smiling. Actually smiling. "Hey babe," she slurred, leaning against the doorframe like she was posing for another Instagram story. "You're still up hard to sleep when your wife is posting softcore porn on social media," I said, holding up my phone to show her the screenshots. She squinted at the screen, then laughed. Not a nervous laugh or an embarrassed laugh, a genuine, amused laugh like I just told her a really good joke. "Oh, those," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "Come on, don't be so uptight. It was just a party. Just a party, right? And the Titanic was just a boat ride. You made out with Logan," I said, my voice eerily calm considering the rage building in my chest on camera, and posted it online. She shrugged, actually shrugged, and kicked off her heels. "So, we're not together anymore. It's not like it means anything. We're married, Marissa." "Yeah, and you left me at the party like a child." She shot back, her tone shifting from drunk and playful to sharp and defensive. "You embarrassed me in front of everyone." The audacity was breathtaking. I'd embarrassed her by leaving after watching her tongue wrestle her ex-boyfriend, but her making out with multiple men and posting it online was just harmless fun. "You told the internet you were single." I continued scrolling through the screenshots. "You literally captioned a video, 'Single life, hits, it's different. She stumbled over to the couch and collapsed next to me, close enough that I could smell the alcohol on her breath mixed with that unfamiliar cologne. "Baby, you're being way too serious about this," she said, her voice taking on that patronizing tone I'd grown to hate. "It's just social media. Nobody takes that stuff seriously. Nobody except the hundreds of people who'd seen it, including our friends, family members, and coworkers who followed her account. Every girl cheats," she said suddenly. Her voice matter of fact, like she was discussing the weather. "At least I did it to your face." The words hit me like a physical blow. Every girl cheats. Like it was some universal truth, some biological imperative that I was too naive to understand. And she was proud of her honesty. Proud that she'd humiliated me publicly instead of doing it behind my back. "That's what makes me a good wife," she continued, leaning her head back against the couch cushion. "I don't sneak around. I don't lie. I show you exactly who I am." She was right about that last part. She was showing me exactly who she was. Someone who thought marriage vows were suggestions. Someone who believed respect was optional. Someone who got off on causing me pain. "You're drunk," I said, standing up and putting distance between us. "We'll talk about this tomorrow." "No, we won't," she said, her eyes still closed, but her voice sharp. "Because tomorrow you'll apologize for being dramatic, and I'll forgive you for embarrassing me at dear Eric's party, and we'll go back to normal. That's how this works. That's how this works." Like, our marriage was some kind of scripted drama where I played the apologetic husband and she played the misunderstood wife. Like my feelings were just props in her performance. She struggled to her feet, swaying slightly. "You know what your problem is?" she said, pointing a manicured finger at my chest. "You take everything so seriously. It was just kissing. It was just dancing. It was just having fun. You act like I committed murder. Just kissing. Just dancing. Just having fun. Just destroying our marriage one Instagram story at a time." "I'm going to bed," I said, heading toward the stairs. "Good," she called after me. "Maybe sleeping alone will help you remember what you're fighting for." I stopped halfway up the stairs and turned back to look at her. She was slumped on the couch, scrolling through her phone, probably reading all the comments and likes on her stories. She looked satisfied, accomplished, like she'd just had the best night of her life. That's when it hit me. She wasn't drunk rambling or saying things she didn't mean. She was telling me the truth. This was who she really was when she thought she could get away with it. This was my wife without the mask. "Every girl cheats." The words echoed in my head as I lay in our bed alone, staring at the ceiling. She hadn't just kissed Logan. She'd kissed multiple guys, danced with strangers, and broadcast it all like it was some kind of victory lap. And in her mind, I was the problem for not being okay with it. I grabbed my phone and looked at the stories one more time before they expired. Each one was a little piece of our marriage dying in real time, documented and celebrated for posterity. Tomorrow they'd be gone from her profile, but the screenshots would remain. Evidence of the night my wife showed me exactly how little our marriage meant to her. The worst part wasn't even the cheating or the public humiliation. It was the realization that this had been building for months, maybe longer. All those times she'd called me obsessed or controlling. All those whispered conversations with her friends. This was what she'd been working toward. The freedom to do whatever she wanted without consequences. Well, congratulations, Marissa. Mission accomplished. You know what's funny about hitting rock bottom? The view is actually pretty clear from down there. All that seemed complicated before suddenly becomes simple. All the excuses you made for someone's behavior stop making sense. And all the power they thought they had over you just evaporates. That's where I found myself Saturday morning, sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago, staring at my phone like it was a loaded weapon. For months, maybe years, I'd been playing Marissa's game by her rules. Every time she crossed a line, I'd react exactly how she expected. I'd get upset. We'd fight. I'd eventually apologize for being too sensitive, and she'd graciously forgive me for having feelings. Well, that game. Time to change the rules. I turned my phone off, not on silent, not on do not disturb, completely off. The sudden quiet was almost jarring after months of constant notifications, calls, and text battles. For the first time in forever, I could actually hear myself think without Marissa's voice drowning out my own thoughts. The plan was simple. Complete radio silence. No calls, no texts, no social media interactions, nothing. If Marissa wanted to act single, I'd let her experience what being single actually felt like. No husband to blame for her problems. No emotional punching bag to absorb her drama. No guaranteed audience for her victim performance. I tried everything else. Reasoning, fighting, compromise, Therapy suggestions. None of it worked because you can't reason with someone who doesn't want to be reasonable. You can't fix someone who doesn't think they're broken. But you can remove yourself from the equation entirely. Sunday came and went in blissful silence. I cleaned the house, watched football, ordered pizza, and did absolutely nothing that involved thinking about my wife or our train wreck of a marriage. It was the most peaceful day I'd had in months. Monday morning, I turned my phone back on just long enough to check work messages. 3 missed calls from Marissa, all from Sunday evening. No voicemails. Interesting. Usually, she'd leave long, rambling messages about how I was being immature or dramatic. The fact that she hadn't left any told me she was starting to realize this wasn't business as usual. I turned the phone back off and went to work. Tuesday was when things got interesting. I could practically feel her confusion through the walls of our house as I got ready for work. She was awake. I could hear her moving around in the bedroom, but I didn't acknowledge her. Didn't say good morning. Didn't ask about her hangover. Didn't even look in her direction. I grabbed my coffee, my keys, and left like she was a piece of furniture. When I got to work, Aaron took one look at me and grinned. "You look different," he said. "Lay like someone's been slowly murdering your soul." "Funny you should mention that," I said, settling into my desk chair with my first genuine smile in weeks. "I think my soul might actually be growing back." By lunch, my phone, which I turned on to check work emails, showed 17 missed calls from Marissa. 17. That was more calls than she'd made to me in the previous month combined. Still no voicemails, but the texts had started. "Why aren't you answering your phone? This is ridiculous. You're being childish. We need to talk like adults. Call me back now." Each text was progressively more desperate, and I could practically see her panic growing with every unanswered message. For the first time in our relationship, I wasn't dancing to her tune, and she had no idea how to handle it. I deleted the texts without responding and turned the phone back off. Wednesday brought escalation. 23 missed calls. The texts had evolved from demanding to pleading. "Baby, please call me back. I know you're upset, but this silent treatment isn't solving anything. Can we please just talk? I miss you." Miss me? She missed having someone to blame for her problems. She missed having a guaranteed audience for her drama. She missed the power she'd held over me for months. But she didn't miss me. If she'd missed me, she wouldn't have spent Saturday night making out with half the party while posting it online for everyone to see. Thursday was my personal favorite. 31 missed calls and a text marathon that would have impressed a teenager. This is insane. You can't just ignore me forever. I was drunk. People do stupid things when they're drunk. Why are you being so dramatic about one stupid kiss? Logan means nothing to me. You're my husband. Act like it. Fine. Be a baby. See if I care. Wait, I didn't mean that. Please, just call me. I'm sorry you got upset. That last one was my favorite. She was sorry I got upset. Not sorry for what she did. Not sorry for humiliating me. Not sorry for posting it online. Sorry that I had the audacity to have feelings about watching my wife cheat on me in public. Classic Marissa. Even her apologies were about my reactions, not her actions. Friday afternoon, my sister Clara called me at work. "What the hell is going on with you and Marissa?" she asked without preamble. She called Mom crying about how you're giving her the silent treatment over nothing. Ah, there it was. When the direct approach failed, Marissa had moved to phase 2, recruit family members to guilt me into submission. She kissed her ex-boyfriend at a party and posted videos of herself making out with random guys on Instagram. I said calmly, "How exactly is that nothing?" Silence on the other end of the line. Then, "Jesus Christ, are you serious? Dead serious. And she's calling it nothing. Apparently, I'm being dramatic and controlling for not being thrilled about it." Clara let out a long breath. "You know, I never really liked her," she said. "But I figured that was just protective sister stuff. Now I'm thinking my instincts were spot on." It was funny how other people could see what I'd been blind to for months. Clara had always been polite to Marissa, but never warm, never enthusiastic about our relationship. I chalked it up to typical sister-in-law dynamics, but maybe she'd been seeing red flags I'd been too love-drunk to notice. "She doesn't fear losing you because you've never let her," Clara continued. "Every time she pulls this crap, you chase after her. Apologize, try to fix things. She's learned that no matter how badly she treats you, you'll always come crawling back." The truth hurt, but it was the kind of pain that clarifies things. Like setting a broken bone, agonizing, but necessary. "So, what are you going to do?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "Absolutely nothing." And that's exactly what I did. Nothing. No calls, no texts, no attempts at reconciliation. I went to work, came home, made dinner for one, and lived my life like I was actually single instead of just pretending to be on social media. The missed calls kept coming, sometimes 20 a day. The texts grew increasingly frantic, cycling between anger and desperation, like she was stuck in some kind of emotional washing machine. She'd go from, "You're being ridiculous," to, "Please don't give up on us," within the span of an hour. By the following Tuesday, something had shifted. The texts weren't coming in angry bursts anymore. They were scattered throughout the day, each one more vulnerable than the last. "I can't eat. I can't sleep. Please just tell me you still love me. I don't understand what's happening." That last one almost made me laugh. She didn't understand what was happening. For the first time in our relationship, I wasn't absorbing her bad behavior and apologizing for my reactions. For the first time, there were actual consequences for treating me like garbage. Of course, she didn't understand. This had never happened before. The really beautiful part was watching her scramble to regain control. She tried everything, sending her friends to text me, blocked, having her mom call, ignored, even showing up at places she thought I might be. But I was a ghost, completely unavailable for her usual manipulation tactics. My silence had become a mirror, reflecting her behavior back at her without my usual cushioning of explanations and forgiveness. And she didn't like what she saw. For years, I'd been her emotional shock absorber, soaking up all the impact of her selfish choices so she never had to feel the consequences. Every time she crossed a line, I'd been there to minimize the damage, make excuses, smooth things over. I trained her to believe that no matter what she did, I'd always be there to clean up the mess. Well, surprise. The cleanup crew had gone on strike indefinitely. Friday rolled around like a ticking time bomb. And I should have known Marissa wouldn't go quietly into that good night of being ignored. See, the thing about people who are used to getting their way is that when you stop playing their game, they don't just accept defeat, they escalate. They bring out the big guns. And in Marissa's case, the big guns apparently meant staging a public intervention at my workplace like some kind of deranged relationship terrorist. I was in the middle of reviewing quarterly reports when Aaron appeared at my cubicle looking like he'd just witnessed a car accident. His face was this perfect mixture of concern and barely contained amusement which immediately put me on high alert. "Dude," he said, glancing around to make sure nobody else was listening. "Some lady's in the lobby making a scene. Security's trying to calm her down, but she's demanding to see you. Says she's your wife." My stomach dropped straight through the floor and into the building's foundation. Blonde, about 5 feet 6 inches. Looks like she could murder someone with her eyeballs. "That's the one," Aaron confirmed. "She's got this whole 'I'm a victim of domestic abuse' vibe going on, except instead of asking for help, she's demanding they produce you immediately or she's calling corporate." Of course, she was, because when emotional manipulation fails, the next logical step is professional sabotage. I could practically picture her in the lobby, probably wearing something calculated to make her look vulnerable yet determined, telling everyone who'd listen about her poor husband, who'd been acting strangely lately. "Want me to tell security you're not available?" Aaron offered. The temptation was real. I could hide in the office until she got tired and left. Avoid the whole confrontation and maintain my silent strategy. But something in me, maybe pride, maybe stupidity, maybe just exhaustion from running away, decided it was time to face the music. "No," I said, standing up and straightening my tie. "If she wants a showdown, she can have one." The elevator ride down to the lobby felt like descending into hell, except hell probably had better mood lighting. When the doors opened, I could hear her before I could see her. That particular pitch of indignation that meant she was in full performance mode. There she was, center stage in our building's lobby, surrounded by confused security guards and a growing audience of my coworkers who'd come down for their lunch break. She'd chosen her outfit carefully, a simple dress that screamed responsible wife, minimal makeup to emphasize her distress, and body language that suggested she was barely holding herself together. The performance was masterful. Really, she should have gone into theater. The second she spotted me, her entire demeanor shifted. The frantic energy evaporated, replaced by this calculated vulnerability that made my skin crawl. She approached me like I was a wild animal that might bolt at any second. "There you are," she said, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear, but soft enough to sound concerned rather than accusatory. "I've been so worried about you." Worried? Right. She'd been worried about losing control of the narrative, not worried about my well-being. "Marissa," I said evenly, very aware that half my office was now watching this unfold like it was better than cable TV. "What are you doing here?" "We need to talk," she said, stepping closer and lowering her voice to an intimate whisper that somehow managed to carry across the entire lobby like adults. This silent treatment is killing me. The audacity was breathtaking. After a week of completely ignoring my existence, except to post revenge porn on Instagram, she was positioning herself as the mature one trying to fix our relationship. The woman who'd made out with her ex-boyfriend in front of 30 people was lecturing me about adult communication. I'm at work, I pointed out, gesturing to the obvious office building around us. This isn't the place for personal conversations. Then where is? She demanded. And there it was, a flash of the real Marissa underneath the concerned wife act. You won't answer your phone. You won't come home. You won't talk to me. What choice did I have? Home. That was rich. I'd been living in our house all week while she stayed God knows where. Probably with Tina or at some guy's place she'd met at Dear Eric's party. But sure, I was the one who wouldn't come home. My coworkers were pretending to mind their own business, but I could feel their attention like heat lamps. Sarah from accounting was openly staring while pretending to check her phone. Mike from IT had suddenly developed a fascination with the lobby's architectural details. Even building security looked invested in how this drama would unfold. You want to talk like adults? I said, matching her volume so everyone could hear. Fine. Let's talk about Saturday night. Her face went pale. This wasn't part of her script. She'd come here expecting to paint me as the unreasonable husband who was punishing his innocent wife for no reason. She hadn't counted on me being willing to air our dirty laundry in front of my colleagues. That's not. We don't need to, she stammered, glancing around nervously at our growing audience. No, let's do this, I continued, my voice getting stronger. Let's talk about how you made out with your ex-boyfriend at a party. Let's talk about the Instagram stories where you grinded on random guys and told the internet you were single. Let's talk about coming home at 3 a.m. telling me every girl cheats and I should be grateful you did it to my face. The lobby had gone dead silent. Even the security guards had stopped pretending they weren't listening. Marissa's carefully constructed victim narrative was crumbling in real time, and she knew it. You're embarrassing me, she hissed, but her voice cracked on the last word. I'm embarrassing you. I let out a laugh that came out harsher than I intended. Lady, you embarrassed yourself. I'm just providing context. She tried to recover, switching tactics like a politician caught in a scandal. I was drunk, she said, her voice taking on the pleading tone she used when she wanted sympathy. People do stupid things when they're drunk. You know, I didn't mean any of it. Which part didn't you mean? I asked. The kissing, the dancing, the part where you told me every girl cheats, or the part where you called our marriage a joke on social media. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. She'd never had to defend her behavior in front of an audience before. Usually, our fights happened in private where she could manipulate the narrative and make me feel crazy for having reasonable expectations. We can fix this, she said desperately, reaching for my arm. We just need to communicate better. I know we can work through this if you just know, I said, stepping back so she couldn't touch me. We're done. The words came out clearer and stronger than I'd expected. For months, I'd been afraid to say them, terrified of what my life would look like without her. But standing there in that lobby, surrounded by witnesses, I realized the life I'd been trying to save wasn't worth saving. Her face went through about 6 different emotions in rapid succession. Shock, anger, disbelief, panic, and finally desperation. You don't mean that, she said. But her voice was barely above a whisper now. I mean every word of it, I said. I'm done being your emotional punching bag. I'm done making excuses for your behavior. I'm done pretending that what you did was normal or acceptable or forgivable. The lobby was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Everyone was frozen like they were afraid any movement would break the spell and interrupt the best drama they'd seen all year. But I love you, Marissa said. And for a split second, she almost sounded sincere. Almost. No, you don't, I replied. You love having someone to blame for your problems. You love having a husband you can disrespect without consequences. You love the safety net I provided while you acted single, but you don't love me. She started crying then, real tears, not the calculated ones she usually deployed during arguments. But even as the waterworks started, I could see her scanning the crowd, calculating how this breakdown would play with our audience. Everyone makes mistakes, she sobbed, playing to the room now. Marriage is about forgiveness, about working through problems together. You're right, I said. Marriage is about working through problems together. It's also about respect, loyalty, and not making out with your ex-boyfriend at parties. Funny how you forgot those parts. The tears were flowing freely now, and I could see a few people in the crowd starting to look sympathetic. Marissa had always been good at playing the victim when cornered, and crying. Beautiful women tend to get the benefit of the doubt from strangers. But I was done caring about optics. I was done protecting her reputation at the expense of my sanity. I made one mistake, she pleaded. One stupid drunk mistake. Please don't throw away 3 years of marriage over one night. One mistake. She was still trying to minimize it. Still trying to rewrite history to make herself look better. The Instagram stories, the grinding, the multiple make-out sessions, all condensed into one mistake, like she'd accidentally ordered the wrong coffee. It wasn't one mistake, I said firmly. It was months of disrespect building up to one public humiliation. The kissing was just the grand finale. I turned to walk away and she grabbed my arm. Please, she whispered. Don't do this. Not here. Not like this. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for her almost. Then I remembered the triumphant smile on her face when she kissed Logan. I remembered her laughing as her friends filmed it. I remembered her telling me, every girl cheats, like it was some kind of universal truth I was too naive to understand. You did this, I said gently but firmly, removing her hand from my arm. Not here, not like this. You chose the when and where when you decided to destroy our marriage at a party. I'm just choosing not to pretend it didn't happen. And with that, I walked away for the first time in our entire relationship. I walked away while she was still talking, while she was still crying, while she was still expecting me to cave and comfort her and apologize for my reaction to her betrayal. But I didn't look back. Not once. Saturday morning brought the kind of phone call that makes you want to throw your device into the nearest body of water. My phone buzzed at 8 a.m. sharp because apparently destroying marriages is an early bird activity, and the caller ID showed Marissa's mom, Patricia. I should have let it go to voicemail, but curiosity killed the cat and I was apparently the cat in this scenario. Hello, Patricia, I answered, already knowing this conversation was going to be about as pleasant as a root canal performed with rusty garden tools. Oh, honey, she started, her voice dripping with that fake sympathy that older women perfect after decades of meddling in other people's business. I heard about your little fight with Marissa. She's absolutely heartbroken. Little fight, right? Because public adultery followed by social media humiliation was just a little fight between married couples. Like arguing over whose turn it was to take out the trash. Patricia, I don't think Marissa gave you the full story, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Even though I wanted to scream into the phone, she told me everything. Patricia interrupted, her tone shifting from sympathetic to defensive faster than a NASCAR driver changing lanes. She said you got jealous over her talking to an old friend and now you're punishing her with this silent treatment. Honestly, I'm disappointed in you talking to an old friend. That's what we were calling tongue wrestling your ex-boyfriend now. The English language was truly a beautiful thing in the hands of someone determined to rewrite reality. She kissed him, Patricia, at a party in front of 30 people, then posted videos of herself making out with other guys on Instagram. Silence. Then, well, she was drinking. You know how girls get when they've had a few. She doesn't handle alcohol well. The excuse making was Olympic level. Apparently, alcohol was a magical substance that temporarily erased marriage vows and common decency. Who knew? Drinking doesn't make you cheat. I said it just removes the inhibition to do what you already wanted to do. Don't be so dramatic. Patricia snapped. Marriage is about forgiveness. It's about working through problems together, not running away at the first sign of trouble. First sign of trouble, like I'd bailed after she left a dirty dish in the sink instead of after months of gaslighting followed by public adultery. She loves you, Patricia continued. Really warming up to her speech now. She made a mistake, a silly drunk mistake, and now you're throwing away 3 years of marriage over it. Don't you think that's a bit extreme? There it was again. The minimization, the blame shifting, the complete refusal to acknowledge what had actually happened. Marissa had learned these tactics somewhere, and now I knew where. The apple hadn't fallen far from the tree. It had barely rolled off the branch. I appreciate your concern. I lied through my teeth, but this is between Marissa and me. That poor girl is beside herself, Patricia pressed on, apparently immune to social cues about ending conversations. She can barely eat, can barely sleep. Is this really what you want? To hurt someone you claim to love? Poor girl. The poor girl who'd spent last Saturday grinding on strangers and broadcasting it to the world. My heart was absolutely breaking for her. I hung up. Within an hour, my own phone rang again. This time it was my mother, Elaine. And the fury in her voice was immediately apparent. What the hell is wrong with you? She started without preamble. Patricia Williams just called me crying about how you're treating Marissa. She says you're being cruel and vindictive over some silly party incident. Oh, perfect. The mothers had formed an alliance. This was exactly what my Friday needed. A tag team guilt session from two women who'd gotten a completely fabricated version of events. Mom, let me explain what actually. No, You let me explain something. She interrupted, her voice hitting that particular frequency. That meant she was in full lecture mode. Marriage isn't easy. It takes work, compromise, and forgiveness. You can't just throw it away because your wife had a few drinks and talk to an old friend. Talk to an old friend. Jesus Christ. The narrative was evolving faster than a virus. First it was talking, then it became being friendly. And apparently now it was just casual conversation with a former acquaintance. She didn't just talk to him. Mom, I don't want to hear excuses. Elaine cut me off. Patricia told me everything. Marissa was being social at a party. You got jealous and now you're punishing her by refusing to communicate. That's not how marriage works. The irony was suffocating. My mother was lecturing me about how marriage works based on information from the woman whose daughter had just publicly cheated on me. It was like getting relationship advice from someone whose primary source was a pathological liar. You need to apologize, she continued, really hitting her stride now. You need to go home, sit down with your wife, and work this out like adults. This silent treatment nonsense is childish and cruel. I could hear my father in the background asking what was going on. More voices joining the conversation. Apparently, this had turned into a family conference call about my failing marriage. Perfect. Nothing says healthy relationship dynamics like having your parents gang up on you based on your cheating wife's victim narrative. She says you've been acting unstable lately, Mom added. And that word hit me like a slap. Patricia's worried about your mental state. Maybe you should talk to someone. Get some help. Unstable. Now I was mentally ill for not wanting to be married to someone who treated our vows like suggestions. The gaslighting had reached professional levels. Not only was I wrong for being upset, I was literally crazy for having feelings about public infidelity. That's when something inside me finally snapped. Not in a violent way, but in a clarity way, like fog lifting to reveal the landscape you've been stumbling through blind. Mom, I need to send you something. I said, putting the call on speaker and opening my phone's photo gallery. Give me your number. What? What? Just trust me. I think you need to see what really happened before you lecture me about forgiveness. I could hear her dictating her number to Dad, probably thinking I was about to send her some ridiculous evidence of my paranoia. Boy, was she in for a treat. I forwarded her the screenshots, all of them. The Instagram stories, the text messages, the whole digital record of Saturday night's festivities. Every caption, every video, every piece of evidence that proved Marissa's version of events was complete fiction. Look at your phone, I said. Silence, then rustling sounds as she presumably opened the messages. Then a long sharp intake of breath. Oh my God, she whispered. Keep scrolling, I said. There's more silence, more rustling. Then my father's voice in the background. What is it, Elaine? What's wrong? She posted videos of herself. Mom's voice trailed off like she couldn't quite process what she was seeing. Keep going, I said grimly. You haven't gotten to the good part yet. Another minute passed. I could hear my parents whispering to each other, their voices getting more upset with each screenshot. The caption says, "Single life hits different," Mom said finally, her voice hollow. She's dancing with 3 different men now. Do you understand why I'm not rushing to apologize? I asked. Jesus Christ. Dad's voice came through clearly now. Son, I'm sorry. We had no idea. Because she lied to you, I said. Just like she's been lying to me for months. Patricia called you with a completely mad-up version of events. And you believed it. Because why wouldn't you? Who lies about something like this? Sociopaths, Aaron said from behind me. I hadn't heard him approach, but apparently he'd come down to check on me and caught the tail end of my family conference call. Sociopaths lie about stuff like this. Mom was quiet for a long moment. Then, honey, I owe you an enormous apology. Patricia painted a completely different picture. She said Marissa was being friendly and you got upset over nothing. She's been calling me unstable and vindictive. I said, telling everyone who will listen that I'm mentally ill for not wanting my wife to cheat on me. That manipulative little dad started then caught himself. I'm sorry, son. We should have listened to your side first. It's fine, I said, though it really wasn't. Now you know why I'm not answering her calls. Good, Mom said firmly. Don't answer them. That girl needs to face consequences for once in her life. The conversation ended with promises to support whatever decision I made and threats to give Patricia a piece of their mind the next time. She called with Marissa's soba stories. Apparently, seeing actual evidence had a way of clarifying things that emotional manipulation couldn't overcome. I hung up feeling lighter than I had in weeks. For the first time since this nightmare began, I had people in my corner who understood what I was dealing with. People who'd seen the evidence and recognized it for what it was. Calculated cruelty disguised as drunken mistakes. Aaron clapped me on the shoulder. "Man, that was brutal to watch, but you handled it perfectly." "Thanks for having my back," I said. "Always," he replied. "Besides, now the whole office knows your wife's crazy. That should make the divorce proceedings interesting." Divorce? The word didn't scare me anymore. If anything, it sounded like freedom. You know what they say about cornered animals? They get vicious. Well, turns out cornered wives who've lost control of their narrative don't just get vicious, they go full psycho stalker mode. And let me tell you, having your own spouse transform into your personal nightmare is exactly as fun as it sounds. When Marissa realized that public humiliation and family manipulation weren't working, she decided to take her show on the road. Literally, the woman who'd spent months calling me obsessed had apparently decided to give me a masterclass in what actual obsession looked like. It started with the late-night text bombardments. I'm talking military-level psychological warfare through digital communication. One night, I'll never forget it because I actually counted. She sent me 29 text messages between 2 and 5 a.m. 29. That's roughly one every 6 minutes for 3 straight hours. The dedication was almost impressive if it wasn't so completely unhinged. The messages themselves were a roller coaster of emotion that would have given a therapist enough material for a doctoral thesis. She'd start sweet. "Baby, I miss you so much. Please just talk to me," then escalate to desperate. "I can't eat. I can't sleep. I feel like I'm dying without you." Then spiral into rage. "You're being a child. This is ridiculous." My personal favorite from that particular night was "You're destroying everything over one joke." One joke. Do you hear how insane that sounds? One joke. She was still calling it a joke. Making out with her ex-boyfriend in front of 30 people while her friends filmed it was apparently peak comedy. I should have been laughing instead of filing for divorce, according to Marissa's twisted logic. But the real gems came around 4 a.m. when the alcohol or desperation or whatever demon was possessing her really took hold. "I can't live without you. I'll make sure you regret this. You think you're so perfect, but you're not. I know things about you that would destroy you. Please, baby, please, please, please call me back. I hate you. I didn't mean that I love you so much." Reading through them the next morning was like watching someone have a complete mental breakdown in real time via text message. The woman who'd spent months gaslighting me about being obsessive was sending me novel-length messages in the middle of the night, threatening me 1 minute and professing love the next. The irony was so thick you could cut it with a knife. But text messages were apparently just the opening act. Tuesday evening, I came home from work to find my neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, waiting for me in her front yard with this expression that said she had some serious tea to spill. "Your wife's been sitting on your parents' porch since noon," she informed me, clearly delighted to be the bearer of dramatic news. "Just sitting there crying. Wouldn't leave when your dad asked her to. My parents' house." She'd driven 20 minutes across town to stage a sight-in at my childhood home. The woman who couldn't be bothered to text me back for hours when we were actually together had apparently developed the patience of a monk when it came to stalking my family. I called my dad. "Yeah, she's still here," he confirmed, his voice tight with frustration. "Been here for 6 hours now. Every time we ask her to leave, she starts crying about how she needs to explain herself to you." "What's she saying?" "The usual," Dad replied. And I could hear Mom agreeing in the background. "She's going on about your good memories, holidays, trips, anniversaries, making it sound like you're throwing away years of happiness over nothing." "Good memories? Sure, we'd had some. Every toxic relationship does. That's how they keep you hooked. But a few good moments don't erase months of systematic disrespect and public humiliation. A romantic vacation doesn't cancel out coming home to find your wife posting videos of herself making out with strangers. She keeps saying it was just one bad night," Dad continued. "That she was peer pressured into it, that the alcohol made her do things she didn't mean. But son, I've seen those videos. That wasn't peer pressure. That was someone who wanted to hurt you." Bingo. Even my parents, who'd been married for 35 years and believed in working through problems, could see what Marissa was trying to hide behind her victim act. "She's not taking responsibility for anything." Mom called out loud enough for me to hear. "It's all excuses and blame shifting. The alcohol made me do it. My friends dared me. He should have trusted me more. Everything except I up and I'm sorry." Around 7 p.m., Dad had apparently reached his limit. "Look, honey," I heard him say in the background, his voice getting closer to the phone. "You need to leave now. This isn't your house, and you're not welcome here anymore." "I just need him to understand," came Marissa's voice, faint but audible through the phone. "We had such beautiful memories together. Our first Christmas, that trip to Napa, our anniversary dinner. Doesn't that count for something? Beautiful memories. She was right. We had made some good ones. But you know what's funny about memories? They don't mean much when the person you made them with turns out to be someone completely different than who you thought they were. Those memories don't excuse what you did, Dad said firmly. And they don't entitle you to camp out on our porch until you get your way. I can't live without him, Marissa said, her voice breaking. You don't understand. I made one mistake, one stupid, drunk mistake, and he's ready to throw away 3 years of marriage. One mistake, there it was again. The party, the Instagram stories, the public humiliation, the complete lack of accountability, all condensed into one convenient little mistake that I was being unreasonable for caring about. It wasn't a mistake. Mom's voice came through clearly now. Mistakes are accidental. What you did was intentional, cruel, and designed to hurt our son. And now you're trying to manipulate us into fixing what you broke. I could hear Marissa starting to cry. Real tears this time, not the calculated ones she usually deployed. But even through the sobs, she was still making excuses. The girls dare me to do it. She sobbed. They said I was too controlled by him, that I needed to prove I was my own person. It was peer pressure. I was drunk. I didn't mean for it to go that far. Peer pressure. At 28 years old, married with a mortgage and a joint bank account. But sure, blame it on peer pressure like she was a teenager at her first kegger. You're an adult, Dad said bluntly. Adults don't use peer pressure as an excuse for destroying their marriages. Please, Marissa begged. Just let me talk to him for 5 minutes. 5 minutes to explain. He doesn't want to talk to you, Mom said. And frankly, after seeing what you did, I don't blame him. The conversation went on for another hour. My parents basically tag-teaming her with reality while she cried and made excuses. Finally, Dad delivered the ultimatum. You have 5 minutes to get off our property or I'm calling the police. Fine, Marissa said, her voice shifting from desperate to cold in an instant. But this isn't over. That's when I knew I was dealing with someone who'd completely lost touch with reality. She'd publicly cheated, lied to both our families, stalked me for a week, and was now making threats because I wouldn't accept her non-apology for behavior that would make a soap opera villain blush. Did you hear that? Dad asked into the phone. I heard it. I confirmed. And it's exactly why I'm not going back to her. This wasn't over. According to Marissa, well, she was right about that, but it wasn't going to end the way she thought it would. She'd escalated from manipulation to stalking to threats, and each move just proved how right I'd been to walk away. Time to set a trap. Sometimes the best way to catch a liar is to give them enough rope to hang themselves with. And after a week of Marissa's increasingly unhinged behavior, I realized she was practically begging for that rope. All I had to do was hand it to her with a smile and let her do what she did best, destroy herself with her own words. Thursday morning, I crafted the text message that would either end this nightmare or escalate it to levels that would require legal intervention. Either way, I'd have my answer about who I was really married to. We should talk privately. No interruptions, no family, no friends, just us. I think we owe each other that much. I hit send and watched the 3 dots appear almost immediately. She was probably staring at her phone trying to decode whether this was surrender or another trap. The response came back in under 30 seconds. Yes, thank you. When and where? The desperation was palpable, even through text. All caps. Yes. Like I just offered her a life preserver while she was drowning, which in a way I guess I had. She was drowning in her own lies and manipulation, and I was offering her what looked like salvation. Saturday, 2 p.m., your apartment, just us. Perfect. I love you so much. We're going to fix this. Fix this. Right? Because there was definitely a way to fix public adultery followed by a week of stalking and family manipulation. Some problems are like a shattered mirror. You can try to glue the pieces back together, but it'll never look the same and you'll always see the cracks. Saturday couldn't come fast enough. I spent Friday night preparing like I was going into battle, which in a way I was. I charged my phone to 100%, tested the recording app 3 times, and mentally rehearsed the conversation I was about to have. This wasn't about reconciliation. This was about getting the truth on record. Her apartment complex looked the same as always, but somehow everything felt different as I walked up to her door. Maybe because the last time I'd been here, I'd still believed our marriage was salvageable. Now I knew better. She answered the door before I could knock, which meant she'd been watching for me through the window like a lovesick teenager. The sight of her hit me harder than I'd expected. Not because I missed her, but because of how obviously calculated everything was. The apartment was spotless. Not just clean, spotless. Every surface gleamed, Every throw pillow was perfectly positioned, and there wasn't a single dish in the sink. Marissa had clearly spent hours preparing for this meeting, staging the environment to remind me of the domestic bliss we'd supposedly shared. She'd chosen her outfit just as carefully, a simple sundress that hit just above the knee, conservative enough to suggest she was a reformed woman, fitted enough to remind me what I was supposedly giving up. Her makeup was minimal but perfect, like she'd spent an hour creating the illusion of natural beauty. Her hair was styled in soft waves that made her look younger, more innocent. The whole scene screamed loving wife waiting for her husband to come to his senses. It was masterful manipulation disguised as domestic normally. "You came," she said softly, stepping back to let me in. Her voice was gentle, vulnerable, completely different from the woman who'd threatened me on my parents' porch 3 days earlier. "I said I would," I replied, slipping my phone into my jacket pocket with the recording app already running. "We need to talk." She'd prepared refreshments, my favorite beer, homemade cookies, even the good cheese and crackers she usually saved for company. Every detail was designed to remind me of what I was walking away from, to make me feel like an idiot for throwing away someone who clearly cared about making me comfortable. "Sit," she said, patting the couch beside her. "Please." I chose the chair across from her instead. Distance was important for what was coming next, both physical and emotional. Her face fell slightly at my seating choice, but she recovered quickly. "I'm glad you're here," she said, folding her hands in her lap like a repentant schoolgirl. "I've had so much time to think this week, and I realize how badly I screwed up." Screwed up. Interesting word choice. Not betrayed our marriage or humiliated you publicly. Just screwed up like she'd forgotten to pick up milk from the store. "Tell me about it," I said, settling back in the chair. "Help me understand what happened that night." She took a deep breath and I could see her accessing her prepared speech. This was going to be good. "It was pure pressure," she began, her voice soft and ashamed. "I know that sounds stupid at our age, but you don't know how the girls can be. They've been saying for months that you're too controlling, that I don't have enough freedom." Ah, there it was. Even in her confession, she was blaming me. I was too controlling, which justified her friends pressuring her to cheat. Beautiful logic. "Go on," I said neutrally. "They said I needed to prove I wasn't under your thumb," she continued, warming up to her victim narrative. "That I should show everyone I could do what I wanted. It was like a dare, you know, like if you're really free, prove it." A dare. 28-year-old married women apparently still played truth or dare. And the dare was to destroy their marriages in front of an audience. The maturity level was staggering. "So, you kissed Logan because your friends dared you to?" "Yes," she said eagerly, like I'd finally understood her brilliant reasoning. "It wasn't about him. It wasn't about wanting him. It was about proving I wasn't controlled by you." The twisted logic was amazing. She'd publicly cheated on me to prove she wasn't controlled by me, which somehow made it better than if she just wanted to cheat. Like the motivation mattered more than the action and the Instagram stories. I asked, was that also peer pressure? She had the grace to look embarrassed about that. "I was drunk and angry," she admitted. "I felt like you'd abandoned me at the party, left me there to deal with everyone staring and whispering. So I wanted you to feel what I was feeling." What she was feeling. She'd felt abandoned. So she decided to make me feel humiliated. Eye for an eye. Except in her version, public adultery was equivalent to leaving a party early. "The thing is," she continued, leaning forward with this earnest expression, "Logan was invited by the girls specifically. They planned this whole thing to test whether you really trusted me." "Wait, what? They invited your ex-boyfriend to test my trust?" I asked, making sure I was hearing this correctly. "They wanted to see if you'd freak out or be cool about it." She explained like this made perfect sense. "And when you got all jealous and possessive, it kind of proved their point. The mental gymnastics required to make this my fault were truly Olympic level." Her friends had orchestrated a situation designed to trigger jealousy. She'd responded by making out with her ex, and somehow this proved I was the problem for not being cool with orchestrated adultery. "I regret it," she said suddenly, her voice cracking with what sounded like genuine emotion. "I regret all of it. The kissing, the stories, everything. I just wanted to feel free for one night and it got completely out of hand." Free? There was that word again. Freedom from the oppressive burden of not cheating on your spouse. "Do you still have contact with Logan?" I asked. "No," she said quickly. Too quickly. That night was it. I swear. I haven't talked to him since. "What about the other guys from the party?" "What other guys?" But her eyes shifted when she said it, and I knew she was lying. "The ones you were dancing with? The ones in the stories?" "Oh, them. No, those were just random people. I don't even remember their names." Random people she'd been grinding on and making out with. Random people whose hands had been all over my wife while she documented it for posterity. But she didn't even remember their names, so that made it okay. I know this looks bad, she said, reaching across the space between us like she wanted to touch me, but didn't quite dare. But you have to understand, I was hurt and angry and drunk. And I made terrible decisions, but they were just decisions, not reflections of how I feel about you. Terrible decisions. That's what we were calling it now. Not betrayal, not adultery, not public humiliation, just some unfortunate decision-making that happened to involve her tongue in other men's mouths. I love you, she said. And for the first time since I'd arrived, she looked genuinely vulnerable. I love you so much that the thought of losing you is killing me. This week has been the worst week of my entire life. The worst week of her life. She'd spent it stalking me, manipulating our families, and making threats, but it had been terrible for her. The victim complex was truly astounding. I know I hurt you, she continued, tears starting to form in her eyes. I know I crossed lines I shouldn't have crossed, but please, please don't let one night destroy everything we've built together. One night, still minimizing, still trying to compress months of disrespect and a public betrayal into a single evening of poor judgment, I leaned forward, making sure my voice was gentle and understanding. I need to see what really happened that night, I said. I need to understand the full scope of what I'm supposed to forgive. She blinked, confusion flickering across her face. What do you mean? Do you have videos from that night, from your phone, or from your friends? I need to see everything if I'm going to move past this. The request hung in the air between us like a loaded gun. She could refuse and prove she was still hiding things. Or she could comply and show me evidence that would probably destroy any chance of reconciliation. Her face went through a complex series of emotions. Hope, fear, calculation, resignation. Finally, she reached for her phone. There might be a few, she said hesitantly. But they look worse than they actually were. You have to understand, phones make everything seem more dramatic than it really was. Phones don't lie. I thought people do. She unlocked her phone with trembling fingers, opened her photo gallery, and hesitated for a moment before turning the screen toward me. These don't tell the whole story, she said as I took the phone from her hands. She was right about that. They told a much worse story than I'd imagined. Taking Marissa's phone felt like accepting a loaded weapon from someone who'd already shot you once. I knew whatever was on that device would either confirm my worst fears or reveal something so much worse that my current nightmare would look like a pleasant daydream by comparison. The photo gallery opened to her recent pictures. And Jesus Christ, it was like scrolling through the digital documentation of a marriage's death. She had 15 videos from dear Eric's party. 15. Not the 7 Instagram stories I'd seen. Those were apparently just the highlight reel. She'd been documenting the whole night like she was making a documentary about infidelity. Start with that one, she said nervously, pointing to a video thumbnail that showed her laughing with a group of people. But remember, it looks worse on camera than it actually was. Right? Because cameras are notorious for making innocent behavior look. Everyone knows phones have that special make everything seem like cheating filter built right in. I hit play on the first video and immediately understood why she'd been hesitant to show me. This wasn't just dancing or innocent flirting. This was my wife performing for the camera like she was auditioning for a reality show called How to Destroy Your Marriage in 10 Easy Steps. The video showed her grinding against some guy I didn't recognize, her hands in his hair while he gripped her waist. But the worst part wasn't even the physical contact. It was her face. She looked happier than I'd seen her in months. Genuinely, radiantly happy in a way that made my stomach turn. See, she said quickly as the video ended. It's just dancing. Everyone was dancing like that. Everyone, right? Because grinding on strangers was apparently the universal dance style at parties. Now, I must have missed that memo from the International Dance Committee. Next one, I said, scrolling to the second video. This one was worse. Much worse. It showed her whispering something into Logan's ear while he laughed and pulled her closer. The intimacy was obvious, undeniable. These weren't the actions of someone being peer-pressured into proving a point. These were the actions of someone who wanted to be exactly where she was. What are you whispering to him? I asked. I don't remember, she said quickly. I was drunk. It was small talk. Sure, because everyone whispers sweet nothings about the weather and current events into their ex-boyfriend's ear while pressing their body against his. The third video made me want to throw her phone against the wall. It was the kiss, the one I'd witnessed in person, but filmed from a different angle. I could see her friends in the background, Grace holding up her own phone to record, Tina clapping and laughing. Leah cheering like this was the greatest moment in human history. But what I hadn't seen from across the room was Marissa's reaction after the kiss ended. She looked directly into Grace's camera and smiled. Not an embarrassed oops, I can't believe I just did that smile, but a triumphant, satisfied grin that said mission accomplished. You smiled, I said, pausing the video on her face. Right after you kissed him, you looked into the camera and smiled. I was drunk, she repeated, but her voice was getting smaller. I wasn't thinking clearly. You look pretty clear-headed to me, I said, scrolling to the next video. Let's keep going. Video 4 showed her accepting drinks from multiple guys, laughing and flirting like she was working the room at a singles bar. Video 5 was her slow dancing with someone who definitely wasn't Logan, her head on his shoulder, looking content and peaceful. You're making this seem worse than it was, she said. Her voice taking on that defensive edge I knew so well. Everyone was drinking. Everyone was having fun. It wasn't personal. Not personal. Making out with her ex-boyfriend while her husband watched wasn't personal. The logic was bulletproof. Videos 6 through 10 were a montage of escalating behavior. More dancing, more touching, more intimate moments with men who weren't her husband. Each one was a little knife twist, but I kept my expression neutral. I was gathering evidence, not getting emotionally invested in the train wreck I was watching. Video 11 made my blood pressure spike. It showed her in a corner of dear Eric's living room with two guys I didn't recognize. All three of them laughing while one of them kissed her neck. She looked like she was having the time of her life. Who are these guys? I asked. I don't know, she admitted. Friends of Derek's maybe. Everyone was just loose that night. Inhibited. It was that kind of party. That kind of party. The kind where married women make out with strangers while their husbands watch. Apparently, I'd been going to the wrong kinds of parties my whole life. Keep going, I said. Videos 12 and 13 were more of the same. My wife treating dear Eric's birthday party like her personal sexual awakening tour. But video 14 was where things got really interesting. It started after I'd left the party based on the timestamp. The video showed Marissa back with Logan, but this time there was no audience of friends cheering her on. This was just them in what looked like dear Eric's bedroom. And holy, this wasn't just kissing anymore. Logan's hands were everywhere, under her dress, in her hair, gripping her ass while she kissed him with the kind of passion I hadn't seen from her in our bedroom in over a year. She was pressed against the wall, her legs wrapped around his waist and the sounds she was making. Turn it off, she said suddenly, lunging for the phone. That's enough. But I pulled it away, pausing the video on a frame that showed her face and profile. She looked lost in the moment, completely absorbed in what she was doing. This wasn't peer pressure or drunken mistakes or proving a point to her friends. This was a woman getting exactly what she wanted. It looks worse on video, she said desperately. Cameras make everything seem more intense. Marissa, I said calmly. His hands were under your dress. It didn't go that far, she said quickly. We just kissed. It looked like more, but it was just kissing. Just kissing with his hands up her dress, her legs around his waist, pressed against a wall in someone's bedroom. The definition of just kissing had apparently expanded significantly since I last checked. There's one more, I said, scrolling to video 15. No, she said, reaching for the phone again. You don't need to see that one. It's not important. Not important. Which meant it was the most important one of all. I hit play before she could stop me. The final video was a masterpiece of betrayal. It showed the aftermath. Marissa and Logan fixing their clothes, laughing about something. Her running her fingers through her hair to make it look less like she'd been horizontal 5 minutes earlier. You could hear her voice clearly. God, I needed that. I forgot how good we were together. I forgot how good we were together. She'd said that about her ex-boyfriend, about the man she'd just been intimate with in someone else's bedroom while her husband drove home alone. Turn it off, she whispered, her face completely drained of color. But I let it play to the end where Logan kissed her forehead and said, "Call me tomorrow." And she responded with, "Definitely. Definitely." She planned to call him the next day. This wasn't a one-time drunken mistake. It was the beginning of something. I set her phone down on the coffee table and looked at her. Really looked at her. The woman sitting across from me bore no resemblance to the person I'd married. That person had been caring, honest, loyal. This person was a stranger wearing my wife's face. It looks worse than it was, she said again, but her voice was barely audible now. Actually, I said, reaching into my pocket. I think it looks exactly like what it was. I pulled out my phone and showed her the screen. The red recording light was blinking steadily and the timer showed 37 minutes and counting. Her face went completely white. You recorded this? Every word I confirmed. Your confession about the peer pressure, the plan set up with Logan, the admission that you were going to call him the next day. All of it. She stared at my phone like it was a venomous snake. You tricked me. No, I said I gave you a chance to tell the truth and you chose to lie instead. Even when you thought we were reconciling, even when you thought I was coming back to you, you still couldn't be honest about what happened. The tears started then, real ones this time, not the calculated crying she'd been using all week. These were the tears of someone who'd just realized they'd completely themselves over. Please don't use that recording, she begged. Please, I'll do anything. I'll delete everything. I'll never talk to Logan again. I'll change completely. Too late, I said, standing up. You had a week to tell me the truth. Instead, you lied to me, stalked me, manipulated our families, and just now tried to gaslight me even when you thought we were getting back together. She collapsed forward, her head in her hands. Oh, God. Oh, God. What have I done? You showed me exactly who you really are, I said. And I'm finally smart enough to believe you. Chapter 10. Her collapse, my freedom. Revenge, they say, is a dish best served cold. But let me tell you something. Revenge served with digital evidence and family group chats hits different. It's not just cold. It's Arctic freeze your soul solid satisfying. I sat in my car outside Marissa's apartment building for exactly 3 minutes, composing the message that would end this nightmare once and for all. The recording was already uploaded to the cloud. The videos were saved in multiple locations, and I had enough evidence to convince anyone with half a brain that my wife was a lying, cheating sociopath who tried to gaslight me into thinking I was the problem. Time to share the wealth. I created a group message that included both sets of parents and Clara, the nuclear option, the digital equivalent of dropping a truth bomb on everyone who'd been fed Marissa's victim narrative for the past week. The message was simple. Since there seems to be confusion about what happened at Dear Eric's party, I thought everyone should see the actual evidence. Then I attached everything. The videos from her phone showing the escalating infidelity, the audio recording of her confession where she admitted it was all planned, the screenshots of her Instagram stories where she'd called herself single. 3 years of marriage reduced to a digital evidence folder that painted a picture so damning it would make a prosecutor weep with joy. I hit send and watched my phone light up like a Christmas tree. My mom texted back within 30 seconds. Proud of you, son. Dad followed immediately. She's finished. Good riddance. Clara's response was pure poetry. Holy what a psychopath. I'm changing the locks on my house in case she shows up here, too. But the real entertainment came from Marissa's parents. 20 minutes of absolute silence. Then a curt message from Patricia. Marissa, come home immediately. No apology for calling me vindictive. No acknowledgement that they'd spent the week harassing me based on complete lies. Just a summon for their daughter to return home and face whatever music was about to play. I was still sitting in my car watching the digital fireworks. When Marissa came stumbling out of her building, she looked like she'd seen a ghost, which in a way she had. The ghost of her carefully constructed lies, now thoroughly dead and buried. She spotted my car and ran toward it like I was her last hope for salvation. I rolled down the window, curious to hear what excuse she'd come up with for this latest development. You sent it to everyone, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. My parents, your parents, everyone. Just the people you lied to, I replied calmly. Seemed like they deserved to know the truth. She collapsed against my car door, literally fell to her knees on the asphalt like some kind of dramatic movie heroine. Don't do this, she begged, grabbing my arm through the open window. Please, I'll do anything. I'll delete everything. I'll change completely. I'll never see Logan again. Too late for all that, I said, gently but firmly, removing her hand from my arm. You had multiple chances to tell the truth. Instead, you chose to lie, manipulate, and gaslight everyone who cared about you. I was scared, she sobbed. I was scared you'd leave me if you knew the whole truth. The irony was beautiful. She'd been scared I'd leave her if I knew the truth. So, she decided to lie about it, which guaranteed I'd leave her when I eventually found out. The logic was flawless. This is the last time we'll ever speak. I told her, my voice steady and final. Contact me again directly or through other people and I'll file harassment charges. Her face crumpled completely. You can't mean that. We're married. We took vows. Yeah, we did. I agreed. You broke them. I'm honoring the part about till death do us part. This marriage died last Saturday night. I started the engine and she stumbled backward but didn't leave. Just stood there in the parking lot, crying and broken, finally experiencing the consequences of her actions. As I drove away, I caught a glimpse of her in my rearview mirror. She was still on her knees, phone pressed to her ear, probably calling anyone who might listen to her latest sob story about the cruel husband who'd abandoned her. My phone started buzzing before I'd made it out of the parking lot. Voice message after voice message, 20 of them in the span of 10 minutes. Don't do this, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Answer me. You can't just leave it like this. I'll kill myself if you don't come back. Please. I'm begging you. Each message was more hysterical than the last. Her voice getting higher and more desperate with every plate. But here's the beautiful thing about hitting rock bottom. Once you're there, threats of going deeper don't scare you anymore. I turned my phone off and smiled. Actually smiled for the first time in months. That wasn't forced or fake. The silence was incredible. No buzzing, no notifications, no emotional manipulation disguised as love. Just pure clean quiet that felt like taking a deep breath after being underwater for too long. That night, I sat on my couch, our couch, and ordered pizza for one. I watched whatever I wanted on TV without negotiating. I went to bed at a reasonable hour without waiting for someone to come home from God knows where. I slept through the night without being woken up by drunk confessions or late-night phone calls. It was the most peaceful night I'd had in years. Sunday morning brought a knock at my door. Not frantic pounding or dramatic sobbing, just a quiet knock. I looked through the peephole and saw a woman I didn't recognize holding an envelope. "Process server," she said when I opened the door. "Are you Marcus Thompson?" "That's me. These are for you," she said, handing me the envelope with a sympathetic smile. "Sorry about your situation." Inside were divorce papers. Marissa had beaten me to the punch by exactly 12 hours. I laughed out loud reading through them. She was citing irreconcilable differences and emotional abandonment. The woman who'd publicly cheated on me was claiming I'd abandoned her emotionally. The victim narrative was so strong it had survived, even filing for divorce. But buried in the legal language was the real kicker. She was asking for alimony. The woman who destroyed our marriage was demanding I pay her for the privilege of being rid of her. I called my lawyer Monday morning. By Tuesday, I'd filed my counterpetition with enough evidence to convince any judge that Marissa's version of events was complete fiction. The videos, the recording, the text messages. Everything was documented, cataloged, and ready for court. She thought cheating on me to my face would put me in my place. She thought I'd crawl back like I always had. Desperate and apologetic and grateful for whatever scraps of affection she was willing to throw me. Instead, I'd walked away and I'd left her to drown in her own lies. The freedom was intoxicating. No more walking on eggshells. No more making excuses for someone else's shitty behavior. No more pretending that disrespect was love. For the first time in years, I could breathe.
That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stories. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the next one.